Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Interior Provocations Weather. I'm Igor Siddiqui, Program Director for Interior Design here at the School of Architecture. I would first like to introduce you to Dr. Alan Shear, Associate Dean for Research and Technology here at the school.
Thank you, Igor, and good morning to everyone. On behalf of Dean Woofter, the entire administration in the school, welcome and thank you very much for being here. This has been a very big undertaking. I want to thank our interior design program, and our partners at Pratt. I also want to thank some of our staff. Ani Bradbury, Jessica Taylor, and Anya Mitchell from our communications team have been helping support this throughout. Also, Jeffrey Ashford, Patrick Miller, and Courtney Morshed have been very helpful in the support teams. In the back, you'll see Liberal Arts Information Technology Systems. They've been a great help to us also. Okay. In the mid-1930s, R.A. Watson Watt wrote, "It would be a pretty and not very difficult exercise to show how wise we are when we make the weather the prime topic of conversation." I want to be clear here. I realize that is not the most evocative sentence ever uttered in the English language. R.A. Watson Watt was not W.H. Auden, not. But it gives a little bit of a sense of perhaps why we're here today. But I want to go on about Watson Watt a little bit more. He was trained as an engineer. He got his undergraduate degree in Scotland. After attaining his degree, he went to work in a lab, and then from there went to work for the UK's meteorological office, the Met. He was not a forecaster. His job was to devise techniques and technologies using radio waves to track thunderstorms, right, from afar. And it was a new technology at the time. His work in the 30s would later go on in the 1940s to create radar. For helping to invent radar, he got a knighthood. Also, later in life, it turns out he got a speeding ticket because an officer of the law used a radar gun to note his excessive velocity. So be careful of what you invent. Back in the 30s, though, he's tracking thunderstorms. And as a side gig, he does a radio show with BBC about the weather. It's a series of talks. It's the BBC, so these are not technical talks, really. They're open-ended and meant to be for a general audience. Those talks led to a book. And the book was not about how weather works. The book was about where weather is. It was about spatializing the properties of weather. And to help him convey that message, so again, to a broad audience, he titled the book Through the Weather House. Now, in part, he talked about layers of atmosphere as floors in a building, but also with the title, he was trying to make the point that we've already come through the front door. We live in the weather. Now, it'd be too hard to say that's taking all of outdoors as interior space, but it's helping to get us into a place where we can begin to think about how weather is, works, and that we're all in it. And so I think for that, there's something to be said for Mr. Watson Watt. Now, I want to say something also about our interior design program. And here I'm going to probably be as bad as Watson Watt and start with a bad pun. In our school, we operate by degrees. Some of those degrees are degree titles, Bachelor of Architecture, Master of Interior Design, PhD in Community and Regional Planning. Okay, those are important, but not too important, really. The degrees I want to talk about are actually the degrees of our practices. The fact that we differ by degrees in terms of what we give as our motives, how we operate, and what our ends are. Sometimes those degrees seem far apart, but they're really quite close. So I teach in landscape architecture, interior design. You think outdoors, indoors, there's a big giant gap there. But then you look at some of the work of Nuria Felez of our program here, and indoors and outdoors go away. It's all one complex thing. So that's a difference by degree that doesn't really matter. Here's one that does matter, though, and it seems subtle and it won't make sense at first. It's the notion of materiality, how we think about materials in our school. Across our design programs, everyone thinks about a material, right? In some ways, thinking about locations, dimensions, materials, maybe sequencing is what designers do to resolve problems. But where materials come in is not quite the same. If you come to our final reviews, and I hope everyone does, you'll hear most of our programs Most of our students say stuff, 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 stuff. Oh, and there's some materials as the final bit to resolve it. And that happens because that's the way the problems are structured. There are sets of priorities that begin to get structured and restructured and end up in this final resolution. But if you come to our interior design program reviews, that notion of materials shifts earlier in the presentation. Sometimes it's the very first thing that's ever said. Our interior designers think about materials in ways that open up new possibilities. Yes, they talk about the performance of things. Yes, they'll talk about the specificity of things in ways that the rest of us don't. It's not just, it's made of wood. It's wood from this tree that's been milled in this manner and it's been finished in this way. And not only does that have some thermal characteristics or some textile characteristics, they talk about the affect of those materials, how those materials infuse us in a way to think, to behave, to feel. And that is a very different proposition for the way we think about design. So while weather is all around us, it's somewhat predictable, it's also a material. And I can't think of any program better suited to help us think about weather in a new way. So with that, I now have the pleasure of turning things over to Deborah Schneiderman from Pratt to give an introduction to the series. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry. So thank you for attending the 8th Interior Provocations Symposium, Weather. We are delighted to host this year's symposium in collaboration with UT Austin. This marks the 3rd co-hosted Interior Provocations event, following previous collaborations with CCA and Toronto Metropolitan University. I would like to thank the UT Austin team for hosting this year's symposium and to extend my gratitude to all of our speakers, teaching roundtable presenters, exhibitors, moderators, and our keynote presenter, Philippe Rahm. I would also like to thank Pratt Institute's President, Francis Bronett, our deans, Anita Cooney, School of Design, and Peter West, School of Liberal Arts and Sciences, and our department chairs, David Foley, Interior Design, Sarah Lichtman, History of Art and Design, as well as Pratt Institute for its continued support of our fledgling symposium. In particular, I would like to thank Igor Siddiqui, Chair of Interior Design. Sorry, I'm having a little trouble with my mouse here. There we go. Chair of Interior Design at UT Austin for his tireless efforts in bringing the collaborative symposium to fruition, not only in this fantastic space with a designed and fabricated exhibition, but also bags of swag. So don't forget that. Best addition to the symposium ever. I'd now like to introduce the Pratt members of the ongoing Interior Provocations Committee. As stands, it's Anka Lask, Erica Morawski, Kinesa, Karen Ziev, and I'm Deborah Schneiderman. Interior Provocations was founded in 2017 by Pratt Institute faculty from the History of Art and Design and Interior Design departments. The founding members include myself, Anka Lask, Karen Ziev, and Alexa Griffith-Winton, who's now with the Cooper Hewitt Museum. Our goal was to bring together critical thinkers engaged in the design and history of interiors and to establish an alternative forum for exploring interiority. The first symposium originated as a celebration of several publications by Pratt faculty, but in the planning process, our mission evolved to found a forum for provocative and boundary-expanding inquiry into the interior. Igor Siddiqui was one of the presenters at our first symposium, and when we concocted this idea, we asked those original presenters if they would be interested in being kind of founding hosts of the rotating symposium. So we're just incredibly pleased that that is working quite well. So Interior Provocations continues to serve as a public forum for critical thinking about design, theory, and history of interiors. Given the limited number of conferences dedicated specifically to interior design, the symposium was conceived to foster and present innovative research by designers, historians, and theorists. It remains dedicated to advancing scholarship in the expanding fields of interior design and interior design history through interdisciplinary collaboration. The Interior Provocations Symposia have inspired 4 volumes to date. We're hoping there will be a 5th on weather maybe, but we'll have to see. These volumes have been published by Routledge. Interior Provocations, History, Theory, and Practice of Autonomous Interiors in 2021. Appropriated Interiors in 2022. Interior Design on Edge, History, Theory, and Praxis in 2024. And Upkeep, Repair, and Maintenance in Adaptive Interiors will be released very soon on November 19th, so please look out for that. We look forward to many more volumes on the interior to come. So again, I'd like to thank you for coming. On this QR code, you'll find the schedule, which I know you have in print, but it also will lead you to the Interior Provocations website, where you can find recordings of, I think it's the past 3 or 4 symposia were recorded and put on the website. So please use it for your teaching, for your thinking, for your projects, for your advancement of the interior. We feel like it's a growing kind of wealth of scholarship in our discipline, so we're excited that these symposia live on past the day of the event. So with that, I'd like to introduce back Igor Siddiqui to introduce the theme of this year's symposium. Thank you.
All right, a little more gratitude before we talk about the theme. When our colleagues at Pratt invited us to host this year's symposium and propose its theme, we were truly honored and pleased to say yes. To the entire Pratt team, thank you for all these years of inspiration and support and for this invitation. Also thanks to everyone here at UT Austin, Dean Heather Woofter, the entire Dean's Office and School of Architecture staff, the leadership of lectures and exhibitions committees, the Harry Ransom Center, and student assistants. I'm grateful to the Pratt and UT Austin faculty members that collaborated on this event, and you will hear from all of them throughout the day as we advance through various sessions. In addition to myself and Deborah, this includes Professors Ria Bravo, Anka Lask, Allison Gaskins, Nerea Feliz, Clay Odom, Kina Su, and Karen Zeev. So this moving image on the screen was designed by Anya Mitchell, our staff graphic designer. Anya created the overall visual identity for the symposium down to every detail, including the thermochromic bandanas in your welcome packets. So as you touch them, they will change colors. Please take a look at the program for the whole day, available in print here in the gallery as well as online, and note the change of the location for the final part of the symposium, including the keynote of our special guest, the architect Philippe Rahm, at 5 p.m. at the Prothor Theater of the Harry Ransom Center, just a short walk from here. And finally, this program is made possible in part by the financial support of the Jean Edward McKeska Endowment for Interior Design. And now on to this year's provocation, weather. Weather is a situated state of atmosphere and atmospheric event marked by place and time. As the term atmosphere refers to the layers of air that envelop astronomical objects, but it's also used to describe various spatial and social qualities like mood or ambiance. This double-sidedness of atmosphere is particularly resonant to us in the field of interiors, which is a field increasingly tasked with simultaneously engaging both ecological and social issues as more frequent extreme weather events here and everywhere else continue to shift how we think and what we do. While weather is usually understood as an outdoor or exterior condition, and Dr. Shearer has dismantled some of that already, and interiors as space is protected by the elements and thus weatherless, we're interested in how, like various definitions of atmosphere, weather may similarly stretch beyond meteorology and in this way inspire new approaches to the study and practice of interiors. In the initial prompt, we asked contributors what engaging weather as a dynamic, site-specific condition may reveal about the role that interiors play and have historically played in the shaping of both social and ecological atmosphere. In addition to the site specificity of weather and interiors, we were interested in the role that subjectivity plays in both, especially given the shared importance given to perceptions of comfort and safety. And so on the screen is Van Gogh's painting Rain from 1889, which he made while being treated in a clinic in Arles, France. And it depicts this kind of outdoor landscape from the perspective of the artist confined to the indoors, and visually suggests this kind of relation between interiors, weather, and subjectivity. I would be remiss not to acknowledge the influence of our keynote speaker's body of work in the development of the theme. Philippe Rahm has used terms like interior weather and meteorological design to describe the work of his eponymous practice for over 2 decades. His conceptualization of weather in relation to interiors and atmosphere in architecture has been critical for the field's development in this regard. While in the spirit of all Interior Provocations Symposia, this year's theme seeks to expand the existing boundaries of interiors-related discourse, the field's consideration of weather is an increasingly central rather than peripheral pursuit. In fact, this connection is already being recognized both within the profession and in the broader public conversation. Here are just 2 recent examples. The first one, in March of last year, the American Society of Interior Designers published a design brief on the effects of extreme weather and climate events on the built environment and its occupants. Titled ASID Impact of Design Brief, Climate, Building Resiliency, and Human Health, the report examines the impact of extreme weather on materials used in interiors. Here we see the profession beginning to formally address what can no longer be ignored. So the profession is trying to catch up. But perhaps more telling, a New York Times article titled How Cities Are Beating the Heat from September 25th of this year listed strategies across the globe for alleviating the effects of extreme weather. Included among them were strategies like repainting surfaces, rethinking kitchen use, providing water for showers in unusual places, reconfiguring work schedules, using wearable ventilation devices, applying sunscreens, as well as staying indoors. What struck me was just how interiors-oriented most of these strategies were, not only spatially, but also in terms of means and methods. This expertise our field offers is already central to how people are coping with shifting weather patterns, whether or not it is explicitly recognized as interiors knowledge. The artist, Olafur Eliasson, calls weather, quote, the broadest of all sources of collective awareness, end quote. And is this dimension of weather as a shared experience that makes it particularly appropriate for today's gathering of diverse voices across the expanded field of interiors practice, theory, and practice. I look forward to exploring this theme together throughout the day, along with the many questions that will emerge from today's presentations and conversations. Up next, I would like to introduce you to Clay Odom and Ria Bravo, who will share with you a few words about the exhibition, which is on view right behind you in the north part of the gallery. We will also hear afterwards from Dr. Eric Colleary, the client curator of theater and performing arts at the Harry Ransom Center, before we proceed with the first paper session of the day. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. So the exhibition was curated and designed by myself, Ria Bravo, Clay Odom, and Igor Siddiqui. In response to this year's theme of weather, the idea came about to create a field condition of images, an environment that changes depending on your position and orientation. And so some of the images are clear, others slightly turned out of focus, hazy or blurry, inviting you to kind of move around and discover something new about the exhibition. The works submitted by many prominent scholars and artists such as yourselves spans many different contexts and scales, but shares an interest in climatic and atmospheric conditions of the interior, which subvert our expectations around it being static, stable, and sealed. And thank you all so much for all the contributions that you've made to that. I'll hand it over to Clay, who will share a little bit behind about the thinking behind the exhibition.
Great. Thanks, Ria. So meteorologic imaginaries. How have people in the past imagined the meteorology as a core pursuit, generating atmospheres visually? We've seen great examples already of contemporary practices that have dealt with this problem. But also, how have we in the past dealt with the actual construction of these meteorologies or these atmospheres? And so there's a great history from Richardson to Ruskin and Cousins, among many others. How have we done that? And so the exhibition really deals with how do we generate atmosphere through this exhibition, through the collection of works. How do we bring those together, in a sense, through a system that's capable of forming and reforming in space and collecting and recollecting people and their interactions with it. The project itself didn't start with the parts. It actually started as a formal exercise and then was atomized into discrete conditions, allowing it to become a form of a weather system on its own. Ria's going to talk a little bit about the prototyping process.
Sure. It was really a collaborative prototyping exercise. The idea was that this was a structure that could be easily assembled, disassembled, and capable of being resited and rehomed. And so that certainly influenced the design. We spent quite a lot of time working on the kind of connector and the node pieces, which is sort of universal in the way that it can accommodate many different angles, clip on to both the images, and create a niche for the steel rods to slide into it. And so these are some of the kind of prototyping, the mock-ups that we were looking at. We also built a section of this thing at full scale to study how it all came together. And really the whole idea is that it's provisional in the way that we can kind of adapt it and make sort of changes on the fly as we're putting it together.
Yeah. And Igor mentioned actually the sidedness of things in his introduction. And in this project, that is enacted through the relationship between orientation, sidedness, and then these other structural relations that are brought together to actually join these disparate, discrete parts into a functioning whole. Just a few more things of how those pieces were structured using basic ideas of overlap and relationship of the material properties of the images themselves. The images actually become the structure for the project, then supported through the sort of more architectural componentry. Finally, this idea of blur, orientation, affect, and movement is a key aspect of this project. And we look forward to this kind of being reenacted in other places around the country, and hopefully Pratt will host this very soon. And we look forward to it becoming a weather system that will invade New York City very soon. Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. I am Eric Kaleri. I'm the Klein Curator for Theater and Performing Arts at the Harry Ransom Center. How many of you, just out of curiosity, have been to the Ransom Center before? Fabulous, great. Well, hopefully we'll get you all over later today. You might be wondering why the Performing Arts Curator is chatting with you today, but I'll explain that in a moment. If you're not familiar with us, the Ransom Center is an international humanities research center. It's an archive, a library, and a museum. It's 2 buildings just south of here, so an easy walk. Our collections span literature, photography, film, art, and the performing arts, but really span the humanities with really strong collections in the history of science and medicine, cartography, really, anything you can think of in terms of the humanities, there's some representation there in the collections. I've pulled together, and this dates back even just in the performing arts collections from the 11th century all the way up to the very present. We're actively collecting. New stuff's coming in all the time. You'll see when you come over today that we have a big exhibition right now on Lorne Michaels and the history of Saturday Night Live from Lorne Michaels' archive that was recently donated to the university. You'll also see the oldest surviving photograph taken from a camera, which is a wonderful landscape and helps us think interestingly, I think, about weather and interior and exterior spaces. You'll see a self-portrait by Frida Kahlo that's in the lobby as well, and one of only a handful of complete Gutenberg Bibles anywhere in the world. Upstairs, I have pulled together a small display for you that brings together works that speak to the symposium's theme, from Renaissance maps and Enlightenment stage machinery to works by Walt Whitman, Tennessee Williams, Sonora Babb, Norman Bell Geddes. Each shows how artists and designers have imagined, engineered, and endured weather across time. We look forward to welcoming you at the Ransom Center later this afternoon and for the pop-up display and also for tonight's keynote with Philippe Rahm. So thank you very much, and we look forward to welcoming you.
Okay, so we probably have a few minutes to get recaffeinated before the first paper session starts in just a few minutes. Thank you for all the opening remarks. So all the presentations are set up, so if you can access the slide online and you can... Yeah, why don't you try? Thank you so much. Yeah, I'll see you at 4 o'clock. And with the 4 presentations. What we did with the first presentation is that it has the kind of the title with your names on it, and then the first kind of opening title for your bio for your presentation, and that it goes into the author, and then kind of ends with this again to kind of bring it to a close, um, and then and then you'll switch, yeah. So because they're all on the desktop, so it's here. You don't, yeah. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4. If you want to add something to it, go ahead. Yeah, I think there's time. So I won't. I think you should introduce the session, introduce yourself. It just seems like a lot of it. Yeah, totally, totally.
I'm sorry.
We're not. It's live. Okay, what I'll do is I'll open all of them, and then you can just kind of go through them. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's perfect. But if we have them in a little folder, that's fine.
That's okay. Yeah.
I have a small question.
Sure.
I have to step out of the lemon. I have to get on a Zoom meeting.
Okay.
And I'm just wondering if you have a good place to have I can sit outside someplace. That's not a big deal, but I can. Where would you recommend I go?
You take a Okay. Please return to your seats.
All right. Good morning, everyone. I see people are still making their way in. Thank you for being here today and joining us. Thank you to UT Austin for housing the symposium this year. I am Anka Lask, co-founder of Interior Provocations with Deborah Schneiderman and Karen Zeev, also here, and Associate Professor of Design History at Pratt. And I have with me here Tara Dudley.
Good morning. I'm an assistant professor of interior design history and architectural history here in the School of Architecture.
And we are thrilled to be moderating the first session of this event together. Before we begin, we would like to actually invite our first speakers to join us over here, maybe in front. If you don't mind, it will be easier to go back and forth, or if you're standing already in front, then even perfect. So there are seats right there, and then we'll have a Q&A, of course, at the end. So we'll introduce our speakers one at a time, and we would like to ask you all to hold off on your questions until the end of the session, when we will officially open the time for a Q&A. If there are any online questions, from what I understand, we can't actually unfortunately take them. We know that this is live streamed, but then that's not possible unless someone knows one of us, and feel free to text us if you have our phone information, and we'll be happy to take questions like that as well. All right, so with that said, I'm going to introduce our first speaker today. I'm going to move on to the next slide over there, Paula Lapkin. Paula Lapkin is a historian of design, architecture, and cities. She received her PhD in art history from the University of Pennsylvania in 1997 and has taught at Illinois Institute of Technology, the University of Illinois at Chicago, and Washington University in St. Louis. Since 2012, she has been a faculty member in the Department of Art History at the University of North Texas, where she teaches courses on the history of modern interiors, architecture, and design. Her research explores the relationship between architecture, infrastructure, and modern life, with recent work focusing on the cultural and environmental histories of interiors. She is co-editor with Penny Spark of Shaping the American Interior, Structures, Contexts, and Practices, which was published by Routledge in 2018, and author of The Telegraphic Interior, Networking Space for Capital Flows in the 1920s, which was published in Interior Provocations, first volume in 2021. Her forthcoming essay, Electronic Enclosure, Bruce Goff, and the Post-War Bachelor Pad, will appear in Material Worlds, Bruce Goff, published by Yale University Press for the Art Institute of Chicago. Paula is a founding organizer and past chair of HIG, the Historic Interiors Affiliate Group of the Society of Architectural Historians, if you're not familiar with it. And I know that she still stands also on the advisory board of that group as well. So Paula will be speaking about manufactured weather, beer, the cold chain, and the modern interior today. So without any further ado, I will invite her here. Thank you. And welcome.
So good morning, everyone. I'm here to talk with you this morning about the modern interior and beer. It's an unexpected pairing, especially at this hour, but together they reveal how refrigeration defined a distinctly modern kind of interior, one organized around the cold chain. Frequently, we understand the modern interior is the space where modern life is lived. The cold chain turns this idea inside out. Uninhabited, but interior, industrial rather than domestic, defining modernity through technological systems of control. Recently, Nicola Twiley used the term cold chain in her book, Frostbite, How Refrigeration Changed Our Food, Our Planet, and Ourselves. The origins of the term cold chain, however, lie in the late 19th century, when a system of refrigerated production, transport, and storage first emerged. Powered by new mechanical technologies, the system made temperature a controllable element of commerce and design. The cold chain represents one of the earliest attempts to manufacture climate on an industrial scale. It consisted of a linked series of interiors, breweries, rail cars, depots, and saloons that together formed a continuous geography of manufactured cold. Brewers such as Adolphus Busch of Anheuser-Busch built this system to mass produce, store, and distribute lager beer to a rapidly expanding market in the hot, arid frontier known at the time as the Great Southwest. From the perspective of St. Louis manufacturers, this region was understood as their rightful trade territory, a natural extension of the city's industrial empire. Regional railroads, such as the Frisco, the Katy, and the Cotton Belt, served as arteries of commerce, carrying St. Louis goods deep into the plains. In booster literature, these routes were described as plans to, quote, colonize the Southwest, joining economic ambition to territorial conquest. The cold chain carried the machinery of climate control into environments long regarded as inhospitable to industrial settlement. The mastery of cold became the form of mastery over place, extending the colonial transformation of the frontier into what William Cronin has described as second nature, landscapes remade through industrial systems of control. This bird's eye view from about 1890 shows the expansion of the Anheuser-Busch brewery as it integrated artificial refrigeration into its brewing process. By 1892, the brewery was producing 700,000 barrels of beer each year. The complex occupied more than 40 blocks on the south side of St. Louis. So this is where the cold chain begins, here in the heart of the industrial landscape. The refrigerating plant marked with the red X, the stockhouse adjacent to it marked with the yellow, red Y, and the train depot, which you can see some of here at this point. Together they comprised the brewer's cold chain, or at least the beginnings of it. The refrigerating plant, seen at left, contained the machinery that powered the entire system: ammonia compression equipment, condensed gas into chilled liquid, which circulated through underground pipes to the adjacent storage building, which you can see marked with a Y. Two of the storage buildings, known as stockhouses, are depicted here in a turn-of-the-century postcard. These enormous towering masses were blank on the outside with little fenestration, facing each other across an empty street. So this is number 8 and number 10 of the stockhouses. The exact number of how many there were is not entirely clear, but many. At an upper level, they were linked here by pipes carrying refrigerant from building to building. 7 stories tall, stockhouse number 10 replaced the brewery's natural limestone beer caves, where lager had once cooled to a constant 56 degrees. Its heavy brick construction supported enormous weight while limiting heat transfer. Inside, chilled brine from the refrigeration plant circulated through coiled pipes lining the ceilings and walls of the storage chambers. These absorbed heat and stabilized air temperature, allowing freshly brewed beer to rest, or lager, at 56 degrees or below. The advertisement on the left, featuring a sectional view of Stockhouse number 10, reveals the horizontal arrangement inside, floor after floor, of sealed storage barrels lined up across open plan floors. Stockhouse number 10 was among the first industrial interiors in the United States organized entirely around mechanical cooling. By the 1890s, Bush had established the St. Louis Refrigerator Car Company to transport beer into the hot Southwest. Engineers designed these cars to preserve kegs and bottles across hundreds of miles without spoilage. Each car functioned as a mobile interior that extended the controlled environment of St. Louis into the frontier. The performance of these cars depended on the layering of the wall, as demonstrated in this ad. Each wall had double layers of tin or galvanized steel packed with materials such as paper shavings, insulating paper, or mineral wool, which is a fibrous slag-based insulation. Engineers refined these combinations to reduce heat transfer through enclosure. Unlike refrigerator cars for meat, which you might be more familiar with, or produce, these beer cars were never iced during transit. They relied entirely on insulation and sealing to preserve the cold. The wall section exposes the details of thermal design, the layers of material and air spaces that controlled climate inside the car. Engineers experimented with new materials and configurations. In the diagram on the left, two different roof assemblies appear, both with dead air gaps, multiple layers of felt or paper, and a sub-sealing sheathing to slow heat transfer. So D and E are two separate solutions. To extend the cold chain south, brewers like Adolphus Busch built a system of depots and warehouses as fixed nodes of refrigeration across the rail network. This map of the Frisco Railway in Texas shows more than 20 Anheuser-Busch depots, each represented kind of fancifully with the portrait of Adolphus Busch himself, a photographic marker of his territorial reach. Each location, which included Tyler, Dallas, Fort Worth, Houston, Austin, and Galveston, just to name a few, formed a regional geography of refrigerated interiors. This drawing reveals the continuity between mobile and fixed interiors. As in the beer car, layers of insulation, vapor barriers, and narrow air spaces were engineered to maintain stable temperature and moisture. The wall became a site of continual material experimentation, a frontier of environmental control. This photograph of the Geyser Ice Company in Waco shows one of the largest Anheuser-Busch depots in Texas. So though the sign identifies it as an ice company, it was in fact a subsidiary of Anheuser-Busch. The building's heavy brick walls, supported by buttresses, housed the cold storage rooms at the front, while additional bottling and distribution facilities extended toward the rear of the site. Its architecture, in simplified form, closely resembles Stockhouse number 10 in St. Louis, and they were both designed by the same firm, Widman and Walsh. So they adapted their industrial vocabulary to a smaller frontier town. This image invites a closer look at how such refrigerated interiors were constructed. The Waco depot likely shared the same layered wall system used throughout the Busch network, including sheet cork and tarred felt, packed between inner and outer walls. In this particular case, a mastic coating was ironed on at site, and then cooling pipes similar to those in St. Louis helped to stabilize the interior temperature. This map shows the spread of brewery depots into Oklahoma Territory after the infamous land runs of the early 1890s. So Anheuser-Busch plus the Milwaukee brewers Pabst and Schlitz each sought to control the region's market for refrigerated beer. Depots were positioned along the two main railway lines entering the territory, the Rock Island, and the Santa Fe. And Guthrie, which is right here, at that particular location, the cold chain took the form of a small timber depot beside the tracks, built to handle redistribution across central Oklahoma. This wood rather than brick building was quickly assembled frontier depot from the early 1890s. Lined with layers of insulation, it was divided into several rooms, a warehouse, tank storage, ice storage, and an engine room. So Guthrie was there to provide distribution to cities that were not, or towns or locations that were not on the railway line. Farther north in Oklahoma at Enid, a competition among breweries intensified. Enid was unique in the Oklahoma network because all three major Midwestern brewers built depots along the same stretch of railroad. Each company established its own insulated warehouse. Three nearly identical depots line the tracks, each brewery bearing its name in large letters visible from passing trains. These buildings were more than warehouses, they were visual claims to territory, asserting corporate ownership within a rapidly developing frontier town. At Enid, the competition that began in distant breweries became visible in the built landscape. The cold chain here took architectural form, extending from storage and transport into the public face of the town. Excuse me. From the depots, refrigerated beer moved into the saloon, the public endpoint of the cold chain, in towns such as Kingfisher, El Reno, and Ponca City. Anyone from Ponca City? No? Brewery-owned saloons were often amongst the first permanent commercial buildings constructed. The facades featured painted signs identifying ownership by Anheuser-Busch, Pabst, or Schlitz, typically, as in this case, positioned at the corner of the building. Nope. Each functioned as both advertisement and a declaration of control. These standardized markings linked the saloon to a wider system of refrigerated depots and rail distribution, turning the building into a visible node in the larger network. Inside the saloon, the entire system of refrigeration was scaled down to a large icebox. The icebox served as the final link in the cold chain. These large wooden cabinets, often framed in oak or ash and lined with zinc or tin, stored bottles or kegs of beer, which you can see here, at serving temperature. Their hollow walls were packed with insulating materials such as straw or sawdust, reproducing the same layered construction found in the depots and beer cars. A block of ice, which you can see here, cooled the air that circulated in the lower shelves. Brass hardware and decorative woodwork gave the icebox a finished appearance, but its purpose was mechanical, to stabilize temperature and preserve the product. The beer taps, which you can see here, these three right there, were mounted directly on the icebox, not the bar itself, making the icebox the literal point of contact between cold storage and consumption. Within the saloon interior, which you see on the right, refrigeration became visible and tangible. The icebox condensed the cold chain's material system into the scale of furniture, linking the industrial production of cold to the everyday act of serving beer. So, to conclude, we return to the cold chain diagram to see how each of these interiors, the brewery, the rail car, the depot, and the saloon, formed part of a single industrial system. Taken as a whole, the system constitutes a modern interior in its own right. At this point, it is important to acknowledge that the refrigerated interiors of the Southwest were not neutral. Not only not natural, they were not neutral. They joined industrial production, territorial expansion, and environmental control in a single process. The cold chain extended mechanical order across indigenous territories, replacing natural cycles of heat and season with the steady regularity of engineered temperature. So, The cold chain of the Great Southwest reframes, at least I believe, the origins of the modern interior. It reveals that the modern interior was never only a room to inhabit. It was infrastructure, a product of modernity's technological ambition to control weather across geographies. So to study its spaces is to understand enclosure as both environmental and territorial control. In the cold chain, climate control becomes territorial control. Thank you.
Thank you, Paula. Let me see if I can find the other. There we go. All right. Our second presenter today is Rebecca Retke, and I'm hoping I'm not butchering the last name over here. I got a thumbs up. Thank you. Rebecca is an associate professor in the School of Interiors at the University of Kentucky College of Design, where she directs the Sustainable Futures Design Lab and collaboratively leads Studio Appalachia. She's a university research professor and a Chalgrin Endowed Professor from 2023 till 2026. Rebecca's research investigates design pathways for sustainable climatic futures in post-mining territories of Appalachia. Using community-centric co-design processes, she supports the development of resilient communities in southeastern Kentucky and beyond. Her work places interiority at the center of resilience, cultural identity, and regional knowledge, bridging global and Appalachian context through participatory design to co-create place-based solutions. She collaboratively founded Global and Appalachia and Studio Appalachia to advance this work, initiatives that have received support from the National Endowment for the Arts and other entities. Her scholarship extends internationally, including pedagogical projects in China, design-build projects in Brazil, sustainability research in South Africa, and experiential learning design initiatives in Lexington. Across this context, her work has been chronicled in articles, book chapters, and presented locally and internationally as well. So please join me in welcoming Rebecca Retke, who will be speaking about interiors as sites of atmospheric inscription. Thank you.
Good morning. There's an age-old knowledge saying, wisdom, which is you never wear a conference, or you never wear a concert t-shirt to the conference. And this is my conference t-shirt. So I'm breaking the rules of wearing the conference t-shirt and my pin. So thank you for the gear. Not only thank you for my concert tee, but also thank you for bringing together the leading thought leaders of interiority together today. This is just exciting to be in this room today and seeing some familiar faces and people who I've respected and actually getting to be in the room with them. How can we dwell within weather, visually, materially, and emotionally? As extreme weather events like fire and flood increasingly shape daily life, weather becomes more than climate. It becomes a condition of habitation, memory, and identity. This project explores how interiors can hold atmospheric knowledge through natural dyeing, sediment analysis, and textile arts. By framing interiors as repositories of atmospheric knowledge where climate, material, and memory converge, design comes both interpretive and a sensorial practice. Atmosphere here is not only meteorological, but lived. It informs how communities dwell within change. The interior becomes a site of knowing, translating environmental data and emotional resilience into tactile and cultural form. In July 2022, catastrophic flooding transformed Eastern Kentucky's homes and communities from places of security into sites of trauma and displacement. This happened again in February of this year. Flooding, which is the most common natural disaster globally, leaves not only physical but psychological scars. As Bernard Clay writes in Troublesome Rising, which was a collection of essays from Appalachians who were experiencing the flooding event in 2022. In the news every other day, a 1,000-year flood pops up in a new spot on the planet. We must ask, how do we live after the water recedes, and how do interiors reconstitute atmosphere, memory, and belonging when the house and the objects it contains have disappeared? Bachelard reminds us a house constitutes a body of images that give mankind proofs or illusions of stability. When the flood washes those images away, interiors must be rebuilt, not only through architecture, but through atmosphere. Benjamin writes, to live is to leave traces, and flooding threatens those traces, covering them in silt or erasing them altogether. And yet, interiors can persist as living archives, sites where atmospheric knowledge accumulates through matter, memory, and use. Even when the physical structures are lost, the sensory and affective conditions of home remain through ritual, craft, and community space and practice. To inhabit, then, is not merely to occupy the space, but to sustain an ecology of relationships that link the personal to the planetary. Following the immediate aftermath of the 2022 floods, the Kentucky Geological Survey went throughout the region and collected soil and sediment samples from the flooding events. Through a recent new collaboration I have with the KGS, that's what we call them in the biz, they have shared their sediments with me. I take those sediments and then transform them into natural dyes through grinding, mordanting, and immersing cotton in these earth pigments. When bound to fabric, the sediments produce a palette that records the chemical and geological realities of disaster. Paired with local plant dyes, such as pokeberry, walnut, and blackberry, the work weaves together ecological and cultural knowledge together. This process is slow, reflective, and archival. It requires patience and attention, and the same care that is required after rebuilding communities after significant loss. Take pokeberry for an example. It's a vibrant yet toxic plant that grows along creek beds throughout Kentucky and the region. It's often seen as a weed and as this invasive species that grows along water. Historically, Appalachians have boiled this 3 times to remove the poisonous impacts and make it into a thing called poke salad. And this is something that during food scarcity, a lot of people relied on for nutrition. And so what's interesting is that if you don't have this certain knowledge of how to prepare it, it can be quite toxic. So pokeberry embodies this resilience, both in nourishment and in danger, in beauty and in survival. Its dye properties, like its cultural history, is volatile yet enduring. Like when you're trying to dye with something with pokeberry, it's super temperamental, really sensitive to heat, and I think that it only works well on certain fabrics. So I think that's interesting as a provocation of like the precarity of it. As scholar Laura Penmuller writes, pokeweed acts as a cultural agent, carrying kinship with water landscapes and the memory of survival. By incorporating plants like pokeberry, the work reclaims ecological knowledge rooted in place and transforms it into color and textures. In this practice, iron-rich and clay-rich sediments produce distinct tonal gradations, from ochre to silvery browns, and finally, through some layering of post-mordant dye processes engaging iron, the fabrics become more than records of the ecological disruption. They become tactile embodiments of a specific place. Each pigment binds sedimentary chemistry to a lived and shared history. Each layer of dye registers the dialogue between the human hand and natural processes and the atmospheres that surround us. These fabrics act as carriers of atmospheric knowledge, rendering water, mineral content, and memory as visible and tactile. The result is not merely textiles, but an interior condition expressed through cloth, a material language through which weather is archived, interpreted, and shared. The development of these textiles is ongoing, and their afterlives are intentionally open-ended. The goal is for this body of work to serve as a connective tissue among the communities experiencing loss through flooding, like the sites that we work in Eastern Kentucky, specifically Letcher County, and other facing flood, post-flood recovery worldwide. The intention is that this can serve as a means for creating opportunities for dialogue, remembrance, and healing, as well as communal acts of making. At the same time, how do we position these is one of the goals of, through exhibitions and engagements, a part of a larger dialogue around climate-related events, such as Helene positioning the work within a trans-regional conversation about how communities materialize resilience and memorialize weather. If the flooding erases our traces, then making becomes a way of retrieval, an inscription of the atmosphere itself. Textile traditions in Appalachia offer both continuity and adaptability in the aftermath of disaster. Unlike temporary emergency response, such as FEMA trailers, an architectural response which provides minimal shelter that lacks cultural community and continuity, textiles can embody that belonging and place. Bell Hooks reminds us that space has power to give life or to take it away. Quilting, weaving, and dyeing are all ways of giving back to life to a damaged space. They reconnect individuals to ancestral practice and community identity in an intimate scale. Wendell Berry speaks of rootedness and the insistence that this is the place. Robin Wall Kimmerer describes making as reciprocity, the dialogue between people and plants, and through these lenses, crafts become a cultural and ecological act of care. Ultimately, the flood wanted to become a quilt. When I began cataloging and dyeing the samples, I first thought of it in analytical terms of how do we record mineral content and hue as it relates to atmospheric conditions. But through the form of the quilt, the work found a cultural language and a vernacular that already exists. It's a way to weave narrative, data, and locality together. Louis Kahn said, you say to a brick, what do you want, brick? And the brick says, I like an arch. And in this case, the flood wanted to be a quilt. Its material form revealed its own desire for expression, translating sediment and data into warmth, texture, and belonging. And the quilt transforms hydrological data through the discharge rates on an hourly impact in the log cabin methodology. So each bar represents gauge data through a 24-hour period of the flooding event, with the topography of the river gauge data, site location as the binding. Like a community rebuilding itself piece by piece, a quilt becomes an active recovery, turning evidence into interiors. These acts of making embody the principle of Sankofa, from Ghana, meaning to retrieve from the past in order to move forward. Each stitch recalls what has been lost, while imagining new ways of living within weather. In this sense, interiors extend beyond walls. They exist in the atmosphere of care, the labor of hands, and the continuity of craft. They remind us that design's role is not only to provide shelter from the storm, but to hold its memory and to ensure that the traces of experiences endure. What then might the discipline of interior design look like in an age of extreme weather? It means expanding our notion of atmosphere beyond comfort or style to include cultural community and continuity and environmental ethics. It means integrating citizen science and craft as methods, inviting residents to document and translate their own weather experiences through material and space. In this provocation, participatory dye labs, communal quilting, and exhibitions of works become new sites of interior practice. spaces that remember, that teach, and that heal. To return to Benjamin, to live is to leave traces. And through this transformation of sediment into textile, into quilt, into cultural artifact, into interiors, can indeed bear witness to planetary change. These atmospheric inscriptions are both speculative and grounded as they retrieve ancestral knowledge while reimagining future interiors. They remind us that the work of interior design is not only to rebuild structures, but to sustain the atmospheres of meaning, of making, and of care. Thank you. Oh, can I add one more thing? Okay, so I was reading this article. Thanks for the applause. You don't have to do it again. But I was reading this article, but a quilt is more on my flight here, and I thought this is a particularly good quote to add. It's not in my approved script. Okay. This is from an article called "But a Quilt is More," recontextualizing the discourse of G's bin quilts. We was taught there was many different ways to build a quilt. It's like building a house. You can start with a bedroom over there or a den over here, and you just add on until you get what you want. Ought not two quilts ever be the same? You might use exactly the same material, but you would do it different. A lot of people make quilts just for your bed, for you to keep you warm, but a quilt is more. It represents safekeeping. It represents beauty, and you can say it represents family history. And that's from Minzy Lee Petway. Thank you.
As we know in Texas, the weather is unpredictable, so thank you for that addition. It was really meaningful. Thank you. Beautiful. Right. Good morning again. I am pleased to introduce our third panelist this morning, William Mangold, who is an assistant professor in interior architecture and design at Drexel University in Philadelphia. Trained as a cabinet maker, he studied architecture and fine arts at the Rhode Island School of Design and Environmental Psychology at the Graduate Center of the City University of New York. Before joining Drexel, he taught at Pratt Institute and worked for the New York City firm Ivan Bryce Architecture. Guided by an interest in the interactions between people and place, underscored by a dedication to social responsibility, his work bridges practice, pedagogy, and theory. Through teaching and scholarship, he integrates hands-on making with critical inquiry into atmosphere, materiality, and lived experience. He is co-editor of the People, Place, and Space Reader and recently published the Interiors Theory Primer, extending the theoretical discourse of the discipline. It brings me pleasure to bring up William Mangold, who will talk to us today about weathering, care, and the aesthetics of use. Welcome.
Morning, thank you. And to echo Rebecca's comments, this is a great place to be here this morning. It's a great group. I'm William Mangold from Drexel University, and I'm going to talk through 3 Philadelphia case studies that connect to the theme of weather. I'll start by asking a question. What does it mean for an interior to weather? I think that's kind of the question of the day. How might we think about the soft erosions, the quiet accumulations, or the sharper impact of human activity on the surfaces of our spaces? From polished completion to the traces of use, this paper explores how interiors weather through time, touch, light, humidity, repair, and use. And it suggests that this weathering is atmospheric through the layering of care, adaptation, and inhabitation. Atmosphere is often understood as something crafted, an effect of color, lighting, material detail. But atmosphere also accrues. It lingers in surfaces, rhythms, routines. And so this paper uses the concept of weathering to think about how atmosphere seasons through the aesthetics and ethics of use. Weathering refers to the gradual deterioration of material surfaces, whether caused by environmental exposure, human interaction, or institutional neglect. In architecture, David Leatherbarrow has framed weathering as a temporal process that reveals the interdependence between built form and environment, making visible a building's life in time. Extending this logic to interiors, we encounter a subtler but no less potent material vocabulary. Worn floor tiles, scuffed thresholds, discolored paint, improvised repairs. These are not simply signs of decay, they are records of inhabitation, including care and adaptation. This paper argues that the aesthetics of weathering offer a counterpoint to design's frequent pursuit of clean and controlled environments. Drawing on Helene Forgeau's dirty theory, which frames dirt, in quotation, as a generative disruption of architectural purity, I explore how worn and weathered interiors challenge normative ideals of perfection. Dirt, in this sense, is not merely grime, it is ethical friction, reminding us that places are entangled with use, maintenance, and everyday life. Using 3 case studies, a public school interior, this is where my kids go to school in Philadelphia, a student thesis project, and a traditional Japanese house, this is Shofuso, also in Philadelphia, I examine how wear and weathering influence atmosphere over time. These examples do not treat decay as failure, but as evidence of care, labor, and belonging. They ask us to see the interior not as a fixed design product, but as a living environment layered with use. In doing so, they prompt a larger reconsideration. How might we learn to enjoy the weather? Greenfield Elementary in Philadelphia is a mid-century school whose spaces tell the story of decades of use, adaptation, and repair within the constraints of public school infrastructure. Its current state is not one that has been carefully designed or curated, so what emerges is an improvised atmosphere, an environment composed less by intention than by necessity, and yet rich with the material traces of care. Walking through Greenfield's hallways, one quickly notices this visual language of improvisation. Floor tiles cracked or have been replaced in patches. Walls show layers of different colored paints with really no effort to reconcile them. Ceiling panels are stained, sometimes replaced, rarely uniform. And yet, I want to argue that these signs of wear in Greenfield do not register as neglect. They actually reflect a low-level process of upkeep, commitment to functionality and safety, but also to continuity and presence. This atmosphere of improvisation is not incidental. It's actually a result of a system in which public schools, particularly in older cities like Philadelphia, are chronically underfunded and maintained through piecemeal interventions. I can get specific about the history in Philadelphia, but if you've seen the TV show Abbott Elementary, it's funny, but also very accurate portrayal of this system. Teachers often act as the de facto stewards of their classrooms, investing their own time and money to decorate, organize, and sometimes repair. Custodians, administrators, and parents contribute to a collective choreography of maintenance. The space bears witness to this collective labor, not through polish, but through the visible marks of lived use. I mean, I was just kind of stunned when I walked into the gym and saw this. Like, who did that? I don't know how, but I thought it was pretty fantastic. This material condition challenges dominant aesthetic notions. Where design standards often privilege visual coherence, public schools offer a counter-aesthetic. The space is held together not by uniformity, but by adaptability. Here, atmosphere is not designed in advance, but produced through care practices, patching, repainting, rearranging, improvising solutions with what's at hand. The aesthetics of this atmosphere lie in its irregularity, its accumulation, and its embrace of weathering. In this sense, Greenfield exemplifies the way Frigeau thinks about dirt. Dirt is not just matter that's out of place, but also that which troubles purity, precision, and control. Dirt, for Frigeau, is a material and conceptual excess that resists closure and perfection. Interiors are prone to this dirty entanglement. They are sites of use, of maintenance, of bodily presence and absence of things left out and things worn through. This case study also surfaces the politics of atmosphere. Greenfield's condition is not neutral. It reflects the structural inequalities in education funding, the invisibility of care labor, and the aesthetic expectations that we bring to public space, which sometimes are lower than we might bring to other spaces. Yet this difference is not only one of resources, it's also one of values. In its lived materiality, Greenfield invites us to shift our aesthetic criteria, to honor patina over polish, improvisation over uniformity, and care over control. As a case study, Greenfield Elementary redefines what atmosphere can mean in interior environments. It suggests that atmosphere is not always something we design from scratch, but something we inherit, we maintain, we adapt, and that wear can be beautiful, that brokenness can be instructive, and that interiors, especially civic and educational ones, can teach us not only about space, but about time, labor, and the ethics of use. The second case study focuses on a project called Inhabitable Ruins. It was a graduate thesis project by Taylor Gladfelter. She completed it last spring, which explores how deterioration and handicraft can be embraced as an aesthetic of memory and shared history. The project centers on Building 40 of the Frankfurt Arsenal. It's a 19th century military production facility located in Northeast Philadelphia. Long empty, the building bears traces of industrial activity, wartime labor, and post-industrial neglect. Exposed brick, flaking paint, rusting hardware, all signal an architectural body shaped by weather, time, and abandonment. In this case, literally, like there are broken windows and the weather comes inside. Rather than replacing or sanitizing these conditions, Gladfelter reframes the building's wear as an asset. Her project embraces the ruin as a generative condition, a place where new practices of making, gathering, and teaching can emerge in direct conversation with the material past. Her thesis proposed interiors that do not erase decay, but work with and through it, augmenting existing textures, framing layers of peeling paint, and treating cracked plaster or exposed lath as material vibrancy. Her interventions were intentional, staircases that thread through crumbling voids, framed openings that expose structural scars, flexible partitions that acknowledge the layered messiness of adaptive reuse. The building becomes a palimpsest, inviting interpretation and co-authorship by future occupants. Students and makers, the people that she envisioned to work in here, would not only be users, but stewards of the space, engaged in ongoing cycles of use, repair, and reinvention. Like Leather Barrow, this project suggests that weathering is a form of aesthetic completion, a way that places come into full visibility through time. As Leather Barrow writes, time is not the enemy of architecture, but its medium. By preserving imperfection and advocating for adaptive coexistence with decay, this project enacts a quiet resistance to the logic of replacement, efficiency, and control. This project reframes weathering not as a problem, but as a deepening of experience. In doing so, it raises critical questions. What kinds of spatial practices are enabled by embracing deterioration? How might the aesthetic of ruin invite new habits of care and inhabitation? And how can we design in conversation with entropy rather than against it? And again, I think that these are kind of central to the conversation about weather at a different scale, or the scale of the interiors. In this project, we can see interiors as temporal records, atmospheric accumulation, and spaces for ethical remaking. The third case study turns to Shofuso, a 17th century style Japanese house and garden located in Philadelphia's Fairmount Park. Anyone been? If you have a chance, it's a great place to visit. Originally designed by architect Junzo Yoshimura for the MoMA courtyard, it was a kind of exhibition of traditional Japanese work in the 1950s. It was taken apart and reassembled in Philadelphia in 1958. While not ancient, Shofuso has aged in place. Its joinery, wood surfaces, and exposed materials recording a half-century of seasonal cycles, visitor activity, and caretaking. As an interior, it offers a striking example of weathering as both aesthetic sensibility and cultural ethic, an embodiment of wabi-sabi values and material impermanence. Within Shofuso, weathering is anticipated as part of the milieu. Unsealed cypress boards, tatami mats, shoji screens, and paper transoms all invite interaction with air, moisture, light, and time. The architecture is porous. Air flows through the open engawa. Sliding panels allow spatial reconfiguration and ventilation. And rain splashes against the edges of the veranda. Each element registers this use, this weather. Discoloration, where hands slide open the fusama panels. Subtle buckling of floorboards. Soft erosions at the thresholds. These effects are neither defects nor distractions. They are central to the interior's atmosphere. Unlike Western practices that aim to fix materials in a static, clean, or new state, traditional Japanese maintenance routines involve cyclical replacement, surface care, and respectful acceptance of impermanence. Joinery is oiled and tended, but not necessarily sanded or concealed. Parts that rot or become damaged are carefully cut out and replaced. In these ways, the place is sustained through an ethic of care, one that values responsiveness over control and renewal over restoration. I'd suggest that this creates an atmosphere of calm attunement within the house, a feeling of temporal presence. This is actually a class I took there. I taught a class, Nature Inside, and it was kind of wrestled with a lot of these issues. The building invites slowness. Its textures, scale, and asymmetry cultivate awareness of change. Water trickles through the site. Air stirs paper. Wood expands and contracts. This is weathering not as breakdown, but as experience, an atmosphere that arises from dynamic reciprocity between humans, materials, and environment. In contrast to the improvisational repairs at Greenfield or the embrace of deterioration in Gladfelter's thesis, Shofuso represents a formalized, even ritualized embrace of impermanence. And yet all three case studies foreground the issues of temporality and care. Each invites a rethinking of atmosphere as something that accrues, and of interiors as environments that weather. In a very literal way, Shofuso challenges the modernist expectation of interiors as isolated from the weather. Here, interior and exterior are fluid conditions, not binary zones. The engawa wraps the house, blurring the line between shelter and exposure. Visitors remove shoes and pass through thresholds that redefine the relationship between body and building, inside and outside, permanence and change. This framing of interior space as open to weather both materially and metaphorically suggests broader implications. It invites designers to imagine interiors not as sealed containers, but as evolving ecologies. And we can ask, what happens when we allow the outside in? What becomes possible when we invite materials to breathe, age, and fall apart? In the context of this paper's broader argument, Shofuso provides a culturally grounded example of how weather and weathering can help us think differently about interiors. It offers an alternative to the default paradigm of deterioration as a problem, and instead positions atmospheric change as a dimension of design. Taken together, the three case studies, Greenfield Elementary, Taylor Gladfelter's thesis, and Shofuso, suggests a compelling range of attitudes towards weathering and ways that the interior is tended in response. Though culturally and materially distinct, each reveals how interior atmosphere is not only designed, but accrues over time. Each suggests strategies for working with deterioration to deepen connections to place. And each challenges dominant aesthetic norms that privilege newness, smoothness, or control over evidence of lived inhabitation. In all three examples, atmosphere emerges through time, shaped by daily life, environmental forces, and patterns of care. In Greenfield, improvised repairs and mismatched surfaces form an unintentional atmosphere of use and adaptation. In Gladfelter's thesis, deterioration is framed as an aesthetic opportunity, inviting creative responses to surfaces marked by abandonment and erosion. In Shafuso, weathering is ritualized through cycles of maintenance, encoding impermanence within an ethic of attentiveness. What connects these three cases is a reframing of interior atmosphere as a temporal and social phenomena, an accrual. Rather than a static condition, atmosphere, like weather, is revealed as an evolving pattern of human, material, environmental interaction. This shift from product to process, from perfection to patina, offers a powerful counterpoint to prevailing design logics. Across all three case studies, deterioration does not signify neglect, it signifies relationship. The weathered interior is not simply worn down, it is worn through use, care, and proximity. What might first appear as loss is in fact an index of connection between people and materials, past and present, design and inhabitation. At Greenfield, mismatched repairs are traces of collective labor and an atmosphere of resourcefulness and care. In Gladfelter's project, decay is not hidden, but framed, narrated, and co-authored by new inventions. Weathered surfaces hold multiple temporalities. Deterioration is not erased, it's made meaningful. At Shafuso, deterioration is not just accepted, but anticipated. Materials are allowed to weather gracefully, and their eventual repair is integrated into an ethic of stewardship. The weathered interior becomes a space not of loss, but of layered presence, a site where time, use, and care deepen our connection to place. Weather requires maintenance, and each project suggests a different relationship between care and design authorship. In Greenfield, repairs are reactive, born of necessity and constrained resources, yet they constitute a form of spatial authorship, a small gesture of agency that accumulates into lived texture. Gladfelter's thesis imagines a proactive role for designers in embracing decay, not fixing, but framing, revealing, layering. Shafuso, by contrast, embodies an ongoing choreography of care, a centuries-old logic in which stewardship and wear are inseparable. These cases trouble the boundaries between intention and use, creation and maintenance, profession and inhabitant. They prompt a reevaluation of authorship, not as origination, but as participation in a temporal and ethical continuum. What if maintenance itself is recognized as design work? And I think that was a theme of one of our earlier conferences, right? Central to this inquiry is the idea that imperfection and impermanence are not flaws to be solved, but conditions to be honored. As Frigeau proposes, the dirty, the weathered, the residual are not outside design, but central to its ethical and environmental responsibilities. Together, these frameworks of imperfection and impermanence call for an expanded aesthetic, one that values wear not as degradation, but as expression. And this aesthetic has implications for sustainability, of course, by shifting focus from novelty to endurance, from polish to patina. We might reimagine sustainability not only as a technical performance, but as cultural practice. Weathered interiors ask us to live with and care for what exists, attending to what is already there, already marked, already aging. Ultimately, this paper argues for an ethic that considers weather as a condition that shifts our way of seeing and making to embrace impermanence, and imperfection. It foregrounds temporal depth, material vulnerability, and shared responsibility. Such an ethic resists the fantasy of the sealed, pristine interior and instead embraces atmosphere as emergent, contingent, and open to the outside. The ethic would involve designing for change, allowing materials to age, shift, and adapt, valuing maintenance not as afterthought, but as creative and ethical practice embedded in the process, and embracing repair, improvisation, and imperfection as expressions, and reframing atmosphere not as affect that's fixed, but as a temporal ecology. This approach calls for a more patient, humble, and reciprocal relationship between people and these places. As weather continues to intensify, climatically, politically, materially, the ability to live with atmospheric change becomes ever more critical. The weathered interior offers both a metaphor and a method, a reminder that to dwell is to care, and that every surface tells a story, not of what was designed, but of what has been lived. To live well, we must learn to read the weather, what we heard from the beginning, the subtle shifts in light, in mood, in material tension. Weathering teaches us to inhabit time, not to resist it. And perhaps that is the ethical challenge for interiors, designing not to shelter us from the weather, but inviting us to live within it. Thank you.
Oh, yes. Okay, better. There's the bar. Okay.
I would now like to introduce our final panelist of this morning's session. Alice T. Friedman is an architectural historian who has written numerous articles and books about gender, sexuality, and queer space, including Women and the Making of the Modern House, 1998, American Glamour and the Evolution of Modern Architecture in 2010, and Queer Moderns, Max Ewing's Jazz Age New York, recently in 2025. In 2023, she retired from teaching at Wellesley College, where she was the Grace Slack McNeil Professor of Art and a founding director of the architecture program. Friedman's current project is a book of essays entitled Poker Faces, which examines queer domesticities in modern designs for non-conforming households. I'm pleased to welcome Alice here this morning to talk to us more about that project with her presentation, I Can See Queerly Now. Thank you.
Whoops, might be a little bit short for the podium, so we will try. Can you hear me if I'm over here? Better over here. Yep. I want to thank the organizers for including my work in the symposium. I don't know if I can juggle all that, but I will try. And also this. Thank you. As Tara mentioned, I retired 2 years ago, but I had to come out of retirement for this conference, not only to see so many friends, but also to talk about the issue of atmosphere, particularly in relation to my current project, which has been in development for a while, on this typology of the poker face building, more narrowly, the poker face house. And it dovetails very well with the notion of weather, not so much in my paper as materiality, but as ambiance, as environment, and as to use an anachronistic term for the people I'm talking about, as a vibe. So in recent years, there we go. The notion of queer space has been refined both as a theoretical concept and as an emerging design typology. More important, I think, for our work is that a number of case studies examining both public and private queer spaces have already been brought together and published for study and reference by critics and historians. For example, books like Queer Spaces and Atlas of LGBTQIA Places and Stories, edited by Adam Nathaniel Furman and Joshua Mardell, published in 2022, documents the existence of such spaces, including living spaces, bars, educational and political spaces, community gathering places, and religious retreats, very broad range of typologies, in locations worldwide, providing multiple points of reference through these, in that example, very short essays, multiple points of reference for new research. It's important to recognize the ubiquity of such spaces as protected zones or safe spaces within the majority heteronormative environments, and to understand the need among non-conforming or marginalized communities to create such safe zones as refuges and as spaces of empowerment in a world in which homophobia and transphobia are commonplace. I think I'll put this down. Adjust that down. The fact that these spaces are often hidden, secret, or coded in ways that are only legible to their self-selected users makes them key examples for the study of environments. Described according to the themes of this conference, these are highly controlled environments that, thanks to various devices, remain impervious to the prevailing climate of heteronormativity, homophobia, and persecution. They are also defiant alternatives to what we might refer to as the stormy weather of the outside world. As the 1945 song by Stein and Kahn described it, "Since we've no place to go, let it snow, let it snow, let it snow." We need to put a critical emphasis on the words, "since we've no place to go," to understand the nature of these queer environments. Put simply, queer spaces are places apart, environments with their own logic, narratives, and internal weather conditions, excuse me, where queer people can see themselves more clearly in spaces that exclude the outside world. Though mostly hidden and unremarkable, and that's something that I'll expand upon, as designed entities, these controlled and highly bounded environments tell the outside world to F off in no uncertain terms. In my paper today, I want to look at a few examples of domestic spaces that demonstrate these conditions of alterity, secrecy, defiance, and queer pleasure. I have 3 examples to show you, all of which fit within the typology of what I've called the poker face house, a new analytical category for queer or other non-conforming spaces that I've been working to elaborate for some time. In these examples, the exterior condition is conceived as entirely separate from the interior, using ugly and ordinary materials and style markers, to quote Robert Venturi, as well as other banal architectural devices to protect interior spaces by making their programmatic meanings and spatial configurations all but illegible to outside observers. My 3 examples are as follows. Gertrude Stein and Alice Toklas's Paris apartment and studio, created in the period between 1910 and 1938, and recently brought to our attention again in a new book by Francesca Wade about Gertrude and Alice. Second, Max Ewing's New York apartment at 19 West 31st Street, fashioned as a queer space for its occupant in the period 1928 to 1933. And one of my favorites, my current project, the Natalie Hammond compound in Gloucester, Mass., designed by Eleanor Raymond and occupied by a trio of queer women and their household servants from 1942 until 1946. Sorry, it's a little hard to get this through. As many of you know, Gertrude Stein and Alice B. Toklas lived together as a married couple at 27 Rue de Fleurus in Paris from 1910, when Toklas joined the household established by queer writer Gertrude Stein and her art critic brother, Leo Stein. The Steins emerged as collectors at the beginning of the 20th century, and from 1903 on, they took on the role of promoters of modern art, acquiring works by Picasso, Matisse, Cézanne, and others, and also creating a salon for critical discussions of the topics that interested them. Soon after Toklas's arrival at Rue de Fleurus, Leo Stein left the household, I should say fled the household, expressing his homophobic jealousy and anxiety to his sister in no uncertain terms, and shunning her newly emboldened lover, Alice. Nevertheless, yeah, okay. Yeah, it's a little hard to see over it. That's the only trouble. Can you? Oh, that's fantastic. No, there you all are. Okay, sorry. Oh, very good. Thank you very much. It's an occupational hazard of the weather. Nevertheless, Leo was barely missed in the newly configured queer space that the two women created, a space where Toklas served as the helpmate and wife, and Gertrude as the husband whose creative genius had to be protected and nurtured at all costs. As such, Alice devoted herself to her role as cook, companion, typist, and lover of Gertrude, hosting parties and curating the guest list of friends and invitees. Clearly, Alice was far from powerless as she advised, protected, and largely controlled Gertrude throughout their relationship. For more on this topic, as I mentioned, I would suggest you read Francesca Wade's amazing new book. At Rue de Fleurus, the exterior of the building in which Stein and Toklas' household flourished was a typical Parisian apartment block in which the uniformity of windows and surfaces meant that no single occupant, much less the queer Stein-Toklas household, could be identified or read from the exterior. This condition obviously suited any number of urban dwellers, since the overall impression of wealth and stability created by the scale, the carved stone of the building as a whole, and the bourgeois neighborhood in which it was located was sufficient to create a message of status and power, but also anonymity. The interior of the Stein-Toklas home and studio, as shaped by the couple, told a very different story. Here we see Alice entering Gertrude's writing room. Though they occupied a ground floor apartment and an adjacent studio accessed via the courtyard of the block, the woman took advantage of the shadows, the dark furniture, much of it purchased on the Steins' trips to Italy, and the lack of windows to live their lives as a stable and successful queer couple in a cultural climate of their own making. Here, the narrative of queer marriage dominated the psychic and social realm, as well as the physical one. And the logic of that narrative had to be accepted by all who came there. Indeed, the message was reinforced by the staging and costuming of the couple's bond as communicated by their fashion and by their many paired outfits, most of which were designed by Alice herself. As I've written in other contexts, the Stein-Toklas space in Paris was part of a clandestine lesbian archipelago of queer environments throughout the city, little islands of safety, if you will, that were linked by their culture and by the atmosphere that characterized them. Thus, no matter what stormy conditions prevailed in the outside world of Paris in the years before and after the Second World Wars, the men and women who frequented these spaces, which included Natalie Barney's lesbian salon on the Rue Jacob, as well as Sylvia Beach and Adrienne Monier's avant-garde bookshops, each on opposite sides of the street at Rue de l'Odéon, as well as bars and restaurants. So we think of them as not one in geospatial environment, but as a group of linked spaces. They were largely protected, kept safe and warm by the metaphorical fire of the queer culture that burned brightly within them. Oh God, I sound like Frank Lloyd Wright. Moreover, though efforts were often made by male contemporaries like Joyce and Hemingway to push the male-dominated cultural conditions of the outside world inside, these queer women made sure that their walls were secure and the roofs never leaked so badly that the stormy weather of their homophobic surroundings contaminated their interiors. We turn now to second example, the New York apartment of the queer musician and socialite Max Ewing, which, like Stein's, was a hybrid living space tucked behind the walls of a building on 31st Street called the Life Building, a mixed-use structure of apartments, studios, and offices designed by Carrere and Hastings, of all people, at the turn of the 20th century. Like the Stein-Toklas studio, the queer space that Ewing created in his apartment on the top floor throughout the late 1920s and 30s was called upon to serve a number of different functions, both private and semi-private. It was a living space and an entertaining space and a salon, cultural, informative, private, etc. A really interesting hybrid. Here as well, the cultural climate was protected, exclusive and deliberate. Ewing could control both the literal and interpsychic temperature, altering lighting, sound, and other sensory experiences in an environment that was highly staged and set apart from the outside world. Here Ewing went one step further than his lesbian predecessors had done, and he knew the Stein-Toklas household at Salon very well from personal experience in 1925-26. He created a powerfully sensorial alternative narrative through a multimedia installation in a walk-in closet in his bedroom, which we see here. That space measured only 4 foot by 4 foot, and it also had a little sink in it, so it's tiny. Within its walls, Ewing created what he called, rather grandiosely, but he never missed an opportunity, he called his gallery of extraordinary portraits, a sort of queer Parnassus, a who's who of his own personal and cultural, broadly cultural 19th and 20th century heroes. Ranging from writers like Oscar Wilde and Radcliffe Hall, the author of the controversial 1928 lesbian novel, The Well of Loneliness, which was under discussion often in the year that Ewing put this exhibit together because it was banned, to pictures of Ewing's favorite movie stars like Gary Cooper and Mae West. The 3D scrapbook on the walls of the closet included bodybuilders like Tony Sansone, one of Ewing's particular favorites. And we have to remember that images like these were seen as nude images, right? They not at all surprising to us, but the people who visited the closet were definitely surprised, thrilled, shocked, the broad range of experiences of seeing images of this sort. And they also included Ewing's treasured photos of boxers and any number of semi-nude athletes, male athletes. The temperature in his closet clearly rose each time his startled and delighted guests studied his photo collection, often in close proximity to each other. Alcohol, smoke, conversation, tactility, you name it. The weather was ever-changing, fascinating there. And the images were displayed in a way that enhanced the mood of camp irony and identification. Ewing's installation told the story of queer beauty and glamour, and ultimately celebrated the triumph of queer culture and modernism, both very important to him, over homophobia and heteronormativity, through a narrative in which Ewing himself, talented, queer, handsome, socially connected, was placed squarely at the center, as he is in this photograph of him sitting in his little closet. Ewing's many parties in his apartment were legendary, and his guest list, which included black and white writers and entertainers, from Nella Larson, and Taylor Gordon, who was a singer, to Florine Stettheimer, who some of you may have heard of, and the photographer George Platt Lynes, all of whom came together in a environment that fostered the artistic avant-garde and the queer space. Ewing even printed a catalog of the collection that visitors to the closet could refer to, and he put little numbers on each of the images. It's hard to see. Creating in this catalog a sort of micro environment of its own. The numbered entries, like the installation of the walk-in closet, was constantly changing. A display that included photographs by his friends Bernice Abbott and George Platt Lynes, and images later added that were by his mentor, the photographer Carl Van Vechten. It told the story about queer history and queer survival, and it created a portrait, one might say a romantic narrative in an entirely aspirational, fictional mode of Ewing's own life. When Ewing invited friends like the model Marion Morehouse and the artist Isamu Noguchi, that's what hooked me on Max Ewing. Not only his weird little display, but all of these names crop up, like Noguchi, like Bernice Abbott, and George Platt Lynes. These are all photographs by Ewing himself for a later project. And also interspersed, of course, nude photographs that Ewing also took of friends and athletes like the boxer Jack Pollock. As such, we can be sure that the space was intense, sweaty, noisy, and filled with cigarette smoke, the smell of alcohol, the sound of conversation. Here in the closet gallery, Ewing took the role of queer stage manager for his own dramatic performances, the creator of a microclimate of queer-friendly words, sounds, and cultural references tucked within the largely hostile environment of 1920s New York. Interestingly, this wasn't Ewing's first effort in making a protected queer space. As a teenager in the small Midwestern farm town of Pioneer, Ohio, Ewing had turned an unused storeroom above his parents' dry goods store into a little theater for plays and operas performed by Ewing and his girl cousins. Like the closet on 31st Street, this was a queer space of safety in which he could survive the hostile climate of the place in which he grew up. A temperate, queer-friendly environment of camp performance in a world which he hated of freezing winters and hot summers. Instead of heavy winter coats and boots, Ewing and his cousins dressed up in old lace-trimmed gowns, hats, and makeup they found in the storeroom, taking on the roles of the most famous opera and film stars of the day. This little storeroom theater, like the closet in Ewing's New York City apartment, was essential for Ewing's survival. That's part of the story. We won't go into it now. But that queer space was essential for his identity and his survival, a place in which he could breathe the clean air of authenticity. My final example, and I love showing these really ugly buildings in schools of architecture, right? You know, it's like that's the whole point of them. And when I wrote Women in the Making of the Modern House, I stayed as far away from these houses as I could because they're so awful and boring. But this new project is all about poker faces, houses that you would pass over very easily because what's inside of them is the issue. So my final example is the Natalie Hammond compound in Gloucester, Massachusetts, designed and built as a private, hybrid, working and living environment by the queer architect Eleanor Raymond, who some of you already know. The compound was conceived as a sort of queer New England town with an entrance gate, which you see here, and a paved courtyard surrounded by 3 wooden houses and a 4th communal building. These were very privileged, very wealthy ladies. The communal building had entertaining spaces and servants' rooms, and then they had a 7-car garage as well. Here, Natalie Hammond, who you see on the left and in the middle of the bottom right image, an artist, theater designer, an inventor, and a close friend of Max Ewing's in the 1920s. And 2 of her closest friends, Alice Laughlin, who was almost never photographed, so there she is on the left, and Phyllis Conard, who's at the top and on the bottom right, chose to live apart from mainstream society, even as their public lives required them to adopt highly visible performative roles in the war effort in a town where Hammond's family had deep roots. All 3 women took on leadership role in Hammond's quirky, self-funded Women's Defense Corps, a private army based in Gloucester, which focused on civil defense, home improvement skills, intelligent shopping, and cooking and first aid, so that Hammond was the commander and her 2 friends were her sort of lieutenants. All 3 women, shown in the uniforms that they designed themselves for the organization and had fabricated by Abercrombie and Fitch, had been socially prominent, successful artists in New York City, and all 3 had worked in theater as set designers and costume designers in the 1920s. Nevertheless, at the start of World War II, they moved as a group to New England, grateful for the relative safety of Gloucester, Mass. Their decision to live in a compound of 4 small colonial revival buildings was clearly motivated by their desire to create a poker-faced, protected realm where they and their friends could be both physically safe and free from the sort of homophobic surveillance that was increasingly common in American society at the time. The colonial revival style would prove to be a perfect vehicle in which to fashion this realm, since it was a style that was ubiquitous in small-town New England. Though the Women's Defense Corps only lasted a few years, despite Hammond's efforts, it was ultimately forced out of business by the US military. It stands out as one of the more unusual and eccentric efforts of its time, with Natalie Hammond as commander-in-chief and her friends as her lieutenants in the effort. By contrast, the compound in which the women lived, and I apologize for these images that came out of a sales brochure, but again, not being able to see them is maybe part of the point. It was intended to blend into the landscape of colonial revival houses and to be camouflaged by its very ordinariness. Without the anonymity provided by urban apartment living in New York, which these women had enjoyed in earlier decades, these women and their architects sought a different architectural language that would, by its very banality, create safe space for a group of queer women who were, despite their power, wealth, and status, vulnerable to homophobic prejudice. While never relinquishing their privilege or power, at Gloucester, they nonetheless created an intentionally unremarkable environment in which their private and professional lives would be accommodated and protected. Located at the end of a small peninsula called Dolliver Neck in Gloucester, the compound which Hammond named St. Briaville had been largely overlooked even by Raymond scholars, people who work on Eleanor Raymond's wonderful, diverse career. Perhaps not surprisingly, because it's so boring and seemingly banal, so out of character with the rest of Raymond's portfolio, with the rest of Raymond's oeuvre, that it is hard to even attribute it to her. Indeed, my research in the Eleanor Raymond archive at Harvard has revealed that Natalie Hammond herself, who lacked nothing in self-confidence, had insisted on contributing many preliminary sketches to the project to such a large and annoying extent that Raymond had distanced from the project and never published it as her own work. There's a great deal more to say about this project, but in closing, it's important to emphasize that the unremarkable architecture of the Hammond compound was precisely what the client wanted, and itself reveals Raymond's talent as a designer. As with the other two examples in the short overview, the Hammond project was a poker-faced queer space in which an unremarkable exterior enclosed a remarkable microclimate. Here we can see the studio space in the Laughlin house, an artist studio which is hardly what we would expect in a colonial house of this type and scale. Here the banality of the architecture protected its users both literally and atmospherically. Here, as elsewhere in Queertopia, the cold rain-soaked stormy weather of New England could be rendered entirely irrelevant by an interior where the sun shone and the stars were out all year long. Here, the clean air of queer space replaced the fetid atmosphere of homophobic prejudice and liberated its users to live more authentic, diverse, and healthy lives as queer women in an alternative environment. In conclusion, sorry, maybe I'll just leave it. Oh no, here we are. In conclusion, let me just summarize the ideas of these three examples. First, they're all queer spaces set apart from the outside world and unrecognizable as queer by outside observers. Second, they are all clearly demarcated and protected by walls, thresholds, and boundaries, limiting access and facilitating the alternative environment and design strategies of their interior spaces. And third, as designed environments, they're all climate controlled in the cultural sense. They are artificially regulated temperate zones like the palm houses of 19th century gardens like Kew or Sion House, yet in contrast to the transparent and translucent iron and glass structures created by Victorian engineers, these queer spaces are walled off, darkened, opaque, often in contrast to the artificial theatrical interior lighting that enables them to function particularly well as spaces for the protection and performance of alterity. As such, these climate-controlled spaces expand our notion of environment in politically and culturally empowering ways. Thank you.
I'd like to now invite our panelists up to the front so that we can open discussion. Okay, just to sort of open conversation and introduce or reintroduce our panelists and their topics. I'm one of those people who, if I hear a word or see a word, like a song immediately pops into my brain, and I'm not gonna sing, I promise. But in thinking about the theme, weathering, for the symposium, and the title of the symposium, Interior Provocations, I kept the phrase from the song by Jay-Z and Kanye West, no one knows what it means, but it's provocative, like kept coming into my brain. So I really do applaud our panelists whose diverse perspectives and experiences with the field of interiors and at various scales really have made their ideas about weathering relatable, real, and tangible. In particular, they have offered insight into their research and scholarship about weathering as relationships to modern systems of control, modern systems of climate across diverse geographies. I've also found really provocative how their papers or conversations about weather are just your everyday, how's the weather, it's hot outside, really illuminate human interaction as placemakers, creators, designers, users of weathered interiors, not just passive observers, and really offer insight on how we control through practice, placemaking, identity, and memory creation. So in the spirit of collective memory that we are creating in this symposium today, that we are generating, and then so that Anka and I aren't simply reporting the weather, I would first like to turn to our panelists this morning and ask them to comment on one another's papers. Is there a question that you might have for one of your fellow panelists or an aspect of their argument, of their scholarship that really resonates or merges with your own?
One of the questions that came up, especially for Alice, but I think it was relevant for everybody as well, is the question of evidence, which is always the bugbear of anyone who studies interiors because of the lack thereof. And it really was quite difficult to even begin to pull together some kind of representation of the interior as I imagined it, as I learned about it. This lack of attractive things to look at, as well as the technical aspects, so that it became a narrative and a story rather than a lesson. So I'm just wondering, and especially for Alice, but for all of you, how you find your evidence and how you use it.
Thanks. When I was listening to your paper, I have to say, even we didn't plan this, how wonderful it was that you had found so much evidence of the technologies and the materials of the topic that you were, of the cold chain. And it was just a really interesting piece of research into the materiality and the technology, and I love the way in which you connected it to the modern interior, which we all think about it not having to do with beer, but clearly does, right? And the short answer in terms of my own work is that in the case of Max Ewing, he was blessed by having Carl Van Vechten, the photographer and collector, as a mentor. And Van Vechten, Ewing took his own life in 1934 at the age of 31, making it all the clearer. He had to go back to Pioneer, Ohio, the site of the Storeroom Theater. But things had changed. Both his parents had died, which is why he was there. And the lack of any space, in which he could be authentic and himself. The lack of queer space, I think, had a very strongly negative effect on his mood and his ability to cope. In any case, when he died, Van Vechten jumped into high gear as an archivist, collecting every scrap of paper that Ewing had left behind. In fact, Ewing had left New York for Los Angeles in 1933, the year before, basically to try his hand as a writer in Hollywood. But when he left, he put everything in folders, and he labeled everything, just the way he had that catalog for the gallery. Everything was neatly arranged. So that was one piece of it. He put it all in storage. But then Van Vechten, recognizing that Ewing's archive was an amazing evidence for queer life and queer space, he wrote to every single person he could think of who had ever received or written a letter to Ewing to get them to look in all their desk drawers and everywhere else and send them to him. And so the Ewing archive is at Yale and is full of not only Ewing's photographs, all those photographs on the wall were in accordion files in the Ewing archive, mostly. Letters, et cetera, et cetera. So there's really good evidence for that. In the case of Gertrude and Alice, very heavily studied. And then Natalie Hammond is actually, since, I'm sort of halfway into this project. When she left Gloucester, she went to northern Westchester to found a different museum and household. And she endowed the project. And the endowment doesn't cover anything like what she expected, the library and study center and all this. So all of her archives, all the evidence for what these women were up to is in boxes. But they finally gave me permission to come and open the boxes. So that's the evidence there. There's a certain amount of evidence for this Women's Defense Corps because it was so weird as a project. But for the stuff that we're interested in terms of the weather in that compound or in any part of their lives, that remains to be seen, but I bet it's in the boxes.
That is a wonderful archival research moment. Oh, I got into the boxes.
Yeah, I got in, yeah, exactly. And they said, well, you have to wear casual clothes. You got to wear jeans because it's all really dirty. And I thought, dirt, right? I thought, we love dirt. I thought, this is going to be the most fun, right? It's just exactly the sort of thing the treasure chest that all of us who do this kind of work really adore. So thank you for asking that question. And of course, Van Vechten is a person who has been studied and is a fascinating character because he took 9,000 portraits, which still exist. He was a documenter of everything. So when he saw the opportunity with Ewing, who's the subject of this book that I just published in May, when he saw the opportunity to jump onto that archive. Anyway, enough about those people. I'm also really interested in the other speakers' notions of evidence and how you built up your arguments.
I mean, I can say a little bit about the photos that I showed were all things I've taken over the last couple of years. But even when I went to put this together, I didn't feel I had enough, right? Like I still want to say something different or something more precise, and wait, I don't have that evidence. So it's really crafting a little bit of an argument around the evidence that I do have and what I was seeing and finding. And then like the particularly surprising ones, like the checkerboard pattern on the gym floor. Like knowing which evidence to pull forward and to say, okay, this is something that's really interesting here that I want to work around. The evidence also disappears. That gym floor was redone last year and all new. And so holding on to it, like in the archive, becomes important too, right? How do you not lose that evidence, I think becomes part of the issue.
I think that with my work, is this on? Yeah, okay, cool. One thing is that thinking about, well, the evidences are gone because the floods have taken those away. If your family heirloom, all of those quilts that might not have like a cost assigned to them, but the significant cultural value and the meaning to that family is really significant. And to have all of those artifacts lost is really, the evidences are gone, and not being able to have that any longer. And then I think the other thing at the same time, when we think about the flooding and memorializing and thinking about it, it's all sad. And the destruction images, I think, are really hard to see and revisit. And so thinking about how do you memorialize those experiences in a way that isn't looking at all of your things that are gone, but thinking about remembering and archiving and capturing those moments, but in a way that isn't looking at devastation or destruction, and finding those ways in which we can think on those experiences and recollect, but not necessarily thinking about just looking at flood images, but finding ways to connect that to material culture as well.
And just to follow up a little bit on that point there, just to think about whether other interiors would welcome the remains of some spaces that might have been affected by these other floods, and if we can see the afterlives, right, of some of these traces that are left in different spaces that impact other people, right? It's that back and forth between the modern interior, the way that it's started to be defined in a conversation over here, and a sense of community around the modern interior that is built by these collectives, right, of people, communities that are being impacted, something that I've seen resurfacing throughout all of these papers here, which I found fascinating. So I think this is making a weird noise. Do you all hear me well? Okay. Opening up to questions from the audience as well, if people have any, because you've all been sitting there so nicely and quietly all this time and not have had, any chance to actually ask anything of our speakers. Are there any questions, anyone? Thinking, the awkward moments already in the room.
I was going to raise another one, if that's all right.
Sure, yeah.
One of the things I appreciate about all of ours is that there's an implicit critique. Like, we're all using this as a theme to look at something else or to critique something else. And I'm kind of just wondering about the parallels between those critiques. I was interested in the kind of structural critique that you were raising, but also the kind of critique of what is hidden, what's not made known necessarily. Anyway, any thoughts about the kind of critique that's implied in what we're talking about?
I think that, I don't know if I have a direct answer to your question, but it does bring up something that I think was floating in the atmosphere during this session, is the hidden things we don't see, can't see, is a challenge, and also a process or project of recovery in some way, and to garner attention and unseat maybe existing, as your projects did, existing realities, I guess. So I enjoyed that in all of our papers.
Well, the other thing I think that's really interesting is it's the ordinary space, right? The quotidian environment, and not necessarily, not at all, the monumental spaces of modernism, right? That we all know so well. So in that sense, it's like you could pass all of our work, all of our topics, you could pass them by the examples so readily and think, nothing there, nothing to look at in any of these. But in fact, that's, I think, part of what makes them interesting and worth looking at in terms of the theme of the conference, right? Of atmosphere, right? How is it made? How is it built up? yeah, it was just striking. I mean, and mine was the least material of the papers, right? So many of the others, I loved your pictures of boiling up toxic brew. But I think it's really important in terms of methodology to move between the material realities and the weather of the environments. And so, I've been part of this conference very fortunately, and I'm very thankful for that since the beginning. And I think this is one of the places, as was or is the Modern Interiors Research Center at Kingston University, where you can ask those sorts of questions, right? About the architecture and design, but also the material realities and then the experiential, which raises all kinds of issues about, threatened communities, about sexuality and race, colonialism. It's funny that Hammett compound is colonial revival when it's so, all about a certain kind of empowerment, right? That these ladies, I don't know, I still have a lot to learn about that last example.
I think what's interesting for a design conference, thinking about the example shown today, that the spaces are not remarkable necessarily, and that they're quite, like we were saying, building on that, quite common. And so I think that finding the significance and the commonality rather than looking to the exceptional as the guide, and how does that reflect on our culture and how does that reflect on our state of being. I think that when you showed the flooring tiles in the children's school, that's a universal experience, that everyone's experienced that and thought, that's kind of quirky, but like finding a moment to celebrate the everydayness of that as well. And I think that finding that these are the moments of bring people together in the connectedness of design, not necessarily in the exceptional cases.
Yeah, I think that's really worth underlining. And what if, the sort of monumental examples really don't help us very much with the ordinary examples, in terms of understanding human experience. And I thought that was part of all the papers. In super interesting ways.
There's a question in the audience. I'm just going to pass this on.
I'm perfectly happy to give this up to someone too. Okay.
Thank you, everyone. Wonderful work. I have a question more directed to Rebecca. Fantastic work. I'm a little bit curious about this idea of using the quilt, right? So at first, you did this like reversal of like land art almost, right? You're taking minerals from outside and you're bringing them into the home, where we don't want the home. We don't want dirt from the modernist tradition to come inside the home. So it's this, you took weather and you brought it inside, you put it in a pot, you put it in a sink, you did all these things. And those are all still very abstract in a way. But then when you made the quilt, which is such a recognizable sort of object, I wonder where that whole process, if that's the deposit for you, if it is the quilt, and if it is like an object of use, or if it is more of an artifact that then goes into the archive. I guess maybe like the easier way to ask it is, does the quilt go with the samples in the archive, or does the quilt become something else? Does it go into Amazon Prime? Like, stop there.
Yeah, I'll say, if anyone's interested, I have brought some samples, because it is still ongoing, and just collecting. Like, I think there's something to be saying about collecting in these moments of disaster, but also collecting just kind of along the way is really exciting. So the question about like, what is it? It's kind of maybe it's not the artifact, but it's the process. And so for me, I think what's more interesting right now is seeing, I mean, as the poem stated, is like in the news every day, there is like some sort of flooding or weather-related disasters, and how do we process that as a means of going through those experiences, but like how do we do that communally? So I think that that's the thing that's really interesting to me right now, of how this work advances, is that how do we engage people in rural communities that live along the waterways that are continually getting flooded? How do we engage them in terms of collection of soil samples, so that informs the science of environmental data, and they're the ones that are being able to recognize if a former coal mining site perhaps has some surface runoff, that water is going to be much more acidic, and so how does that then impact that community? But if we can use that as a way and then archive those processes and those materials through textile work, then that process yields citizens that are engaged in science and knowing and recognizing, and not depending on others to come in to do that collection work, but then being able to notify and making that kind of the dialogue between the science and the interior, and that process of dying and saying that, if we're seeing this kind of more of a gray brown, there's more iron deposits perhaps in your waterways, and so how do we use that as a signifier for the environmental change that we might be experiencing? So I think that's what's really exciting for me, is kind of seeing how do we kind of bend and connect those worlds a little bit more as a way of observation of our environment, but also not being something where I'm coming in and doing something, but it's more of a citizen-led. So something that's really interesting for me is that then everyone can go off and make what they want with that through making and their own cultural heritage. And so for me, that was interesting to do it as a quilt. And so that kind of series is still ongoing, but also thinking about how do we change behaviors and observations of our environments, and how do we connect that in a more closer way. Thank you.
Yeah, I just had a quick question. I know that Professor Mangold, you specifically mentioned that to dwell is to care, but I really felt that evidence across all of your presentations. And so just a very open-ended question for any of you about maybe your personal experience or motivating factor that made you want to share and interpret these particular stories or moments. Yeah, very open-ended, but just curious to hear about what that caring felt like for you.
I agree. I think it was in all of them, and it's a very interesting kind of thing to pick up on. And that, I think I alluded to that, that's a previous theme from the conference, upkeep and maintenance. So I think that is one of the threads that a lot of us are probably thinking about right now, of what care is and how interiors is attuned to care in a unique way, because it's embodied and experienced. And so I think you're right. Each of these does pick up on that in a great way.
One example is in kind of connecting that to what your question was, is one thing is how do we connect it, and like I think it's just observing and listening to some degree, and I think that's a really foundational a part of interior design practice, is listening and engaging. And so another project that's coming out of this work is in doing an oral narrative of those who have experienced flooding events. This one is focusing on women over 80 that'll live along this certain highway who are widowed, and their experiences of flooding, resiliency, and the culture of care. And so I think that that's another way of utilizing the practice of interior design in all of these different ways, and how do we communicate care.
Would anybody else like to add anything to that?
I think you should talk about the refrigeration in that context. I mean, that's a very heavy-handed type of care, but this whole infrastructure was built because people didn't have refrigeration in their homes, right? And it was a place then for people to go and have a drink. I mean, how do you think about that?
one of the things that I don't know if I mentioned very specifically when I spoke, but there are some amazing images that show people on horseback, racing in to grab land in Oklahoma and planting flags on pieces of land, and having nothing. There, no infrastructure, no anything, towns starting along the rail routes at these intervals, but there's no water even in these places. Beer was the only thing that was considered pure enough to drink, and the brewers were perfectly happy to supply that, and really raced themselves, if not on horseback, but on train, to give them a product. I mean, they were definitely for selling the product, but to give them something mass-produced but pure. So I think for the people who were there, it was an enormous effort and apparatus to deliver that bit of comfort.
But also, I'm really interested in your the notion that there was of invisibility, right? It's the promise of power, right? That place is power, in the sense that the railroad and the infrastructure has these long tentacles that bring the beer culture and the corporate culture and the capitalist culture to different places. And all it requires is place making, right? And the carving out of interiors, right? So it's, in a way, it's the, I'm not quite sure what I'm thinking about here, but it's the invisibility of the power of the atmosphere, of the weather, we're trying to get past in terms of looking at the invisibility of what's lost, the invisibility of what happened in those places, and then to find the evidence for both things, both of the materiality and the atmosphere that's no longer present, right? It's all about so much of this work on the history of interiors is about reconstruction of things that, you really have to, it's a work of imagination as well as of historical research, right? Don't you think?
It's definitely a work of imagination, and I'm the first to admit it.
But interestingly so, right? Because
well,
the spaces that are created, whether they're the industrial spaces or then the ultimate, what do we want to say, consumption, entertainment, socializing spaces, those are all part of this complex network, right? And create varying atmospheres through this technology, as you made clear, right? It's the technology that makes it possible.
There's a great literature that exists about climate and cold and colonization, especially in Hawaii, and there are a couple of other books in the other areas that just talk about it quite considerably, about manufacturing an atmosphere that made for habitable and profitable places.
Which also brings me back to my own question that's been brewing about the modern interior and the extent to which these papers fit within the historiography maybe of modernity and the modern interior, and that's come up in several of your presentations. And I sort of keep on thinking about Victorian author in mid-19th century talking about how the only original contribution of the modern interior to interiors being the fact that it actually had no style that could properly be called its own, because it was obviously combined out of a mixture of different styles. And that became the de facto definition of le style moderne, or the modern style, which we all identify as eclecticism. So this like mixture, right, of interiors that we don't see, right? They're not necessarily obvious. They don't follow a particular pattern. They're all different, right? Somewhat hidden at the same time. Is there something there that's sort of really defining maybe modernity, the modern interior? And are we still there maybe today with some of the things that you have found, William and Rebecca, in your own work today? Do we still live in the modern interior? Have we moved beyond that by now?
I mean, are we still inhabiting the modern? Is that what you're saying?
What do we even understand by the modern interior? Yes. Today.
When I was working on this, I thought a lot about Penny Sparks' book, The Modern Interior, and how I find it to be, or have found it to be, wonderful in its expansive cataloging of different kinds of modern interiors. And at first I was like, I'm going to give her another one, you know, like that she didn't have this one down in the book, and I'm going to add one on. But now when I think about, she talks about enclosure, and everybody here seems to be very interested in enclosure or lack thereof, right? As a more, maybe that's where the contemporary thing that we're working on now is leaving the modern behind, which is leaving the inside-outside divide, the enclosure, the binary, et cetera, et cetera.
I'm probably not up to speed fully on this conversation, but the examples that I showed were post-World War II modern, so that's maybe a little bit different. And both Greenfield, the elementary school, and Schafuso, I think we're wrestling in the 1950s with a kind of question of what design and how do we think about design in post-war context. And now we're wrestling with that 75 years later, right? And so do we embrace that eclecticism that they now have deteriorated into, or do we see it some other way? I don't know the answer, but I do recognize the kind of thread there.
All right. Anyone else? Any other questions before I think we're due for a little break at some point too. So I see, okay. Oh, Mike is behind you.
Maybe a comment that you can expand on in your work, because the one thing I found in all of the papers, they're fantastic, by the way, really amazing way to start the day, was this notion of registration. Either the registration or the act of concealing that registration in these projects, whether it's the beer, the concealment of the resistance of cold in the beer that then is revealed in this registration of the signage, or it's in these concealed Gertrude Stein apartments that hide behind these facades, or in the registration of the flood that goes away, that it literally erases, and then these acts of revealing that, or in the sort of ship of Theseus kind of model that you were talking about, William. And so maybe could you expand on, or if that resonates with what you're doing, or how do you think about registration or the act of that, even the works themselves that you presented and how you presented them in many ways are acts of registering or taking the temperature of these particular situations?
I think it's a great question. I think my sense is that two of you are thinking about the registration between interior and exterior, like what's perceived from the outside to the inside and how temperature is different from outside to inside. I would read my sense of registration through temporality, right? The before and after condition of pristine and deteriorated. I think yours might be a little bit in that register too, before the flood, after the flood.
Yeah, I think it could also be in terms of, rapid response housing trailers and, having no connection to land, no connection to community, no connection to cultural ties, and having these kind of foreign architectural objects placed within a space that no one really wants to live in because it doesn't make you feel like anything. And if it doesn't make me space makes me to feel like anything, then it makes me think that I don't matter, right? Like, so I don't matter because if this is what people think I'm where I should live or what's suitable, then that's a reflection of me, and that's a reflection of how I see myself, and that doesn't feel good. So how do we change that registration, and how do we change that way of how space identifies and how people feel about it through kind of acts of care? And I think that's kind of what you were saying, the acts of care of the classroom, that the teachers care, and so it's not like they just leave students in these spaces of disrepair, but they're fixing it themselves, and there's that way of creating identity in space through making and repairing, and I think that can also happen in these ways too.
I was wondering what you might think about the way that this kind of care to the linoleum or the paint registers with the children in the school. And it's very hard to obviously get at that, but will they feel cared for by watching others care for the building? Will they feel they don't have a shiny new building like other schools might have, or certain kinds of facilities? How might this kind of action affect the experience and valuation of individuals?
And I think that's a very contextual question. Greenfield in Philadelphia is one of the fancy schools. And my kids know that. They appreciate that. And one of the reasons why I talked as I did is because the care ethic exists there, and parents and teachers and kids all kind of participate in that care ethic, and still that's kind of the result, right? It's far from perfect. And it, for me, was highlighted this year. My son, that school goes through 8th grade, and he's now picking high schools, and so we toured around high schools, and we saw a wider range, and so he, I think, in his own mind is becoming, realizing, okay, that was, or is what he's experiencing now, and then he's going to kind of enter into another type of ethic. And his choice of high school actually has to do with participating in that ethic, right? Like how the physical environment is realized, but also how the kind of community is formed in that place. And it's a good question. It matters more for the kids than for me. I've spent very few hours there, but how do they internalize and embody that ethic themselves, and how they kind of carry it with them into other places? And so to kind of watch them become aware of that as they visit other schools and see friends that go to other places is pretty interesting. And I wasn't joking about Abbott Elementary. Actually seeing that as a television show is also fascinating. To oh, my experience is normalized, right? Or is also satirized. It's a thing.
All right. So on that note, I think we would like to thank our panelists. And thank all of you again for participating in this morning's session. And maybe I should pass it on to Igor now so that he can tell us what's next.
Yeah, so just a note on the schedule. We have a break now. We will reconvene at 12:30 for a roundtable discussion on teaching. There's no table, and it's not round, but it is a discussion. So feel free to grab lunch. This is usually a space where we don't bring in food for the students. Today is the exception. So bring in your lunch. And I think especially for students, it will be interesting to be a part of a conversation of what kind of teaching happens in other programs. So I encourage you to come back for that as well. And then that session starts at 12:30, runs through 1:15, and then our second paper session is at 1:30. So that's that.
Okay, we are going to get started. I'm sure some folks will be trickling in. I hope everyone had a chance to get some food and defrost or bring your food in and enjoy it cold. I am Allison Gaskins, faculty here at the Interior Design program at Texas.
And I'm Kina Sue from Pratt. I teach in the Interior Design department.
So this is not my first time I've had the pleasure of collaborating with Kina, so this has been great fun, and early thanks to our roundtable. We're really excited to have all of you here. We are going to, this is a very almost Pechacucha style presentation, and so they each only have 5 minutes with tons of great content to cover, and so we are going to do our part by staying out of the way as much as possible, but we will run through introductions of all of our presenters first, and then we will hand the stage over to them, and then we'll have hopefully ample time for discussion afterwards. So I will start with Kevin Moore. I'm pleased to present Kevin, formerly of UT as well. We have our roots here together. He is the Gresham Endowed Associate Professor at Auburn University. His teaching focuses on integrating interior and exterior spaces for adaptive reuse, additions, and new buildings in urban settings. More researches experiential variety over time with a focus on socially adaptable multi-use spaces, and has recently published case studies of organizing interior and urban space through material, air, and intricacy. He is presenting today with Jennifer Pindyke, also from Auburn University. She is the associate professor there, and the chair of interior architecture and the associate chair of architecture. Her interests involve teaching, in-depth explorations into program and reprogramming, spatial interpretation, housing, and materiality. Her research currently focuses on 2 related but independent themes: architecture's role in supporting the resiliency of family-owned land and the practice of play. So looking forward to that. And then we also have Stephen, I'm going to do it, Chodorowski, is a Canadian designer, artist, and educator, currently a faculty member at the University of Utah in the Division of Multidisciplinary Design. His research-centered practice engages performance and interdisciplinary platforms, pedagogical models, and speculative acts of reading and writing in the built environment. His works employ a range of media, including installations, workshops, and theater. And he is a member of the working group Collective Question, and he also publishes experimental documents under the imprint Edits.
Next, we have Hannah Dewhurst. Hannah is a designer and co-founder of Sub Studio and assistant professor at the University of Kentucky College of Design. She brings to the table more than 8 years of professional experience working for firms including Stephen Hall Architects, Raphael Vignoli Architects, and Gensler. Dewhurst uses light and water as primary mediums, as well as sensory deprivation, immersion, and mythology to create otherworldly experiences. Her work is based on the belief that the process of making is a vital act of discovery, where an experience and intuition, alongside digital fabrication processes and material experimentation, allow for an ongoing feedback loop. Hannah's work has been exhibited at the Chicago Architectural Biennial, Cranbrook Art Museum, Movement Electronic Music Festival, and Detroit's Month of Design. Rana Abudaya is an assistant professor and the Robin Claire Avia Professor of Interior Architecture at the University of Tennessee's College of Architecture and Design. Abudaya's pedagogical interests focus on advancing new modes of architectural production, employing computational design, digital fabrication, and novel material logics. She seeks to define innovative design trajectories rooted in a site-based approach that responds to various contextual layers. Previously, she has taught at the University of New Mexico School of Architecture and has professional experience at Antoine Prédoc Architect, including the Canadian Museum for Human Rights in Winnipeg. She is a licensed architect in her native country, Jordan, where she is currently researching the ongoing refugee crisis in the Middle East while examining current models of interior spatial constructs in refugee camps. Stefan DeLeo is an educator, registered architect, and design partner at Studio RAI in New York. He teaches across the curriculum at Pratt Institute's Interdesign program. leading undergraduate design studios and both graduate and undergraduate courses in representation, courses on the topics of light, color, and material, and making. His work sits at the intersection of craft, the natural environment, machine learning, and digital translation. Since 2019, he has also taught graduate level advanced studios in architecture, urban design, and master planning at the Boston Architectural College. So why don't we start? Kevin
and Jen.
And Jennifer.
You ready? At Auburn, interior architecture is a concurrent undergraduate degree combining architecture and interiors. The capstone, with examples shown here, is a 10-week summer studio. Students are asked to think spatially through the lens of interior weather, designing not just what is seen, but what is heard, felt, and remembered.
The program explores phenomenal effects, light, sound, and social interaction, as a method to address a complex social landscape. Drawing on Mark Wigley's notion of atmosphere as a swirling climate of intangible effects, the work orchestrates weather-like conditions that are immersive, mutable, and political.
This approach transcends programmatic boundaries, so we often choose urgent spatial contexts. In 2023, students converted a deep office plan to an extended stay hotel. Once the location of the office of Mies van der Rohe, the Pelouse building includes a robust concrete frame with windows on 3 sides for more options in conversion.
In 2024, the studio proposed a compact restaurant to reinforce a long-surviving Black business district. The context is a tangible record of a powerful and instructive history. So students imagined how Black entrepreneurship could diversify a nationally recognized food scene to celebrate the civil rights district.
Projects rethink how traditional elements, such as furniture and corridors, can define interactive spaces. Here, the traditional lobby and amenities are displaced from the ground floor to a communal social corridor. Rooms include an enlarged living area or bunk bed, some with their own door, to expand options. Representational techniques range from large-scale physical models to action plans, emphasizing the ephemeral and the experiential. The expanded corridor, with a large window and double-height spaces, is shared by 13 rooms. This defines an informal social landscape that competes with Airbnb, hostels, and co-living.
Here, a communal table extends from the sidewalk through the kitchen to a covered courtyard, blurring boundaries between interior and exterior through geometry and material. Mutable weather and a seasonal menu guarantee a unique dining experience with new table mates. The result is a dynamic social landscape as a tool for fellowship. Time becomes a design material, and spaces shift between the fleeting and the ceremonial, the everyday and the momentous. A variety of chairs, place settings, and table widths accommodate many social preferences along one table, while tablecloths unify individual parties within the collective gathering.
For this hotel, living areas open to 1 or more adjacent sleeping areas for many social arrangements. The kitchenette can even expand out to the corridor. While one floor may be private rooms and suites, a wedding party or conference can transform an entire floor into shared accommodations. Furniture, such as canopy beds and sculptural sofas, define rooms inside of rooms. Saturated colors also define discrete spaces, and illusionary patterns disguise sliding doors while extending spatial edges by overpowering conventional scale. As a result, attention rests on inviting cocoons created by and within furniture.
Students are encouraged to actively shape interdependent systems. This restaurant is imagined as a full ecosystem of food and waste streams, local economies, and diverse populations. The existing interior is repaired and patched, and new and washable acoustic surfaces specified as recycled materials. Students design experiences, not objects, using minimal means to achieve maximal effect. The entire site participates from sidewalk to garden. By amplifying reciprocal benefits, the restaurant welcomes everyone, including non-paying guests. Atmosphere is not a byproduct. It is constructed with precision and intention.
The overbuilt structure allows this hotel to carve out 15% of the units as 2-story lofts. A core with bathrooms and sleeping alcoves allows novel arrangements that can sleep up to 19 for large groups and families. Alcoves become microclimates with varying acoustics and temperature.
This restaurant is a celebration of civil rights history. A layered ceiling provides acoustic absorption, indirect lighting, and a joyous color palette. From the sidewalk, a pixelated pattern becomes a portrait of a local entrepreneur. From up close, another wall reveals the multiracial coalition at the March on Washington. Every element is essential and interrelated. This method accounts for everything all at once. Layers of spatial furniture, design lighting, situated acoustics, and material effects. To design atmosphere is to shape spatial and social phenomena, eliciting a reaction from all of our senses.
Let's see. And it'll get started. Hi. Pardon my rasp. The design studio is for weathering and making weather together. Whose project is this is a question the photograph might ask. A person wearing a mask stands symmetrical with architectural relic and promptly queers column and capital and all the orders. A model, a prototype, a mask, held up or studied in front of a projection of the very same model or mask with description scribbled around it with whiteboard marker. An object on its head, an idea on its feet. Fractures in post-pandemic social contracts and the emergence of digital tools for automation are emerging conditions that make visible, even viable, potentially radical reformulations of the classroom, its so-called learning outcomes, its spatial composition, its modus operandi. Small figure groups with shapes, looking at pictures on papers, looking at chairs on chairs. Whose public space is this is a question. Where tables overturn and push toward windows with blinds, torn ground posters collaged, thrown like a rug, rocks holding things down. Which surface is activated as figures lie or sit or recline or stand, all craning upward in dim light, dimmed for a central figure holding a projector, revealing maybe something up above while we wrestle with motivations and big why questions. These pictures are taken from presentations during a recurring course called Animating Bodies, taking place at the University of Utah. This is the first major experience of an undergraduate degree in a program called Multidisciplinary Design. Jump cut. No, wait. It's not really jump cutting, it's sort of fading, isn't it? Jump cut, where a scene shows stage with figures in action, in invitation, maybe done once before, and maybe now done once again. Perhaps, like a gaggle or a scurry or a flock, a studio could act as a collective noun for students reading the air and thinking a little bit earlier with the idea of reading the room. The matryoshka-like interiors that studios fashion could be termed a complex atmospheric event. Locations shift, and perhaps not without forecast for it to be so exhausting. Ledge between stair and hall finds momentary arrangement depending on a quality of attendance. It's not so much disorientation for its own sake, but an ambassadorial staying with the trouble. Practiced not, as here in Austin, over desperately 5 very quick minutes, but the protracted, delayed interior of a semester-long studio with something like radical give. Through performance-centered work, we're called neither a time block nor a course code, but maybe flock-like a camaraderie, or etymologically a room through and through of bodies rehearsing, making together. Frame jump again, mill about, lean in, dive back, wonder whose figure holds what appears to be a suite of household objects and shadow plays on a wall. Perhaps the studio as an ensemble, now more than ever, is the well-tempered, leaky platform best equipped, if not often best resourced, to weather institutional, technological, and cultural storms. A fleet of bodies blithely fall in or out of formation. They wear, they inhabit, they play prototypes, they rely on one another as production crews, as living props, as choruses. Advocate here, and this is a personal note for me, but I'm just saying, advocate here for our intrinsic debt to conditioning student bodies, whether for creative citizenship or vocational fit, positioning studios as distended or distendable spaces that temporarily upend and exceed general order. Also, perhaps, as refuge against especially pronounced atmospheric pressures facing higher education. So, turning itself inside out, studio makes its own weather. Its inhabitants take care. They deploy en masse. They alight upon all the wrong sites. They iodize generic architectures. Thanks. Thanks.
Hi, I'm going to try not to get cut off. Okay. My name's Hannah Dewhurst. This is Tuning the Envelope, Interiors, Atmosphere, and the Ecology of Place. The work I'm sharing pedagogically positions the architectural envelope as a primary mediator of interior space and atmosphere, an interface through which weather, light, material, and meaning move, a lens through which to view the interior, as a sited system embedded within the world. One way I frame this work is through the term ecology of place. Students are invited to understand interiors not as sealed environments, but as dynamic, situated systems shaped by climate, geography, economy, material lineage, culture, and sensory life. I believe that space can reconcile our relationship to place. Architecture and interiors can mediate and reawaken our sensory experience of the elements around us. In ID 564, Material, Light, and Color, students learn that color, material, and pattern are not abstract choices, but deeply felt, tested, and validated through the feedback loops of making. In this course, we search for atmosphere using slowness and a sense of place. Can we learn to see and construct atmosphere, or do we have to unlearn in order to do so? We begin by examining and framing atmosphere through sustained observation and response. Students paint a constructed white object in watercolor every half hour for a full daylight cycle. This work requires attitude, receptivity, and interest. We don't pretend to know. We aren't credible actors. Atmosphere here includes the self, memory, and embodied sensory experience. As Pallasma writes, architecture is slow and quiet, establishing frames of perception and horizons of understanding. From this embodied exercise and a careful study of designers who similarly seek to mediate body and environment, students tune materials and effects to the human body and in hand to external elements they seek to mediate. By working with materials slowly, tuning them and observing their effects over time, students begin to understand and develop expertise about their inherent properties. How a surface reflects light, holds water, how it absorbs heat or color. Equally as important, they develop a sense of care. They buy in. Because the work emerges from observation, intuition, time, place, and material engagement, they are not distanced from it, they are immersed in it. To me, this is a sustainable practice, one focused toward a depth of understanding and attention, slowness, and care. Experimentation conspires with the evolution of new ideas and processes. Testing and observing calibrates a heightened relationship to place and amplifies the attention they bring to their own work, mediating the body with its environment. In this next example, I'll briefly talk about a graduate architecture and interiors studio that I taught in spring of 2022 in partnership with many people, but particularly a small Appalachian coal mining city, Hazard, Kentucky, where mountaintop removal was the primary method of extraction. This studio was developed as an ongoing critical response to the one-sided nature of most relationships between the university and our Appalachian communities, and the spark of a new generation of leaders who are eager for a new framework of resiliency. In this studio, the landscape was viewed as an asset, its experiential qualities, its material qualities, and its representational or speculative qualities. And students developed a network of interventions that bridged downtown Hazard with abandoned mining and mountaintop removal sites. Students initially conducted an in-depth study of historic envelope systems as layered living membranes. They deconstructed, redrew, and hybridized wall assemblies to trace how apertures, materials, and textures modulate light, temperature, water, and human experience. A deeper historical understanding of techniques used to mediate weather and other substances like power and sensory apparatus framed our conversations around climatology, materiality, and site as both theoretical and specific. This work prepared them for a nuanced study of our site in Hazard, where they cataloged atmospheric and sensory conditions, light, water, ground, and material phenomena. Students were tasked with designing materially rich devices of filtration, framing, and mediation that might puncture, attach onto, or enclose, and included facade interior structures, landscape, water, light, narrative, and forms of collection or dispersal. These studies later evolved into deeply engaged design work in Hazard, where legacies of extraction, erosion, and industry are not abstract contexts, but environmental and social conditions that actively shape the ground on which interiors unfold. Through this process, the envelope became a tool not only for spatial and material exploration, but also for cultivating sensitivity to atmosphere, place, and complex social systems. How might a designer sustain a position of uncertainty or openness and develop site-specific atmospheric intelligence in a project with strong limitations? Some have said that the designer must become the dweller. Here, empathetic sensitivity and learning to see act as driver. Thank you.
All right, hello everyone. My talk's titled The Weather Within, Atmospheric Afterlives of War. It explores how conflict lingers in the air and matter of places, how the atmospheres of war shapes what follow. It reflects on a third-year design studio that examines these afterlives through ideas of reconstruction, resilience, and interior space. This is a timeline of cities shaped by war since World War II, a reminder that conflict isn't an interruption, it is ongoing. In Aleppo, Syria, entire districts have collapsed. Thickened with debris and memory, weather becomes more than climate. It is political, environmental, and human. From Aleppo to Belfast to Kiev to Beirut, the scars of war trace a shared atmospheric condition. Beirut is where the studio locates its narrative, exploring where weathered, sorry. Sorry. Okay. Beirut is where the Beirut is where the studio locates its narrative. Beirut is a city once divided by the Green Line, the invisible yet violent boundary of the Lebanese Civil War that split East and West Beirut from 1975 to 1990. This fault line cut through neighborhoods, families, and everyday life, leaving the city fragmented physically and psychologically. Along this line stood the Egg Building, a modernist cinema turned war ruin. It is the site of the studio. The history of the Egg mirrors that of Beirut itself, designed by Lebanese architect Joseph Karam as a state-of-the-art cinema. It soon became a casualty of the Civil War, scarred, hallowed, and left abandoned. In the post-war years, it was reclaimed by a new generation as a stage for collective voice and resistance against governmental corruption. Most recently, it stood within the blast zone of the 2020 port explosion, a disaster born of years of neglect. Its concrete shell absorbed yet another layer of trauma, yet it refused to fall. To ground our work, we collaborated with Beirut-based architect Anthony Sarafim, who led students on a virtual site visit. Through his lens, the Egg appeared as both an icon of recovery and revolution, yet still saturated with the atmospheres of trauma and the history it carries. After the site visit, students interpreted Beirut from their own vantage points. Faith Stevenson mapped the city's rupture, sites of destruction carrying civic meaning. Her work reads Beirut as a palimpsest of trauma and endurance. Her proposal introduces an archive and a library, a scab-like structure that weaves into the Egg's frame, preserving memory while holding the history of place in a vault-like form. The interior shelters the archive, and with it, the climate of trauma, suggesting that in time, memory itself can become a medium for healing. This project by Tver Savadova takes a different approach, conceptually deconstructing the Egg to expose its layered histories and latent potentials. By opening the Egg and taking cues from the geometry of a pine cone, he reclad the building in a responsive skin, one that reacts to actual weather conditions and emits light and heat as part of its atmospheric exchange. The intervention deliberately invokes the atmosphere of war. This is intentional, a reclamation of agency where the building begins to breathe and respond rather than merely endure. Nancy Yang's project focused on uncovering the resilient spirit of the Lebanese people, a community that, despite relentless hardships, refuses to succumb to the weight of war. Her work juxtaposes Beirut's sites of trauma with its vibrant nightlife, revealing a city that continues to pulse with life, even in the shadow of destruction. These images show Nancy's conceptual explorations, layering the Egg with a lace-like structure. The structure carries artificial light and HVAC systems as it entwines the exterior and the interior. At night, it defines a nightclub and a bar, glowing from within. By day, it transforms into a cafe and a parkour course. Through this dual condition, the building becomes a vessel that holds both memory and vitality. In this final example, Cecilia Torres builds on the site's history of construction and deconstruction. Her proposal reimagines the Egg as a co-working space that begins from the interior and spills out onto the sidewalk, a gesture that gives the building back to the people from the inside out. The studio did not only imagine speculative futures for the Egg, but also engaged in rebuilding. Students developed detailed construction drawings for their interventions. Rebuilding in this way became an act of care, acknowledging that in places marked by war, the afterlives of buildings are not merely to be remembered, but actively reassembled and weathered again. In this way, the weather within becomes not only the air we inherit, but the atmosphere we choose to rebuild. Thank you.
So we posed the question, what can interiors learn from weather? And we're going to look at assembling atmospheres. And to give quick context, this is in the Pratt Interior Design Graduate Seminar, and it evolved collaboratively from a faculty work group, and we can understand the course as being divided into 3 parts: observation, making, and projecting. The course aims to teach students to read the value in existing materials in situ, enabling material and context to drive project concepts. And we begin with observation. The students are asked to engage in observing and capturing through a series of hand drawings the shifting character of light at specific times of day over the course of several weeks, honing the eye, but also the hand. Next, making as inquiry. Through a series of workshops, students learn basic woodworking, mold making, plaster casting, and how to work with soft structures. Along the way, they also learn how oak swells, plaster blooms, and textiles fatigue. So detail and joinery answer atmospheric behaviors. We borrow from Corner's force mapping and Meta Clark's cuts as analytic tools for understanding our material world. Weather and human occupation becomes context. Students search for evidence of human and elemental marks. The door swing scuff, the bellied stone stare, and begin creating their own relics through accelerated and intentional destruction. Students make evidence-based arguments for preservation, reuse, and repair. Value becomes defendable, not sentimental. We can think of these not as finished designs, but as fragments of a possible future or possibly relics of a lost past. Here we reclaim the agency of the hand and appreciate the poetry of the imperfect. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All courses are really inspiring, and I want to take them all. So one question that we have for everybody, given the dynamics of weather and how this is subject to forces that may be unpredictable and changing, is there anything you have learned from the students' perspectives or interpretations of the framework related to weather that may have been unexpected and that you may apply or already have integrated in your teaching? The courses that you teach lend themselves to a great deal of experimentation and a great deal of unpredictability. So is there something that has happened that may have surprised you that you have applied to your own teaching, or have you learned from?
Are we doing in order? Or
Whoever has something to say.
all right. I'll start. Well, thank you for the question, and thank you all for your presentations. I really enjoyed watching the breadth of work here. I mean, my project specifically, I was really impressed in how the students took such a complex history and the circumstances and the atmospheres that came with Beirut. I taught this studio in 2021 during COVID, so the idea of going to a site, understanding its conditions remotely was starting to become common, but I think what I was impressed is how they took on the culture in a very genuine and authentic way and really carried that into their translation. And we did also analyze the atmospheric weather, but obviously Beirut is very laden with the history of war and turmoil it's gone through, that kind of overshadowed a lot of the things they experimented with in the real weather, so that it took on a very political tone.
So our course is called a thesis. So I think we're not supposed to be surprised by anything that comes up. But the trick with, we call it constructing phenomena. The trick can be that you can throw almost anything at the topic. And so the trick is something that we can get a lot of variety, but identifying something that we can deal with a lot of precision. So typically in adaptive reuse, the building you have to deal with it very precisely in a way that you don't if you start with a blank site. Plus, we tend to look very carefully at context in certain cases. So the trick is always to get students to pick something they're interested in, but really work with as much precision as possible, as opposed to just say, well, it's atmospheric, so I can do anything I want to. Well, you can, but you have to be precise about it.
I think that I'm always surprised by my students. They often get attached very deeply to a material, the effect of that material, and then through the process of the course, they are investigating something, and so they're generating as much possibility as they can, and ideally, they would also be generating something that maybe hasn't existed before for themselves, at least. And so that process of discovery, moving through the iterative process of working with a material and understanding it, I think watching them become surprised by that is very satisfying for me, and typically teaches me about material, but also atmosphere, because they have a kind of deep buy-in to the work that they're doing. And so I'm often surprised by my students, I would say. And that's, I think, part of their own personal buy-in to the work, is that they develop that care around what they're doing. And so, yeah, I look forward to being surprised by them, yeah.
Yeah, I can add to that. In the Assembling Atmospheres course, we begin with observation, slowing down, observing the quality of light, similar in your course. And immediately students are really surprised that there's so much color and character in light on a white wall. And I think exercises that really get the students to slow down and question their expectations and what they think they know about the environment around them and the atmosphere. Once they start to realize that really slowing down and looking closer, that as a process really could be really rewarding. And I think it carries through whether you're studying light or really working on a design project, as long as you kind of continue pushing through and iterating and making visible and stepping away from the work, richness can come up.
Thinking with you, Stefan, you said the word exercise, which feels noteworthy to me, that there's a lot of received knowledge or preconceived notion on the part of the student that what they're embarking on is a project in schools, and we try to reframe that as exercises. And what you have to do is essentially say that almost every class that this is an exercise. This is a muscle. This is about muscle mass. Excuse me. It's about repetition, and about maybe the attempt perhaps at not quite precise the first time, and working up to precisions when something could be quite blurry at first. The other thing would be that, as with the photos that I showed, that a lot of folks in my program who are design students don't come in with the belief that they might be making performance or movement-based work. So they don't believe that that's where the work is, that the work isn't in the body, that the work is on the page, or in abstractions through representation. And that what they start to find out through exercise and repetition over the course of a long duration, that in fact they're wearing their work, or the work is at one-to-one already. And then maybe we can start to talk about project.
Yeah, I'm just going to jump on that, because we refer to everything as an experiment through the summer. In the end, they do have a project, but it's gone through so many iterations that were unavailable until the very end, when they're sort of coalescing everything. But also, we're always trying to remove some level of fear that the students have around failing, which we're always perplexed by. So we tried to sort of introduce more play, more things that don't feel like there's a right way to do something. And then we go through also iteration in a bunch of different types. So drawing huge models, rendering and actually more quickly, so there's no attachment as well, which sounds like it's the opposite of the imprecision, but in fact it sort of marries quite well because they realize they actually have a lot of the answers they didn't think they had. So.
Well, that segues nicely into my question, so thank you. That was not scripted. Keena and I had the distinct pleasure of previewing and trying to compile to reinforce the thread of weather through a very diverse body of work that you all presented, and it was really a fun process to do that. And we kept coming back, and I love that it follows the first paper session because we kept coming back to themes that we heard and talked about this morning as well. So this idea of capturing time, and how do we do that? And we looked at it in the historical perspective this morning, but now we're getting to see it in your work within your studios. And so this idea of time and whether it means the ephemeral sense of memory passing through or remaining, a sense of erasure, the notion of permanence found through the ephemeral, observing, making, all of those temporal factors. So given all of that conceptual curriculum now, and I love that we ended this morning on a bit of the evidence, that's much of what we do in the design studios is ask them to produce evidence that these are the effects and the experiences that we are projecting and creating. So, given all of that, I have a very banal question of the tools and what kind of materials and methods and techniques are you seeing that we can actually look to further that advancement, to actually push this towards innovation within the design studio and within the practice. So I'll let any of you jump in on that.
A lot of the work that I showed is obviously material and requires physical model making in order to see. One of the things I ask students to do is to begin to look through things, not at them. And so it really, even if you begin with a kind of initial spark of an idea, there's kind of no opportunity to be predictive. And so, yeah, when they start to be fearful of making mistakes or failing in some way, we have a lot of conversations about how that's actually a good thing and how that's a part of that process. And failure becomes a co-conspirator for making the work better and fine-tuning things over time. I do think time is such an important factor. It does require full buy-in and the desire to continue to iterate through material work. So I often try to avoid over-prompting students and letting them intuitively sort of decide what materials they're interested in working with, and then help push them toward reiterating that process over and over again, and developing an expertise around the material that they're kind of selective and wanting to investigate. So I think a lot about the term practice and practice, what it means architecturally and in terms of interiors versus maybe the practice of an artist who has an art studio and is making in their studio every day. And I sort of am interested in collapsing those ideas for design students and allowing them to develop a practice that is sustainable and can exist over time beyond even the classroom. That was a kind of rambling way to answer your question.
Thinking about showing, in my particular case, showing photographs of the classroom as evidence actually gives me some pause and I feel very tentative showing, and thus it needs to be somehow veiled or complicated by layers, because I'm reminded of a friend and colleague, a poet, Craig Dworkin, who wrote a lovely essay called Mycopedagogy, where he connects John Cage with the practice of teaching and mushroom collecting, obviously, mycopedagogy, where Craig brings together that being in the classroom is akin to a psychedelic experience, where in both of those cases, you always tend to say, you just had to be there. There's no inherent evidence, right? You just had to be there, and you have to kind of live with in large part the interior of the classroom, right? So the question then becomes, what evidence do you have of innovation in the classroom? Does it only build in extraordinary delay, and can you only build it through long durations? And can the innovation only be almost circumstantial when folks come back to their alma mater, 10 years past? And that feels like a very uneconomical timeline for innovation, especially in the classroom, but I think about that a lot. What do we see as a result in the short and in the long term?
Yeah, I could build on that. I think what I see as well is that the learning opportunities happen more when the students can experience and realize for themselves some of the topics that we're trying to teach them about. And I think it happens a lot. I see at Pratt thinking while making and coming to realizations, and I think that us as a profession, architects, interior designers, I think we can do more to, we can introduce making more in the process of design, and really include that more kind of across our practice.
I'm just going to speak about sort of time. Being in the South, in Alabama, we live in a place rich with history at every single site. And we work in a lot of cities that were instrumental to the civil rights movement. And Kevin does a lot of work in Selma, which is a place that is hit very hard by time. A lot of the buildings are not doing well, and yet it documents a time that is just so imperative, and the objects of the buildings need to be kept, or we can't lose sight of that. So sort of this idea of making and of seeing things and understanding that the things that we're creating mark time, but are also integral to the history of that place. The students have to sort of reckon with all of that simultaneously, so they can't just be about the past is our future as well, so they need to be a part of that.
And if I may follow that, I think also in terms of your question is like, how do we unleash innovation? And I think unleashing innovation is linked to unleashing inhibitions within students, and to kind of empower them to use their voices, even in contexts that they don't feel fully familiar engaging in. By the nature of any studio or class any of us have taught, studio by itself is temporal. Any project you produce has a very short lifespan. But I try to talk to my students and empower them, saying that this is your statement, this is your advocacy on behalf of a community, on behalf of a city, of a country. And I think when students hear that, that has, at least in my case, tended to really kind of unleash their innovation in a proactive and very engaging way.
One other thing I was just thinking about is the kind of like material quality of the studio atmosphere and the kind of curated set of students that exist in that space as a kind of team that works together. I feel like there is something so important about the temporal quality of the studio. And it's like, I talk to my students about how it's almost like a baseball team sometimes, which I don't really watch baseball, but it's like each person has a kind of set of skills that they can sort of run by other people. They do one thing, another does, like they're sort of also curating and learning in studio from one another, and the strengths of one, it's not that they all need to kind of end up in the same place afterward, but the building of that atmospheric quality in studio, I think, is also a piece of the puzzle, a piece of the material puzzle, for me anyway.
That's a nice note to end on, where the students here hopefully are helping to create their own atmospheres. Oh, thank you so much. I wish we had more time, but maybe we can continue after.
Thank you.
It's totally up to you.
See if they play or don't play.
There is fresh coffee outside if you need to recaffeinate.
Welcome, everybody. We're going to start. Does everyone want to take a seat? Thank you. I don't know why I'm holding all this stuff. Where are our speakers? Oh. Where's Viola? Should have that. Where's Viola? Right here. On the green shirt. No, I know, but the other. Okay, oh, come on. All right, thank you. We now start our afternoon session. So I am pleased to co-moderate with Nerea, and so we'll begin with another set of 4 excellent speakers, beginning with Aniel Guxoli. Forgive me for he told me his last name is unpronounceable, so I feel a little bit more, it's okay. He teaches architectural history and heritage conservation at the American University of Paris and is currently visiting assistant professor in the architectural history of the Americas at the University of Oregon. He pursued his early studies in architecture and the humanities in Venice, Brussels, and Montreal. He developed an early interest in the phenomenon of Art Nouveau, the subject of his talk today, and wrote his doctoral dissertation on Victor Horta's Hotel Tassel. His research has included other areas of 19th century architectural history and 2 co-authored contributions to Narrating the Globe, The Emergence of World Histories of Architecture, MIT Press 2023. More recently, his teaching and professional activity in heritage conservation in Canada has drawn him to the history of architecture and the city in North American context. His forthcoming book, The Making of the Monumental City, Montreal, Cité de Maisonneuve, 1900 to 1921, traces an episode of civic ambitions and entangled interest at the turn of the 20th century. So we welcome Aniel. Thank you.
There we go. Hi, everyone. Thank you for the kind presentation. Thank you again to the organizers. Thank you to Igor, wherever you are in the audience. It is my first time in Texas. Excited to be here. The research on Art Nouveau and on Victor Horta's Hotel Tassel, a building from 1894. I realize I should have put the date in the title of the presentation just in case. It's taking me to unusual places, Texas, and also on my way here, my flight was diverted, so I had to change in Las Vegas. It's the first time I see that airport. All the more exciting. But the recent interest in the atmospheric that this colloquium addresses was extremely helpful in my previous research on the Hotel Tassel and the iconic image of its staircase, the mural, the painted mural of its interior, and a series of historiographic problems related to it. The problem that subsequent historians and art critics, starting from 1900 all the way to the 2000s, addressed was why Victor Horta, the architect, would have invented such unusual forms at this time, at this place, in this house. These were the forms of the interior decoration of the Hotel Tassel, which are those of the painted mural, the mosaics on the floor, the ironwork, as well as the paintings on the ceilings of this interior. Why they should have been invented, therefore, in such strange forms, at this place, at this time. And this problem became entangled with the broader historiographic one, the sources of Victor Horta as the sources of the Hotel Tassel, as the sources of Art Nouveau, as a stylistic phenomenon in general. And the answers were generally sought jointly, the sources of Victor Horta and the sources of Art Nouveau. And there were 3 principal fields where art historians sought to identify them based on the knowledge of the time. The first one was the English arts and crafts, where a lineage was attempted to be established between the mural and wallpapers prepared by William Morris in the English arts and crafts tradition in the UK. The second one was French rationalism in the theories of Viollet-le-Duc in France and other of his followers that could have explained the ironwork that appears in Victor Horta's architecture. And the third field for the art historian was the pictorial avant-garde. Symbolists, neo-impressionists, and so on, and how they had handled several problems with the disappearance of traditional pictorial space. Related to it was a very important field, Japanese art, how it may have influenced Victor Horta in the genesis of this design. None of these sources of these fields, whether on their own or together, could account fully for the novelties of this house, for what's happened here, and above all, for the meaning of this space. The mural is, in fact, located in the interior of the house, and this house became the site of a profound transformation of a typical townhouse of the city of Brussels in Belgium in the late 19th century. Victor Horta built it for his friend and colleague Émile Tassel, whose name is extremely important and whose contribution to the project is also extremely important. He was a professor of descriptive geometry, a trained chemist, who worked for the industrialist Ernest Solvay to assist him with industrial production, but also in the development of a series of theories on the origins of life. It was his pastime as a very wealthy industrialist to reflect on those, but he needed scientific assistance from his colleagues. Both Horta and Tassel, they were also Freemasons. This is how they met, and it is this affiliation which in fact helped propel Horta's career in Belgium at the time. It is therefore a typical house that they could have been built, but they did not build. They were building on the typical lot of the time. It's a 6 to 7 meters town, narrow lot. It is the one on which most houses in Brussels are built, and it is within these limitations that they decided to undertake a very important transformation of the conventional plan and the conventional interior of a house. The facade already announces major changes, things that are unusual in it. I will not look at the facade, but I want to look at the interior and in fact point out how the interior has been profoundly transformed. In a typical townhouse, rooms would be disposed on enfilade next to each other, flanking a narrow hallway, arriving eventually at the back garden in the rear of the lot. What Horta and Tassel did was to transform the interior by opening up the very heart of the house, which we see in the section, and therefore they created a volume at the front and another one at the rear, and opening, freeing up the very center, the heart of the house with a skylight which allows light from above. And the famous stairway, the staircase, is located at this part of the house. And we see, in fact, here how it communicates, how it joins, at the same time separates the two distinct volumes of the house, where this time the main entrance is located to the front with the vestibule, which leads to the staircase and then leads into the interior living quarters of the house. On the ground floor, the living room between the staircase and the back garden. Above it, Tassel's bedrooms, and on the other side, on the street side, the mezzanine and his studio. So the drawing room of the house at the far end, connected between the two. Seen in plan, we also see how they are structured in a symmetrical layout with a central axis running from the main entrance of the plan, which opens at first into an octagonal vestibule decorated with mosaics, then a first flight of steps which leads into the heart of the house, the area which this time has been lit from above for the first time, before they proceed on this central axis into the living room, then at the very end, the dining room, which with that hexadra shape looks into the back garden. Because the plan has been elongated this way and the center of the house has been opened, the back garden has been restricted in space compared to a traditional one. And in fact, we see at the heart of the house, at the center of the plan, how the staircase located to the right is in fact one of the three consecutive adjacent spaces that are many things at once. They are a hallway, a stairway, and most importantly, on the opposite side, they are also a winter garden. The transformation of the heart of the house sought to create, in fact, something distinct, something that I've never attempted before, both in layout and in the subsequent decor, which was invented for it. It is many things at once, ambivalent, ambiguous, and it brought an idea of nature. It brought natural light into the interior of the house, as it is seen in the historical photographs. This is the view that Tassel would have had from his living room, looking across, this time, the winter garden on the other hand. Now, it is this very important fact that this space was at the same time a winter garden where the mirror reflects the decoration of the famous mural on the opposite side. It is this very important fact which was largely forgotten or ignored by subsequent historians for a variety of reasons, including the fact that after 1920, the house itself was profoundly transformed. Tassel's widow sold it, and the subsequent owners repurposed it. So the glass frame, the glasswork disappeared, so did a large part of the decor, including the famous mural itself, which was painted with a white coat. One of the urban stories around this transformation was that the owner of the house got very disturbed by people who would be ringing the doorbell to check out the mural, so she decided to paint it white, just to save herself the trouble of letting in the visitors. But the transformation of the house helped forget that, in fact, this space doubled as a winter garden, and the decor of the mural served this very unusual purpose at the very center. So what remained of it was the historical photograph that showed us a staircase, and it is of this staircase that sources were sold separately. But by replacing it in its original locus, the function, the winter garden, I explored another field that allowed me to retrace the genesis of this place and the famous sources of Victor Horta, one that lay outside the field of architectural history proper, but a field which we're exploring today, the construction of atmospheres in the field of horticulture and botany in 19th century Belgium. It took me back to the early 19th century, at the very origins of this movement, where there is a growing interest in plants, in the cultivation of foreign plants, exotic plants, and the interest in this case was dual. It was scientific and also commercial. The interest in plants helped in turn inspire the development of a distinct typology, the glass house. The glass house, which became a shared concern of botanists as well as architects at the time. It was a rising vogue in Europe for foreign plants imported from the Americas, in particular South America and Central America. Their arrival in the city would be a massive public event. Their value was extraordinary. Sometimes a cactus brought from Mexico, it cost more than its equivalent in gold because of the difficulties in transportation. And these were very rare specimens that were arriving in Europe. And the site of the cultivation, such as the botanical garden, were in fact both commercial sites and scientific ones, but also venues for public events, in which the glass house became either the background or the locus itself. In the 1820s, we are still at the origins of the development of this typology. The technology is still limited, but the architect is now attempting to address a few problems that come with it. The author of the Botanical Garden of Brussels, Swiss, was the royal architect. He held this title. So the clients, they wanted the most prestigious architect in the country. And he attempted to reconcile together two very distinct traditions, the modern glass house with classical design. It was not easy at first, and in the 1920s, in the 1820s, the glass house is still a modest, narrow structure, but with a monumental facade. It was not very late before other entrepreneurs realized the enormous commercial potential of the foreign plants from abroad, And Belgium followed the example of England in becoming one of the major centers of commercial horticulture in Europe. At its origins were individuals who were sponsored by the government as well as private entities to travel to the Americas, find foreign plants, bring them back to Europe, cultivate them. Then cultivation took on an industrial scale. They created commercial establishments, which were the largest in the world. With the establishments came larger and bigger glass houses. Now, these explorers, such as Linden, they had themselves traveled to the Americas. They had gained first-hand knowledge of the atmospheric conditions of the origins of the plants, but also how to transport them to Europe and how to cultivate them. And they also brought something else to Europe through their descriptions and the glass houses. They brought the idea of the immersive environment. So now what they are attempting to recreate in the glass house, what they are offering to the public and what the public expects is an immersive environment. They are going there to feel the experience of the virgin forest as if you were in Brazil. So we are reading accounts at the time in the second half of the 19th century of someone from Brussels who took the train to go to Linden's establishment in Ghent, and he describes this as a thrilling experience without the risks that the sea voyage would have entailed in contrast. And they immersed themselves into these new environments, and crucially for us, they wanted to take pieces of them home. Can you recreate this immersive environment at home? According to botanists and horticulturalists, you can. England was once again leading the example, leading the movement in putting forward examples of how you can adjoin the living room, the residential interior, to a glass house. These were ideas, proposals published in the mid-century in England, reprinted in Belgium, and enthusiasts would put forward this model and argue that we need to merge the two living environments. The domestic living environment, open it up into the glass house so that plants and people live in the same and one shared environment. It is a beautiful dream. It has serious practical limitations if you actually want to have both of them, both set of species sharing the same environment. But for the architects of the second generation, the problem continues. How do you approach and resolve architecturally the problems of the glass house? Half a century after the Botanical Garden, another king's architect, Alphonse Ballard, architect of Leopold II, King of Belgium, builds the main winter garden of the royal domain of Laeken. It is one of a larger cluster of glass houses where the king liked to stroll, discuss, which has in fact taken some of the functions of the residential living interior, but at the royal scale. And in some of the sketches by Ballard, we see how he attempts to reconcile the iron construction with the stone classical construction in a tolos. It's a round colonnade for the main winter garden. It is a sketch by Ballard, which is found in the archives of Victor Horta, because Horta, who belongs to the next generation, was Ballard's pupil. He completed his apprenticeship in Ballard, who was the most important architect in the country, just as he was developing his design for the winter garden and the rest of the complex at Laeken for Leopold II. Once again, the idea is to create an immersive environment, an atmosphere where you can conduct your daily business and whatever you wish to do in there. The engagement ceremony of Leopold II's daughter to the heir apparent of Austria was held in this winter garden. So these atmospheres were becoming sites of public venues and events. What the architect needs to do and what he's attempting to do and what they are doing with a degree of success is to dissimulate as much as possible the presence of industrial iron or whatever reminds you that in fact you're not in Brazil but you're still in Belgium. So you need to give to iron ribs and any constructive component or technological one vegetal shapes so that they blend with the palms or other vegetation inside. And what is most interesting in the case of Laeken, in the glass houses of the last generation with Leopold II, that is in the 1890s, not by Bala, but another set of architects, is the installation of electrical light, which was in its own right a technological marvel in those days. And it added to the fairy-like dimension of the interior of the glass house. There were experiences to unusual things at the same time. And electricity posed the old problem of how do you dissimulate, how do you hide the presence of cables, industrial productions in a glass house. And in this case, they gave to the cables the shape of vegetal stems. They are not necessarily imitative of plant life. They do not have the shape of flowers, but they do seem to suggest plant life in a very abstract way, which is in this case both intentional and unintentional. This is as much as they could do to dissimulate the industrial presence of them. And these experiments in iron design, in the construction of an atmosphere, this is what we are, a notion that we are going back to frequently today, allows us to go from this to what Horta did at the Hotel Tassel, where similarly in the construction of a glass house and the idea, the image of nature in a glass house, he invented similar forms as those that we have seen in glass house design. Iron construction, but iron cast to resemble the forms of life. Forms of life that blend and dissimulate another technological invention, the column in this case, the columns that support the flight of steps. It doubles as a conduit for the heating of the house. They would let in the air from the floor, which would come at the top and rise from above. So it is a technological innovation that has been put in place in there. Air conditioning, but given the shapes of vegetal life, very abstract shapes that Horta is able to come upon through the contact with avant-garde art. Now here it is the interior of the Hotel Tassel shown in a contemporary illustration, so we see both components, the actual palm houses, the actual palm trees that were part of Tassel's collection, and we see how they blend with the forms in iron as well as flat decoration that Horta and the collaborators have invented for them. And in fact, the famous staircase would have appeared at the time as part of this double set. The staircase on one side, and across it, the actual winter garden and the mirror that reflects the very abstract form of vegetal life that Horta and Tassel created together for this very unusual interior. Thank you.
Why is it not moving? Is this not moving to the next slide? Sorry, I don't know what I'm doing wrong. I just did that. There, thank you. Oh. Sorry about that. Thanks. Next, we welcome Mili Kiropoulou, an assistant professor at the Gerald D. Hines College of Architecture and Design at the University of Houston, and the founder and director of the BASE Lab, Building Analytics and Sustainable Environments. She holds an MS in Sustainable Environmental Design from the Architectural Association in London, and is a Royal Institute of British Architects chartered architect and lead accredited professional. As an international architect, educator, and researcher, her work manifests through climate-responsive, human-centric design, using experimental research and building performance simulations. With over 15 years of experience in architecture, Mili has been involved in myriad projects or design proposals across continents and countries from the US, Europe, the UK, Africa, Latin America, Russia, the Middle East, and East Asia. She serves on expert organizations such as IBPSA, the IES, Illuminating Engineering Society, and the Building Technological Educators Society, and has published in several venues, including the Energy and Buildings Journal, Facade Tectonics, among many others. So please join me in welcoming Mili.
Hello. I feel kind of an outlier a little bit. I will talk a little bit tech, but hopefully in ways that you all are very familiar with. We'll talk about interiority and the semi-outdoors in an interesting way again, not so much indoors, but we will see. So architectural interiors are conventionally defined by their presumed protection from weather, an assumption that in hot, humid climates is neither culturally neutral nor environmentally benign. Pristine, steady-state environments conditioned within narrow temperature ranges embody what Banham identified as a well-tempered ideal, in which technological mastery over climate became synonymous with architectural progress. Gail Cooper, in his History of the U.S. Air conditioning, further demonstrates how engineers framed thermal stability as a controlled environment and infrastructure of order, health, and comfort long before architects adopted it as a design paradigm. By the mid-20th century, Marsha Ackerman argues that air conditioning has become naturalized into American life as a symbol of safety, productivity, and modern comfort, thereby narrowing the range of acceptable interior experiences. The pursuit of thermal balance gave way to an obsession with thermal homogeneity, in which comfort has equated with constancy rather than with equilibrium with the surrounding climate. The pursuit of thermal balance, of thermal homogeneity in this case, intensified in the post-war era when, as McNeil and Engelke demonstrate, infrastructures of the Great Acceleration normalized energy-intensive conditioning as a hallmark of modern progress. The accelerated mechanization of construction at the beginning of the 20th century gave rise to the international style, serving as a transition from modernism to postmodernism in a way. Several parallel geopolitical events, primarily related to oil prices and much less to comfort, weather, or even energy per se, intensified regulations and standards on energy and comfort, further promoting the call for environmental homogeneity, often translated to design homogeneity. Here, a startling scene from Jacques Tati's Playtime in 1967, portraying a travel agency waiting area with global destinations featuring the exact same building. Today, when humans reportedly spend 93% of their lives indoors or in vehicles, this history and the pursuit of thermal homogeneity at all costs have left us with environments that erase the experiential richness of climatic diversity and diminish our capacity to adapt physiologically and perceptually to the ever-changing weather, if not climate. This narrowing of interior experience prompts a reevaluation of what comfort means and how it should be measured. Against this backdrop, Lisa Heschong argues that thermal sensation itself deserves recognition as a fundamental sense, and our engagement with it is inherently pluralistic and variable, not reducible to narrow bands of neutrality. This call has been recently echoed by Michael Benedict, who urges architects to celebrate the senses through robust design techniques that embrace sound, touch, smell, and thermal perception alongside vision. The urge to control the environment through insulation, regulation, and mechanical systems has produced an architecture of rigidity. This rigidity is embedded in a series of binary constructs that extend deeply into the built environment. One of the most persistent is the disciplinary separation between inside and outside. As Gaston Bachelard reminds us, The dialectics of outside and inside have the sharpness of yes and no, here and there, positive and negative. He reminds us that thresholds are never simply neutral boundaries. Doors and passages function as transitions that, quote, both close and open, separate and invite, close quote. The inside-outside divide has long served the profession to disciplinary and economic ends, providing clarity of scope for designers, criteria for permits, metrics for real estate values, and even perceptual weight to particular spaces. As Henri Lefebvre argues that architecture reinforces socially produced special hierarchies that privilege order and legibility over lived continuity. In real estate economies, this hierarchy is further entrenched. As David Harvey has shown, value is attached to measurable enclosed square footage, while ambiguous or transitional environments are treated as excess, peripheral, or non-essential. The thermal envelope thus becomes not only a material line of insulation blocking cold or heat, but also an ideological one, rigidifying the distinction between interior and exterior and alienating the fluency with which we might otherwise navigate the continuum of spatial experience. In this framing, the interior achieves legitimacy through enclosure, while exposure is coded as marginal. As Bachelard and Zumthor remind us, thresholds and atmospheres are never fixed. They are continuous fields of experience. Atmospheres arise in the interplay between enclosure and exposure, making such boundaries inherently unstable. Spatial experience is subjective, fluid, and continuous, traversing conventions and categories with ease. It does not end at the prescribed edges of a building, nor does it neatly conform to the boundaries of the envelope. Yet, the absence of the recognized transitional space has reinforced the binary hierarchy, aligning with regulatory and real estate practices that grant value only to enclosed square footage while marginalizing atmospheric gradients. This is why during a QA/QC phase of construction elements that sustain semi-outdoor life, such as awnings, shaded corridors, open stairwells, and transitional galleries, are often the first to be sacrificed. Their contribution to thermal diversity, adaptive comfort, and spatial experience is systematically undervalued because it resists quantification in conventional metrics of efficiency, leasable area, or cost recovery. Even our language reflects this asymmetry. We readily speak of semi-outdoors, but rarely of semi-indoors. To call a breezeway or loggia semi-outdoor is to define it by what it lacks: enclosure, mechanical conditioning, or the stability associated with true interiors. By contrast, the very concept of semi-indoors feels contradictory, as if it would undermine the authority of the interior itself. This linguistic framing directs our perception. Hybrid spaces are understood as softened versions of the exterior rather than as legitimate extensions of interior life. If instead we imagine them as semi-indoor, their qualities of protection, usability, and habitation come forward. This linguistic reversal exposes how the profession's metrics and value, comfort, safety, leasable area, are tied to an interiors bias that privileges mechanical control over atmospheric experience. However, the linguistic asymmetry between semi-indoors and semi-outdoors has not been, or is probably not, universal. In many architectural traditions, the continuum between inside and outside has long been codified in both spatial practice and language. The Japanese engawa, the Italian loggia, and the Middle Eastern courtyard carry no sense of deficiency. They describe spaces that are simultaneously sheltered and exposed, interior and atmospheric. Their linguistic existence affirms a cultural recognition of thermal and social gradients. Positioned at the edges of buildings as buffers or extensions of the interior, these spaces complicate the binary of inside and outside by holding legitimate claims to interiority. To paraphrase, or better to complement this quote by Barber, today we are no longer in danger of the natural environment, seeking safety and security from it. We are instead in danger of its very absence. Our interiors are not shelters from weather, but shelters from variability itself, producing not safety, but void, an architecture of erasure rather than encounter. Don't get me wrong, Western architecture has its own latent versions of these thresholds: the veranda, the porch, the arcade, the cloister, all serve as transitional interiors, spaces of tempered exposure that mediated between the household and the weather. It is the rapid reliance on mechanical systems and the predominance of the binary notion of interiority in Western architecture discourse that have largely erased the environmental properties that such spaces once had, even if they are provided. But this is another presentation, I think. The reappearance in sustainable and adaptive design from the shaded courtyard of Alvaro Siza's Malagueria housing to the porous public interiors of Lina Bobardi's Cesc Pompeia suggests that the semi-indoors is not an imported concept, but repressed continuity within Western culture itself. Design strategies that dissolve or mediate these binaries are met in operable facades, shaded loggias, and open-air circulation corridors such as Kerez Architecture Lycée Georges in Burkina Faso, and Lacation and Vassal's transformation of Tourbois-les-Prêtres. So the decline of such spaces, though, with the rise of mechanical conditioning, marked the moment when comfort was redefined from a relational to an absolute state. To reclaim legitimacy for these spaces, comfort must be reframed as a dynamic concept of adaptation and negotiation with the weather. So in an attempt to further understand and expand our knowledge in those synaptic spaces, we have been collaborating with the Department of Psychology, and our experimental studies begin with empirical observations from a semi-enclosed courtyard in Houston, Texas, very humid subtropical climate. A mix of hard and soft scaping, the courtyard measures 120 to roughly 100 feet, is surrounded by 55 feet walls on all sides, and the perimeter of the courtyard is like a modern loggia. A large, tall, live oak tree in the middle provides diurnal and seasonal variations in solar radiation, resulting in a 0.25 sky view factor. This courtyard, technically a semi-outdoor, can function phenomenologically as a semi-indoor, used, occupied, and thermally negotiated in ways consistent with interior space. A mobile thermal comfort environmental parameter station included a dry bulb temperature sensor, a relative humidity sensor, an ultrasonic wind speed sensor, and a black globe thermometer was placed in that courtyard. The equipment bundle was kept as close as possible to seated participants and chest to head height. The study ran from July 24 to February 25 and involved 71 participants. Each participant remained seated and worked on a series of computer-based tasks for approximately 45 minutes. The process included 4 steps: self-report, demographic questions, thermal comfort survey, a series of computerized cognitive tests that took the longest time, and then again the thermal comfort survey 45 minutes later. Over the course of this time, of the 45 minutes exposure, participants' thermal sensation votes shifted measurably, moving from initial reports of neutrality towards a warmer state. Interestingly, participants who reported feeling neutral or slightly neutral, which falls within the neutral category still, reported that they did prefer change in their thermal environment. And that revealed essentially the need to decouple thermal sensation metrics from occupant preferences in comfort assessments. In addition, results revealed some short-term acclimatization. More people reporting feeling hot or warm preferred no change after the 45-minute course. In addition, microclimatic measurements revealed a dynamic interplay of factors. Shaping sensation, high humidity was moderated by air movement, while shade and spatial orientation and materiality tempered the radiant load of surfaces. and fluctuations in ambient temperature. Further, a comparative analysis revealed a cultural reality. When tested against two categorical classifications of a thermal comfort metric called physiologically equivalent temperature, PET, and its second version of it, which is modified to accommodate for humid environments, the simpler version of it aligned better and closely with observed comfort responses, even in Houston's extreme humidity. By contrast, field studies in Asia and Middle East demonstrate greater tolerance for humidity, validating the need for humid-adjusted models. Therefore, cultural determinants may supersede thermal adaptation theories. In cities like Houston, the dominance of indoor air-conditioned lifestyles limits meaningful exposure to thermal variation, posing challenges for long-term comfort and resilience. This divergence highlights that comfort expectations are not physiologically universal, but rather socially and infrastructurally conditioned. In the US, cultural norms shaped by post-war mechanization and widespread air conditioning have narrowed the acceptable comfort band, reinforcing the marginalization of semi-outdoor spaces. And under task concurrent microclimatic conditions, we also measured executive attention, working memory, vigilance, and long-term memory. Although climate and subjective comfort were associated pretty closely, neither one was associated with cognition. We observed evidence against climate associations with any cognitive measure and against comfort associations with attention and working memory. Evidence against comfort associations with vigilance and long-term memory were more equivocal. Taken together, these results suggest that semi-outdoor environments could be suitable for cognitive demanding tasks, even under subjective uncomfortable conditions. Participants sustained comparable levels of attention, agility, and memory throughout the exposure period, countering the assumption common in engineering and real estate practice that steady-state conditioning is a prerequisite for productivity. Semi-outdoor spaces are powerful design tools, not just thresholds. When equipped with shade, air movement, and cool materials, they provide adaptable environments that support both short-term comfort and long-term acclimatization. We must move again beyond the sealed box. Semi-outdoor environments offer a practical and climatically responsive alternative, helping occupants gradually reconnect with outdoor conditions without full exposure, critical for designing in an era of increasing heat and elevated demand for adaptation and resilience. The courtyard setting we are working on is defined by its view to the sky, which is restricted by the building mass and trees. An environment that is admittedly pleasing and welcome, ready to be used in ways that will elevate it to space of equal grounds with those inside the building, worthy to hold a small class lecture, arrange a meeting among a few, collaborate with peers, and do your reading. Because the Houston study was conducted in situ rather than under laboratory conditions, it highlighted the temporal and cultural dimension of comfort as a lived experience. In this light, semi-indoor environments emerge beyond compromised exteriors, becoming catalytic interiors that are temporal, adaptive, and culturally situated, thereby expanding the very ontology of interiority itself. Recognizing the semi-indoor as a critical special type that has implications for design in an era of climatic precarity. As Fanger's model of static comfort continues to dominate codes and standards, it suppresses the very physiological and cultural variability that adaptive comfort theory and behavioral thermoregulation theories advocate for. Semi-outdoor environments illustrate how thermal comfort is negotiated through gradients of radiation, airflow, and temporality. They also align with calls to design for resilience rather than stasis, positioning architecture as an agent in cultivating adaptive capacity. Designing for resilience means not eliminating thresholds, but expanding them. Breezeways, arcades, shady lodges, and transitional galleries. These are essential forms of atmospheric interiority in a future where climatic volatility is unavoidable. The semi-outdoor complicates architecture's most rigid dichotomy, inside versus outside. Historically, sidelined in both language and practice, it has undervalued the regulatory frameworks, real estate metrics, and construction economics. Yet, as both empirical evidence and theoretical inquiry demonstrate, semi-indoor spaces enable adaptation, preserve experiential richness, and open up new ontologies of interiority. To recognize them as legitimate interiors is to reimagine architecture not as a project of insulation, but an act of calibration, designing not against weather, but within its variability. The challenge ahead is to move away from absolute climatic control and to cultivate spaces that teach us how to include weather in our discourse and designs. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Alberto Martinez Garcia. He's an architect, an architectural historian, currently pursuing a PhD at Yale. He also holds a Master of Environmental Design from Yale School of Architecture, an MArch degree from the Cooper Union, and an architectural degree from the Higher Technical School of Architecture of Madrid, the ETSAM. Alberto is the co-founder of Hidden Architecture, an architectural magazine that attempts to recover buildings, projects, and theories in a cartography format. His work has received several awards and fellowships, including the Tinker Research Grant, the Harold C. Conklin Research Fellowship, the COAM Award, and the British Architectural Library Trust Fellowship. Please join me in welcoming Alberto Martinez Garcia.
Hello everyone. Thank you very much for letting me present my research. Thank you to Nerea and Karin for the moderators and Igor and the other organizers. So my name is Alberto, and I'm going to talk about this ongoing project I'm working on titled Modeling a Domestic Empire. So within the context of early modern period and the Spanish Empire, the goal of this research is first to enhance our understanding of how Spanish colonial architecture, particularly houses, performed in the tropics when typologies developed in a Mediterranean context were translated into a different climatic region. And then second, how the different spaces, materials, and room sizes of such houses, by depicting degrees or different degrees of adaptation to a tropical environment, mirror the hierarchical system occurring in the urban context. So within this framework, I'm going to focus today on Cartagena, Colombia, around the 17th century, and I'm particularly analyzing a specific house, Casa Las Damas, as you can see on the screen, a home of a slave trader at the time of the 17th century in the walled city of this town, focusing on the relationship between climate and interior spaces through different thermal hierarchies. To reconstruct this particularly aspect of colonial history, I combined several environmental simulations with historical records, secondary literature, in a level of assemblage that oscillate between the recorded narrative and the hidden subjects behind it. Architectural historian Samia Heni employed the term assemblage to describe the act of recomposing a story where multiple sources are undisclosed, have been lost, or they were never created. I borrowed this term from Samia Heni to describe how overlaying different methodologies and layers of information can create enough evidence to reconstruct a story or at least speculate about it. It requires finding a series of sources that can construct new documentation and reveal its missing parts. In this research, assemblage consists of historical chronicles and ordinances, in combination with contemporary climate data, paleoclimate information, building sections, room sizes, wall thicknesses, which then are synthesized in these environmental simulations. Therefore, I confront colonial buildings in the climate in which they sit, structures that remain standing with minimal changes in their form and materials from the colonial period can provide enough information about their adaptation to the tropics. Buildings become primary sources, living archives that depict the consequences of Spanish technologies and spatial hierarchies in the different regions. Their tectonics determine how the material absorbs or insulates from heat and humidity, and how humans experience such conditions. The development of computerized environmental analysis, combined with availability of extensive data in recent decades, has introduced new visual methods for historical research. Environmental analysis can generate images to the thermal conditions of these houses based on scientific metadata. These simulations, depicted under controlled conditions defined within the model, complement, or that's what I'm arguing, can complement brilliant descriptions by providing visual evidence of how climate and building technologies interacted in the Spanish colonial houses. And they also reveal how each room responded externally to its climatic context and internally to its hierarchical position defined within the house. So, rather than transforming a particular narrative, the visualization expands from a technological perspective and a quantitative perspective, and within the domestic spaces, what is usually written in the political, social, and territorial spheres. And I synthesize with these representations of such adaptations, the levels are hierarchically primarily using thermal comfort and psychometric charts. Thermal comfort and psychometric charts. Particularly thermal comfort can be a contradictory and problematic term because it's subjective for each individuals, but architects and mechanical engineers use it to measure heat and humidity data, and its common definition describes it as a personal neutral feeling concerning a given thermal environment without sweating. Although these terms tend to standardize the connections between the inner body and the weather, it can also trace direct comparisons between rooms and their functions using the psychometric chart at the core. The information or the resultant information presented in these psychometric charts graphically depicts the moisture and temperature levels of the air and identifies environmental mechanisms that can expand temperature and humidity conditions to achieve a neutral thermal sensation within a specific environment. So rather than using the thermal charts to understand the specific comfort zone, I compare the comfort zone for its technology and spatial conditions in the main case study, what I previously saw. The goal is to understand how the house thermally responded to the tropical climate and its different rooms, and therefore how it renders the environmental differentiations between the different social and racial classes. So to provide a bit of context, upon arriving in the Americas in the 16th century, Spanish colonizers embarked on a trajectory marked by maladaptation to the natural environment and climate, violence toward indigenous and enslaved people, and the suppression of their knowledge. The collision between the architecture Spaniards brought to the colonies and the existing environment was particularly revealing in the tropics, which had a climate that it was barely known to Europeans in the 15th century. Particularly in Cartagena, what used to be the New Kingdom of Granada during the Spanish Empire, colonial houses exemplify this misunderstanding or this neglection of the tropics and how technologies and the technologies importing from foreign contexts disrupted the previous indigenous epistemologies that had been adapted to the region. Built with bricks and centered around patios, these houses conceal the complex relationship between colonizers and the tropics. By replicating architectural models from the Iberian Peninsula, the Spaniards imposed designs incompatible with local ecologies, climatic conditions, and available materials. Within the Cartagena colonial realm, fire bricks and patios reflected both technological and spatial maladaptations, as well as hierarchical and racial structures that extended from regional and urban levels into the domestic sphere. Particularly the Ordenanza del Cabildo de Cartagena, or Ordinance of Cartagena, which was passed by Spanish authorities in 1555, mandated the use of bricks and tiles in the town, and they banned barareque, which was a Taino term for walls made of bamboo and soy. So although both materials, fire bricks and barareque, were made of clay, when the brick is fired during this brick-making process, the response of the soil to the temperature and humidity changes in an interior space. The natural fibers that are usually between the clay and which facilitate sorbing and releasing moisture to buffer humidity swings are burned off in the kiln, stopping the moisture buffering. Furthermore, the use of patios, which were transferred from the Spanish peninsula into the colonies, their density and configuration with houses next to each other and microclimates in the courtyard did not perform similarly in Colombia, in Cartagena. Particularly these rigid patterns in the arrangement of houses, such as the orthogonal grid, create barriers that block the passage of wind through the houses. This transformation in Cartagena is well depicted in domestic typology known as casas altas, or high houses, where the colonial elite reside or live. Those were characterized by two-story constructions with a mezzanine in between, a patio, and a backyard. They occupied the oldest plots of the town in the northern and eastern areas of the main island and shaped the local dynamics within their walls where masters and enslaved people coexist. Those houses were usually the homes of plantation owners and slave traders, since Cartagena was one of the main entry points for imprisoned Africans brought into the Americas. With the rise of the Spanish Empire, in particular in the 16th and 17th centuries, Cartagena colonizers became the key players in the new Atlantic world, and they want to flaunt it so enough. So one of these houses, as I say, Casa Las Damas, it was built inside the walled city by Alonso Álvarez de Armenta at the end of the 16th century, who with his family was involved in the slave trading business between Africa and the Americas. Casa Las Damas follows a similar patterns to other casas altas in the town, defined by horizontal and vertical spatial divisions. Horizontally, the entry or zaguán, vestibule, and patio were reserved for the family and visitors, while the backyard was dedicated to food production and labor. Vertically, the organization of the house reflected a hierarchical structure, semi-public spaces occupied on the ground floor, private rooms located on the second floor, and the space for enslaved people were situated in between. On the staircase, between the first and second levels, a hidden door led to a mezzanine where servants lived. This space, which was less than 2 meters high, minimized its presence within the house. Mezzanine rooms, they had windows and sometimes small balconies facing the street and the courtyard, and a bridge connecting the mezzanine rooms above the entry, which was designed to let the servants know if the master or some guests were coming to the house so they could start preparing the welcoming without being seen. The second floor contained the main private spaces for the settler family. It was organized around the patio gallery with the main living room facing the street, a second communal space having facade on opposite walls, and the bedrooms facing only the courtyard. The living room, right on top of the entry, was the only private space that faced the street with a balcony that projected the domestic into the public realm. The semi-public and private spaces of Casa Las Damas describe on a micro scale the relationship between the owners and their servitude. The courtyard was used to entertain guests and demonstrate the prestige and power of the owners. These openings contrast with the concealment of enslaved people between the floors. In this domestic realm, the invisibility of the servitude mirrored the hierarchical system of the urban and also like agricultural context. And based on his will, on the will of Armenta, the owner of the house, which is dated in 1609, we know that he owned at least 4 domestic enslaved individuals, 2 men, 1 woman, and 1 child, likely all residing in the house in this mezzanine space, which was probably served with crops and other storage kept there, which this was usually also keeping as a storage. As in the other social spaces, Spanish settlers dominate the public areas of the house, forcing others to move through obscure, hidden areas. While the architectural layout fixed these colonial hierarchies, its environmental performance expanded the conditions associated with this social order. Thermally speaking, the house had 3 main strategies to alleviate high temperatures and humidity: cross-ventilation, shading, and convection. First, starting with cross-ventilation, The house orientation, in this case, about most of the town, aligns with the main wind's direction, primarily facing from northeast, north, and south. But, however, the dense urban fabric of Cartagena only allowed them to ventilate through the front and rear facades. This configuration caused the air to become trapped within these patios, impeding the free movement and creating domestic hierarchies regarding access to airflow. The living rooms on the second floor were the most exposed to the wind, followed by the bedrooms, and then finally the mezzanine and the ground floor spaces. Protected by the cantilever on the second floor gallery and with smaller windows caused by its low height, air barely moved through the servants' spaces. So although patios did not help cross-ventilation, they were a powerful mechanism to provide some shading while allowing natural light coming into the space. The narrowness of the open space impeded direct light from entering the internal walls or inside the rooms, avoiding overheating these surfaces, but letting in enough natural light into the usable spaces, particularly in this second floor. The partial efficiency did not happen in the mezzanine, as you can see in this section, with this low ceiling. Where enslaved people inhabited this gloomy environment and moved in the darkness. Similar hierarchical conditions occur for convection. Most rooms on the ground floor have a clear height of at least 5 meters, letting the hot air rise while the space below stay cool. The elevation of the rooms was even greater in the main space of the second floor, with more than 7 meters height. On the other hand, the mezzanine, only with 2 meters height, did not benefit from the convection process. There are hierarchical differences in Casa Las Damas, summarizing the different temperatures each room reaches and the level of natural ventilation and moisture. The cooler rooms located on the ground floor, facing the north, while the warmer spaces are on the mezzanine, the second floor lobby, and the secondary living rooms, with average temperatures ranging between 75 and 82 Fahrenheit degrees. This chart reveals the poor temperature conditions with periods of the year close to 90 degrees throughout the day. This temperature ranges, if we analyze it in conjunction with other environmental factors, particularly in the psychometric charts, one might infer that the second floor rooms, so if we only analyze them individually, one might infer that the second floor rooms experience conditions at least as unfavorable as those of the mezzanines and equalize master and slave spaces. However, when comparing this data with moisture levels and wind patterns, the conclusion can shift. Ground floor rooms are significantly impacted by ground humidity, worsening the interior conditions, and wind patterns enhance the thermal comfort of the rooms. As a result, although the front and back living rooms have similar temperatures to the mezzanines, wind likely mitigates the heat's impact. The psychometric chart of each room then offers a more subtle or nuanced understanding of the various climatic adaptations in Casa Las Damas. We see that access to natural ventilation expands the interior adaptation to the rooms, so while most of bedrooms on the second floor and mezzanine experience similar temperatures, access to natural wind creates a cooling effect in those spaces. Then, if the overall maladaptation of Casa Las Damas was exacerbated by the use of fire bricks that overhead interiors, and I'm not explaining this much in detail, and patios, the position of each space within the house and its height created a hierarchical perspective from a thermal view, with the slave people room experiencing the worst conditions. As a conclusion, colonial domestic architecture in Cartagena represented the uneasy entanglement between social structures, architectural spaces, and environmental performance. This quantitative approach to the early modern environmental history as an assemblage reconstruction can enhance our understanding of how Spanish settlers fixed spatial imaginaries in the construction of domesticity within tropical regions. Colonial constructions reinforced hierarchical structures, and servants and slave people were relegated to inadequate and uncomfortable interiors. Simple difference in floor heights and window locations transformed the thermal experience within these houses across social classes, reflecting the brutality embedded in the colonial landscape. For this project, I employ a technology used in the design industry to historically analyze building tectonics and spatial apparatuses. Here, I focus on architectural performance, controlling the conditions defined within a three-dimensional model. A parallel study with a data logger or other equipment with temperature and humidity sensors could capture real-time information, becoming another layer and highlighting the differences between the computerized model and the actual conditions. Furthermore, even expanding the data, we should employ these methodological tools with skepticism. Do not forget, we are projecting new technologies, thermal parameters, and assumptions into a space inhabited by early modern people who did not have a voice. The narrative of this essay then seeks to illustrate how building technologies reinforce colonial hierarchies while refraining from moving beyond this information. And although this expanding the knowledge of the archive, that's a little bit the goal here, with environmental simulations can offer new conclusions about the individual experience in those spaces, or at least in my opinion, they need to respect the limits of what we cannot really know. And then finally, while the focus of this essay has been the origins of colonial constructions and the hierarchical reinforcements they embodied, it also opens the door to examining the relationship between architecture and climate through decolonial lenses, examining how centuries of colonization deeply transformed the built environment can establish a starting point to reimagine new forms of domesticity that acknowledge previous indigenous climatic adaptations, recognize the violent past of erasure, and have the potential to build new futures. Thank you.
Our last speaker in this afternoon session is Viola Ago. She's interested in architecture's role in a world inhabited with visible and invisible forms of duress. Her focus in the affective conditions of war and conflict-ridden territories has guided her investigation towards a design research project. Viola is the director of Miracles Architecture and an assistant professor at the Toronto Metropolitan University. Previously, Viola was a fellow at Rice University, The Ohio State University, and the University of Michigan, and a resident at McDowell and Autodesk Technology Center. Viola's written work has been published widely by Routledge, Park Books, Acadia Conference Proceedings, the Journal of Architecture Education, Architects Newspaper, Archinect, among others. And her work has also been exhibited across the US in Los Angeles, Boston, Houston, New York, San Francisco, Miami, and many more places. So please join me in welcoming Viola Ago.
Okay. Can you hear me okay? Thank you, everyone, for sticking almost all the way to the end. And thank you to everyone for organizing this. It's been a fantastic day. Thank you to my colleagues for presenting such rigorous material. I'm so excited to continue this conversation. Okay, so I'm going to present a recent project today and focus on the design and execution parts of this project and how that all relates to research articulation, we're going to call it. I'm going to talk about atmosphere, I'm going to talk what it's made of, and why it's important in our discipline. So this will take place in 3 parts. I'm going to first introduce where my thinking originates from. by presenting a sort of case study or a timeline kind of case study and ask you all to sort of think about subjectivity and forms of viewing in creative and critical practice. I'll be introducing hauntology as a way of thinking about atmosphere, as weather, as a shifting temporal field that influences our creative acts. Then I will show a recent exhibition project. You can also see it here. It's titled Aleatory. It's an interior pavilion, and I'm going to try to situate this work in the atmosphere that created it. Lastly, I'm going to conclude by returning to hauntology properly and the use of images and plants and circling back to the idea of atmosphere. So I'm going to begin with a case study. In October 1998, at the Graduate Center in the City University of New York, a seminar was held where American professor of comparative literature Jane Gallup was to present her new work. An American art critic and professor, Rosalind Krauss, was to respond to her work. At the time, the two women were highly regarded for their critical contributions. Jane Gallup was the author of The Daughter Seduction, which is an analytical feminist take on Lacan's psychoanalysis. And Rosalind Krauss had already established the October Journal for Art Criticism and Theory and had written extensively on the modernist grid. We know her in our field as the author of Sculpture in the Expanded Field from 1979. I tell the story today based on American genre-defined feminist scholar Maggie Nelson's experience of being in the room in the seminar in 1998. So Gallup, married to a photographer for this presentation, showed intimate photographs of her family life, including giving birth and raising her two children. She published these photographs in 1987 at first, without revealing that she was the subject, the mother. She used French philosopher Roland Barthes' position of speaking about photography as a spectator. In 1998, more than 10 years later, during the seminar with Rosalind Krauss, she showed the same series of photographs. Krauss's response absolutely crippled Gallup. To recount, after giving much praise to Gallup's theoretical texts and her previous work, Krauss responds, quote, "The importance of this early work is why it is so deeply disturbing to behold the mediocrity, naivete, and soft-mindedness of the work Gallup has presented to us today," end quote. Maggie Nelson recounts this whole experience as Krauss deducing that Gallup's, quote, "maternity had rotted her mind. It besuited it with the narcissism that makes one think that an utterly ordinary experience shared by countless others is somehow unique or uniquely interesting," end quote. In 2003, Gallup published the photos again, this time reclaiming her own authorship. In this publication, which was 14 years after the seminar with Krauss, she admits her indecisiveness to publish these photographs. So to me, it seems that when a creative author is marginalized, whatever form that may be, they can often struggle with subjectivity in the intellectual sphere. So my question today is, what happened between 1987 and 2003 for this clearly brilliant scholar to reclaim her subjectivity? How did her atmosphere change in the span of more than 2 decades? So I'm going to use this sort of like time span case study or analogy as a method to describe atmosphere. Atmosphere, in the sense, is every accumulated political and cultural facet that influences creative authors. When I say atmosphere, I mean more than just air. It's a climate, a feeling, and body politic. It's a kind of weather system made up of shared media, technology, and sensibility. So in order to do this, I want to take a moment to describe a lens to help us enter the atmospheric part of the conversation. For this, I turn to British culture theorist Mark Fisher and his concept of hauntology, which is built on the philosophical work of French-Algerian philosopher Jacques Derrida. Hauntology stands in opposition to traditional ontology, which we're all familiar with, and is the study of the non-existent, the non-physical, the abstract, or better put, a type of existence made possible from absence. Fisher was interested in a diagnosis of the temporal aspect of 21st century culture and argues that 21st century culture is marked by inertia. It's a type of stasis that hides behind a superficial idea of novelty. So for Fisher, ontology refers to persistence and repetition, so to persistence of known and accepted forms and repetitions of these forms into current projects. More specifically, Fisher argues that ontology speaks to artists sharing a sensibility towards overwhelming melancholy about the present political sphere and a preoccupation with how technology can materialize memory. So I'll circle back to ontology, but like Gallup, I've also found that creative work often lives within overlapping atmospheres, intellectual, domestic, and political. The project that I'll share today was designed in 2019, then interrupted, sort of reabsorbed, and re-influenced by the atmosphere of the years that followed, so by the rhythms of home, care, and world events. But before I go into the project, allow me just a minute or two to give a brief overview of some of the thinking that scaffolds my design research work. So over the last few years, I've been writing about design ideas that grow out of our contemporary conditions of instability. So how thinking through these conditions can open up alternative ways of approaching form. In 3 articles spanning over almost a decade, I first wrote about compositional strategies from a brief historical position. So here, Compositional Physics and Other Diagrams of Force presents a survey of projects from architects, artists, sculptors, filmmakers that think about form in relation to physical forces and temporalities. So I was also looking at theories of visual dynamics and experiential empathy to try to understand the surveying of the field at the time. A few years later, I built on this line of thinking through concepts of phenomenology applied to digital environments. So while in the first article, I resisted a polemical position, in my subsequent Platt Journal article, I advocate for the compositional physics projects in terms of design process. So in other words, the act of designing as one registers the evidence of motion or force inflicted on things or objects in a scene. And finally, in the third and last part of what I think of as a 3-part series, I look at the merging of the author and their creative output. So how both exist within the same atmosphere, sharing the conditions that shape a creative event. Across all 3 articles, I talk about atmosphere, or more simply, what's in the air. So when I move from writing to making, these ideas about instability and atmosphere become central. They enter geometry, penalization systems, and fabrication logics. As I wrap up that series, I'm moving into a new phase of my broader work, so trying to understand how these atmospheres are constructed, who gets to build them, and how we draw from them in our own creative practices. So I returned to this project in 2024, after receiving a SEEK grant from the Design Technology Lab at the Creative School at TMU in Toronto. So I want to take some time to talk about the atmospheric change from 2019 and 2024, and how that atmosphere shaped the project and why it's important to pay attention to the way that our air influences the way that we as creative authors produce work. So the project started as a kind of geometric exploration, a pavilion imagined as a site of display for both natural and artificial life. I was interested in how surfaces come together, how panels articulate, how they misalign, and the architectural conflations between image, surface, and object. From a critical point of view, the project started to ask how form might respond to the instability of our current moment, how architecture could become an aesthetic and formal apparatus in conversation with the kinds of turbulences and distress of our current moment. So I used a digital physics engine to simulate turbulence, introducing small forces that disrupted the surface. What you see in the final design is the result of those forces, so panels seem to sort of tremble against a stable frame. These design exercises can embody the creative force reflective of a conflict-centric form of life, which is a term that I borrow from martial theorist Julius Grove. I'll come back to him in just a minute. At first glance, the structure looks perfectly enveloped, panels aligned and seamless. But in fact, they're a mismatch. They're shifted. They reveal a subtle type of force, seen here in diagram before in the bottom right. That motion of the simulation engine became part of the design process itself in order to engage with error and disruption, so to see these moments not as flaws but as generative, as something that could potentially produce form. The idea behind the animation sequences is to produce frames, literal animation frames, that can exist as singular instantiations of a process in motion, while keeping in mind that the project exists within that motion. So you can't really separate one instantiation from the turbulence that generated it, for example. So these were the renderings from 2019. Fast forward 5 years later, and I'm in the midst of fabricating files to finally build the pavilion for an upcoming exhibition. In the weeks leading up to the exhibition, I was file prepping, fabricating, ordering, speccing for the green, gold, and red vibrant pavilion that I rendered all those years earlier. The budget listed green astroturf, gold paint, green metal paint, twin wall panels, a combination of artificial and real plants, light fixtures, and hardware. So this was at the end of February, moving into early March of 2024. Now, before I continue, I must add a small disclaimer. So one of the things that I'll be sharing today is not my story to tell. I'm not ethnically or nationally related to the story, but I want to leave space for those who are. However, in honor and spirit of transnational solidarity, I'm leaning on my own empathetic experience and my own history of ethnic marginalization and persecution in order to tell the story. So with that, allow me to take a turn for a few minutes to narrate the rhythms of the final days of production from my perspective, my first-person perspective. In early March, in the mornings, while the sun rises, on my commute to studio, I listen to the news. I spend the day working. In the evenings, at home, with the lights out, I narrate a children's story in my native language to my 2-year-old. To elaborate further, in the mornings, while the sun rises, I'm listening to the news surrounding the flower massacre that killed 118 people looking for aid. There's flour everywhere. I spend the day working. In the evenings, at home, with the lights out, I narrate a children's story on repeat until she falls asleep about a mean wolf who dips himself in flour to disguise himself as mother goat in order to eat her kids. And again, in the mornings, while the sun rises, I'm listening to the news surrounding the flower massacre that killed 118 people. I imagine people near large trucks as the news told the story, running. I imagine them screaming. I imagine them covered in blood and flour. I'm awake. I'm really awake. I spend the day working. In the evenings, at home, with the lights out, I narrate a children's story on repeat until she falls asleep about a mean wolf who dips himself in flour to disguise himself as mother goat in order to eat the kids. I imagine the wolf. I only see flowers. My eyes close. I drift. And again, in the mornings, flour, white. I spend the day working. In the evenings, flour, white. This becomes a rhythm. One of these days, in spending the day working, I decide to strip the project of color and everything turns white. I cancel every order and start again in full panic mode. White vinyl, white paint, white matter, white lights. I speak to no one about the white. The shift to white wasn't aesthetic, it was atmospheric. It marked a change in political weather. As my team and I start to assemble the pavilion, I remind myself of French philosophers Gilles Deleuze and Félix Guattari's theory of temporal flows. For them, temporal flows give meaning to an object as a result of an event. Temporal flows are based on a conceptual rather than mathematical measure of an object event. So here I borrow again Jeria's Grove thinking of a form of life in the throes of rhythms of creativity in an attempt to give conceptual grip to objects that do not exist as distinct things, but as parts of a living continuum. So as its name suggests, aleatory was already rooted in the idea of an object as a result of an event that is part real and part fictitious. In its exhibition, one can see the ambition of panels in space that describe a loose form, so the structure is stable and secure, but the panels seem precarious. The pavilion sits misaligned, but at the center of the gallery. It asks the viewers to physically negotiate the space between two kinds of stability, the solid existing walls of the gallery and the fragile shifting walls of the pavilion itself. In addition to extrapolating the conceptual premises of the work, I'm also committed to fundamental aspects of our discipline, so namely how tectonics, framing, and connection details, for example, work in concert with the rationalization and the structural resolve of the project. So the basic type for the project is a structural frame and a shell typology, for which I also turn to our more sort of conventional representational tools as part of the process. So, to conclude, I want to touch on one last detail, this ephemeral red graphic that we kind of see floating in the background. From some angles, it appears flat and vibrant, but when viewed through the panels of the pavilion, it becomes ghosted and refracted. The title of this presentation, Your Eyes Resemble Mine, comes from a verse by the London-based musician named Tricky. He's talking to himself as though he were his dead mother. In thinking through that moment, Mark Fisher describes hauntology as, quote, uncanny repetitions, something that speaks ahead of us instead of us, end quote. For Fisher, hauntology constitutes a refusal to give up, a refusal to give in to the totalizing regime of capitalist realism. So hauntology becomes a space of resistance where old forms return, not out of a sense of nostalgia, but as a way of pushing back. For him, old forms can also return as trauma. The repetitions, the melancholy, the refusals, they all live within an atmosphere, and it is that atmosphere that influences our creative acts. Haunting does not care to be present. Aleatory does not have flower in it, neither is it meant to look like flower. But its ontological existence cannot be understood without the atmosphere that it is a part of. The pavilion embodies what is no longer or not yet. Fisher calls this the agency of the virtual, where the specter acts even without physically existing. So the talk today tries to make the case for a political and conceptual atmosphere of influence that accompanies us in our design and creative work. One last example before I close out is contemporary French artist Cyprien Gaillard's Nightlife from 2015, a wordless 3D film that explores urban environments, monuments, and plant life under artificial light. It's an example of resilience, repetition, and the strange vitality of objects and organisms caught in historical and technological crises. Nightlife feels like an atmosphere where light, plants, and monuments breathe the same air as history, or rather, atmospheres of knowledge that are tied to the politics of images. Aleatory's rent plant graphic unapologetically borrows from Gaillard's atmosphere in an attempt to highlight two things: how memory lives in matter, plants, metals, and plastics, and how technology, digital 3D imaging, artificial lighting, registers that persistence into physical artifacts. And to finally return to Rosalind Krauss's critique that a commonplace thing experienced by countless others, trees, plants, resemblances, flower, maternity, domesticity, is not unique or uniquely interesting. While that may be true, it's not the thing or event that needs to be interesting. For me, with this project and this proposal, it's the atmosphere that is both unique and interesting and worth investigating and celebrating, especially in a contemporary world where our creative power is always at war. Thank you.
Thanks so much to all four of you, and to the audience for listening and being here. I actually wonder if we could start with, I see so many, one of the things that I love about this symposium, or most symposiums, is just the unexpected connections that you see, even though you've read the abstract, et cetera, that there's these wonderful and profound connections. And so I wonder, before we all might share the connections or threads we saw, not only between these four presentations, but even the morning and the pedagogical roundtable, is if the four of you, in listening to each other, found one thing that an unexpected connection that you saw with your work and someone else's.
I can start. The first thing that came to my mind after the last talk, it was actually that, oh, wow, this is like one thing I thought in all presentations, and that was the sense of time, in a way, that differently from the previous talks that was perceived in a different context. In this case, it was sort of memory of, from thermal comfort, what I was trying to negotiate, to colonization, to memory of material even at some point, and how those things translate from an era to the next, but also from the first moment to the next, like in a short-term and long-term temporal idea. And they change both the way we experience the environment and the way the environment it is formed, but also the way we experience it in two different ways sometimes.
Thanks. Anyone else?
Yeah, I started to get a little bit nervous after Anil presented his presentation, because especially at the moment when you showed the painting over, right? Because in a way, I did the same thing to my own pavilion. I removed all the sort of like the plant life, all the pre-existing stuff, and kind of like painted over. But then I was thinking about it in terms of why it's so important to contextualize the projects, and not necessarily think about these acts as good or bad and so on, right? So, with the pavilion, for me, it felt like it was such a necessary act. Like, it could not exist in any other type of form other than the bare white. But when we saw the painted over image from your presentation, I think there was a sudden, I think everybody felt it in the room. Like, how could you do that? And then I think to think about that whole premise in terms of like colonialism, in terms of like how plants were used for colonial infrastructures in a way, I think, I would have to think about that a lot, or maybe that's something that we can extrapolate in this conversation. But yeah, I'm gonna leave it at that, just the paint over part, and then I'll think a little bit more about transporting a cactus that costs more than gold.
I also noticed how unintentionally we both, at least the first three presentations, we were dealing with what Millie called the semi-outdoor spaces. We were both discussing verandas and patios, the Colombian examples and the general examples. And in a way, what I was also dealing with was transposition of semi-outdoors typology, the veranda, which is many things at once inside the house, but having been done so in a rather figurative way, it was not the actual Colombian patio that was recreated inside, but more of the idea of something more psychological and evocative in that sense.
Yeah, no, I think usually when you present work in these sort of symposiums, it's always like, you never know who the other is going to do something and how, if it's going to be like, but yeah, I think in this time, I think there was like a nice match. It was very nice, like the of colonization on the domestic space and transnational, I guess, knowledge that I think it kind of connects a lot what I was thinking. And also, I think a more like a broader understanding of what is comfort in relation, but what is interior, what is exterior, and this like kind of opposition that is never such, or has never been such until a few decades ago. I think it's it's a great connection. And I also like one of the things like I wasn't expecting so much when coming here is actually relating the idea of weather with the idea of atmosphere. That when I started working on this project, I never put it in that way, but in the last few months, I've been reading more about atmosphere, like this broad, expanding the idea of weather, of climate, to the concept of atmosphere, affect theory. So I think for me, I think it's a good moment to come back and rethink some of the previous arguments. So yeah.
I might pick it up there with this notion of comfort, no, that you brought up. I think, Millie, you described comfort as something negotiated rather than fixed. And I think in all your presentations, somehow atmosphere was also something negotiated rather than fixed, something cultural, not just environmental. Can you all maybe elaborate a little bit on that friction between cultural and environmental atmosphere, between objective conditions and subjective experience?
I would like to touch that on the basis of comfort being flexible even within the same person. Like, I have reevaluated the notion of comfort myself several times in my life. I have narrowed it, expanded it again, and now I'm back into narrowing after we are back further from the pandemic, when we all had the opportunity to expand it, I think, regardless of our cultural experience. So I think that it was actually, for me, the reason I'm working with thermal comfort right now, my personal experience, and I'm happy to understand that more broadly and theoretically rather than just as a physiological process, and touching on issues that are deeply political many times, economical, relate to capitalism, globalization by large, and tie again to colonization of how we, in a way, force people understand environment in certain ways by the way we build the environment. And that also entails all those elements of the environment that are invisible, and that is also what makes it a little harder to speak about, because when we show and we expose geometry, we have an object to all look at when talking about it. Alberto used colors, which we all understand that may represent hotter or colder in a way, but that is probably the closest we have to representation. The rest is kind of, sound, temperature, feeling, all of those things that we find hard to even talk to our students about.
Continuing your thoughts, yeah, I also like comfort a lot because it's kind of a word that is problematic in many ways, and I think it's also tricky, the idea of using, because it's so personal and it's so subjective, but at the same time it can be quantified and commodified very clearly, and the idea of color, the idea of sound. So I think it's to me, I find like it's a word and it's a concept that can be constantly expanded. And I think it gives a lot of opportunity for research, for thinking. I think it was you who were talking about Daniel Barber. And I think he's somehow brightens about the idea of after comfort as a kind of a provocative approach of how do we experience comfort, particularly in relation to interiors. I think it gives room to keep growing on that. I think it's still like a word that has a lot of future meanings.
Yeah, it can be a very subjective thing. That is why you cannot really live in an Art Nouveau house or a Victor Horta house unless you are the original client. And even the children of the clients, they try to escape as soon as they can from their houses. In his own memoirs, Victor Horta, he always ignores the decor, and he tries to put emphasis on objective comfort, saying, I introduced air conditioning into the house, and so on, which are the aspects we are less interested in. But also in the broader historical field, that there was this impossibility to negotiate comfort, to use the two terms from borrowing them from you. Can you live in an environment that is suitable to both plants and people? Foreign plants and people. For the lover of plants, the botanist, yes, you can. For somebody else, perhaps no.
Yeah, I guess for me, it's a little bit more complicated, I would say. When we think, or maybe we can define some of the terms that we were talking about. So if I think about interior thermal comfort, to me that seems like such a capitalist corporate kind of standard, right? Last time I read about it, and please forgive me for the scientists in the room, these kinds of temperature sets were set for productivity. I think they're primarily set on the male body, how to produce the most amount of work, during office hours and so on. So, and I heard earlier that I think, for example, here, the school does not have control over the temperature settings in the building. So, it's I think it's something that I don't think we have any kind of like forms of resistance, so to speak. And I'm really interested in this idea of forms of resistance. I'm actually interested in the idea of discomfort and how discomfort can help us move away from kind of like standardized notions of what thermal or, seating comfort or whatever it is. And yeah, whether or not in an equal way pushing discomfort into a space can produce other types of activity.
Thanks. I'm going to indulge in one more question related to comfort, and then we can open it up. So similar, or maybe alongside of comfort, and something that came up for me this morning, but in a different way, is control, and how we think of interiors as a place where we can control, and the exterior is what we don't. But you all brought in places where there was bringing in exterior, like the winter garden, and as a place that's even exotic in some way, but controlling it, right, in a way. So, and I wonder how you see the relationship between artifice and what we might call the natural world, right, and then also control and comfort. I think I think there's many times in history where we feel out of control, but we're in one right now. And so that play of control, how we try to control different worlds or allow the lack of control inside versus outside, I wonder if that came up for any of you in your work.
I can start to talk a little bit about the use of physics simulation engines and embodying some type of kind of like disorder into like penalization systems, and that also comes from this idea of allowing the process itself to bring in a certain, or to take away a certain level of control from our own authorship. So it becomes like a sort of parallel between the processes that I'm using and my kind of like authorship over the work. But I think what's interesting about that is that the sort of relinquishing control over almost, I feel like it opens the space for fictitious elements to start to take place. And I think in that fictitious moment, I think is when we can explore other things like the outside, or allow other elements to enter the design process.
Yeah, I could look at my space in both ways, as a highly artificial one and a controlled one. At the same time, it offered a sort of escape from the control of norm and convention in the city outside them, because inside this space they could perform something which would not be allowed otherwise. It is a space of their own making.
Yeah, I think actually, I don't know, I would say I advocate for the lack of control, in a way, of comfort control or different control. Actually, one of the things I like about the pavilion is like these kind of cracks between the joints. I said like, well, probably everything starts to get uncontrollable at those cracks. But also on your research, when you have this kind of facade line and then start to expand, I think, is this like where there's like this kind of lack of control also from the design experience, or also for the analytical experience, where I think things start to happen beyond this kind of anxiety about making sure we're measuring everything, we know everything.
Right. And I want to shift the meaning of the word control a little bit and just mention that not my research, but there has been research out there that shows that we want to have control over our environment, and that makes us comfortable, even if we don't use the means we have to control it. For example, in this same room, if we did have, say, a shading mechanism for this window, if that solar radiation bothered us, even if we were not using it, the fact we have access to that and we can control it makes us feel more comfortable. So we do need some level of control in a more personal and individual level, feel that we control our environment, but not necessarily, obviously, in the way you mentioned it, and the mechanical control of spaces and conditioning of spaces in ways that today, I think, has just created a, like I mentioned, a homogeneous understanding of what is comfort, although we are very different gender-wise, culturally-wise, and in many other ways. Even our immediate previous experience may affect the way we live, we feel, and in that sense, control becomes just another authority in a way where we don't have access anymore to that thermostat. And it is okay sometimes, we cannot have 100 thermostats in the same room, but we should have adaptive opportunities for people in that same room. And that is very, I think, it's very much related to interior understanding of the space in the end of the day, when those things are designed by architects that design the building, let alone engineers that have dominated this field by far.
Questions from the audience?
Thank you. My name is Alexandra Jeszka, I'm a professor here. I have a question related to Millie, right? Millie's presentation. At some point, I don't quite remember how you put it, but you talked about neutrality and how people were not really seeking that, right? And it made me think of the fact that neutrality in some way is a form of sensory deprivation. It's stillness. And what's interesting is that for like short periods of time, it can be a form of rest, that it helps us recover. But when it becomes prolonged, the brain starts hallucinating, actually. And it starts, it seems that it actually starts to rewire itself. So it's a very, it becomes a negative thing. And so I wonder how you think about the importance of variation, like change itself in the environment, as not just the range of flexibility that we can accept, but the change itself as a sensory input that we rely on, and how that perhaps is important in those liminal spaces.
Yeah, so the notion of neutrality can be purely physical, like you have no thermal exchange on your skin, on your body with your environment, and that is neutral, that's equilibrium. Whether that's desirable, it's a different question. And we have equated neutrality with comfort, which is wrong in terms of thermal comfort sciences. But to your question, I think that it can take two levels. One that can be a little bit more recreational or pleasurable, where, in Northern Europe or in Norway, is it? Yeah, where you jump from the ice to the hot water, and vice versa. In Russia as well, it's a custom. So you go from the sauna and then jump into the ice. That experience of giving yourself to your body, giving that experience of extreme in a way, and that is desirable. It is not anymore, I live in an extreme environment in Houston, which is intolerable many times, and that is not desirable. But when we go to that, it's about understanding also the limit, I think. And honestly, in our study, the goal was to, and we haven't gotten there yet, is to establish that limit and find until when can you do that? Because we did have
days that were too hot for being considered comfortable, even outdoors. But we want to see how far that can go. And so in that sense of more sustaining neutrality or comfort better, where you can be productive or sustain an activity that is different than recreational, it can still be more variable than what we think now. But I think it's two different ways of understanding that extreme as a goal and different as tolerating it to go through your day, but both being in a way present outdoors, which is our natural environment in the long term. Like as human beings, we have been in this environment now very, very little compared to our existence, and our body hasn't really gone through that change. So we do seek that variability still. I guess that is a simpler way of putting it.
I have a question about Roz Krauss. I'd like to interrogate that point you made within the context of discomfort, her discomfort, her invalidation and outburst. Because, well, I don't want to respond to my own question, so I'll ask you.
I would like to know how
I'd
you're
like to know
looking at
first
it.
what do you make of that, and then I'll tell you what I make of it.
Of the seminar?
Her invalidation.
Yeah,
and
Jane Gallup's.
Also, how it fits with your working process.
Okay.
Like, why was it important to you to talk about it?
So it's a little funny because when I first read The Argonauts, I didn't actually remember that particular story that well. It didn't stick out to me. And I think that was back in, I think it was like the start of the pandemic or something, or just before. When I returned to the book, it was one of the stories that struck out the most. And you know, I don't have a one simple answer to it. I think, as with everything, it's probably a collection of reasons. But I would argue that at that time, it just simply wasn't allowed to have that kind of subjective lens. And I always feel like there's this sort of divide between, even though like as architects, we always look to artists for like references and da-da-da, but I feel like there's a divide between artists who are practicing art sometimes and the freedom and the vulnerability that they engage with. Whereas I think in architecture, I think we're still struggling with pretty standardized, you know, yes, we say we're over modernism, but are we? Pretty sort of standardized kind of canonical presets that we have to struggle against. And I'm not a historian, so I don't have the kind of the historical background to understand why that is, but I am deeply committed to the idea of discomfort as a form of resistance from these otherwise very strict, overarching mandates. Now I want to know what you were thinking.
Well, I was thinking about Krauss's anxiety about the subjective and her misogyny.
Yeah.
Right. And if I tied back to my own career and my presentation today, but also my work on gender and subjectivity, it to me is fascinating that while Krauss is coming down very, very hard on this notion, on the female, on the subjective, on the experiential, it also is a strategy for making her own experience opaque or denying her own experience.
Absolutely.
Right? And it's particularly interesting to me that Krauss is a graduate of Wellesley College, which Karen might have some choice words about as well. But I found it really interesting in your presentation because you then went on to use that as a counterexample to the sort of thing that you were trying to do yourself in your own work, right? As a Krauss's, first of all, her use of power to invalidate the other speaker or, the other woman's experience. As you said, it used a different word. It undid her. It crippled. Crippled's a good, crippled. So I just find it fascinating because across the span of my ancient long career, I've seen that happen a number of times. And it usually, with that vehemence, has to do with the level of anxiety that's uninterrogated. And in Krauss's case, coming out of a female environment in terms of women's college, for me, it's very telling that the viciousness and the power move that she uses. Yeah. Which I think, if we tie it back, to the people I was talking about this morning, those strategies that they use are ways of insulating against that power move, because some personal is okay in the view of some old school historian or old school critic like Krauss, very old school, modernist, masculinist, whatever you want to call it. So those moves are okay. The other moves are not okay. And I think for me, it's a great example in the context of this conference because it looks normalized in Krauss to say, that's gross. I mean, that's a short version. That's gross and reprehensible, and you shouldn't do it, and it's like your brain is rotted. It goes and goes, right? It's not just like, I didn't find any resonance in that imagery, right? She really goes crazy. But the people that I write about, from starting way back with Farnsworth and other, people, women's environment, the notion of experience has to be central in my work. And in a way, Krauss is the exact opposite of what I have been trying to do, in particular, her inability to see herself, right? Her own prejudice. So I loved your presentation because I thought it methodologically was extremely complex, let's just say. I really liked it.
Thank you for saying that. I really appreciate it. I do have to say it's a style that I'm more or less experimenting with a little bit more recently, I would say. So I think I sense certain parallels in that seminar, and I feel that that era is not necessarily over, that we're still sort of like living through it, so, especially now.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Any other questions? I think we have a little bit of time, right? Do you guys have any questions?
I have another question. Oh. Well, I wonder if others could talk about discomfort, right? Not just comfort, but discomfort. Discomfort, like why couldn't... It's hard, it's always fun to try to teach the work of Horta because it's so cool and interesting and different and students love it. But on the other hand, people would say, could you live there, right? Does it seem like that it's an animate architecture that might, like the Little Shop of Horrors, that it might come after you? But that's not the discomfort that you're talking about. I'm interested in that, why only Tass could live there, not the children.
It is perhaps a visual discomfort to begin with, because the style is so overwhelming and it's already strange to begin with. And you cannot change anything in the house and so on. It's many reasons. There's something pervert about it as well, the vegetalism of it. And but on the other hand, the comfortable house is considered to be the English house and the American house. So we have perhaps the two opposites. So if we were aiming for the comfortable one, we would want the suburb house in the US. That's the European dream. And for the more interesting one, perhaps the Horta house.
I can speak loudly enough. I've never suffered from not speaking loudly enough. Thank you for your presentations. Unfortunately, I missed the first one, and sorry about that. I guess I really missed a special one. The questions about, comfort and so forth are also kind of interestingly rubbing up against questions of atmosphere. And atmosphere we think of at a kind of collective level. It tends to be talked about in architecture especially as if it's, all around all of us, right? And it's all around the building, and it, and it affects design, both interior and exterior to the building. But I think what's really radical going on here with these presentations, and certainly what Alice Friedman has pointed out as well, is that there's a real kind of argument to be made for returning atmosphere to something that is also subjective and finding value within the subject of atmosphere. And I was intrigued especially with the discussion of like who's comfortable in a colonial home, and how do those setups, occur, and how each of those kind of create different characters. So I'm wondering if the panelists could talk maybe about the case of the subjective within atmospheric conditions that are predicated on these different interior experiences, and maybe reflect upon the ways in which that could kind of radically sort of imbalance the bias in which we talk about atmosphere as if it's a just kind of normal situation among a collective of individuals.
Well, I think it's important to know that in the first place, ASHRAE, our engineers, define thermal comfort as a subjective mechanism. So there is no scientific term. There are several models several people have developed over the years, but that I find actually myself as an architect interesting, that the door you knock to find the answer to the scientific question, it's closed. But I think that comfort as thermal comfort and the rest of the spectrum of comfort do not have to go hand in hand. In my work, I try to negotiate comfort through thermal comfort, and therefore touching on colonialism and the such. But I think it does expand beyond that. And especially the way you phrase the question, who feels comfortable in a colonial house, goes much beyond thermal comfort. Then we're talking about sort of a historical interrogation of materiality, even the existence of vegetation, the connection to the outdoors that remains contextual to the local, and it's not as much colonial. It can't be much colonial anymore. And where do they find a common point, or a point where we need to understand both at the same time, the indoor and the outdoor? Actually, I just want to take your question as an opportunity to speak more about discomfort, because I think talking about that spectrum means essentially all of us talking about discomfort in the end of the day, like welcoming discomfort and using it as a means for
training our bodies in thermal terms to resist, to be more resilient, and to be more responsive to stimuli that affect it.
Continuing your response, I also have read a few times the Astra definition of comfort, and I think it's very impressive that they say it's subjective, because it will be so easy to throw mechanical engineers under the bus and just say like, oh, these people are like, so orthodox, but they actually give enough, I think, flexibility. And I think in terms of atmosphere, also I find difficult in terms of evidence, particularly the colonial house, about how do you talk about discomfort, or how do you talk about comfort without projecting or contemporary anxieties into the past, into also other subjects. And I think people who are currently historicizing atmosphere are usually are using mostly, I think, literature or other manifestations of I'm talking, I think, mainly about books, because I think even if that, of course, is also subjective, I think it can bring us into a historical side without or with less chances of taking the risk of just trying to replicate what we are thinking they could be experiencing. I think it's a very slippery field, but I think it's like going back to the beginning. It's supposed to make it interesting, because I think we are still always working in circles trying to find out what is the truth. Yeah.
Maybe that's a nice moment to end on. So I think we have a little bit of a break now.
So thank you all so much. This brings us to the end of the second paper session. Now we get to change venues. So the final two parts of the program take place at the Harry Ransom Center. Just a 4-minute walk from here for those of you that are new to our campus. We of course want to see everyone at the 5 o'clock keynote. Between now and then, you can rest, relax, stretch. Also at 4 o'clock, there is a showing of selections from the Harry Ransom collection in relation to the symposium theme that starts in about 15 minutes. So we can walk over there together for those of you that would like to go over there now. In the back of the room, we have Shelby, who's a graduate student in the Interiors program. She will, hi Shelby. Yeah, okay. So she will meet you in the courtyard just in front of us to all of you who want to walk over there together. Otherwise, we'll meet you there at either 4 o'clock or for the keynote at 5 o'clock at the Prothero Theater. And then you can also use your phones to figure out how to walk over there. That's probably the easiest thing, but it's very close. So see you there. Thank you.
Check, check, check. Check 1, 2. Check, mic 2. Check, 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 mic 2.
Hello again. So thank you to all of you who have been here with us throughout the day, and welcome to those of you that are just joining us for this final program of the day. I will introduce the introducer. So Clay Odom will introduce the keynote speaker.
Thanks for that glowing introduction, Igor. Climate change is forcing us to rethink design radically, to shift our focus away from a purely visual and functional approach towards one that is more sensitive, more attentive to the invisible, climate-related aspects of space. Might not climate be a new design language, one rethought with meteorology in mind? Those are the words of our keynote speaker tonight, Philippe Rahm. They can be seen as a call to action, speculatively reframing design for our era. With today's gathering broadly engaging interiors and interior design in the context of weather and environment in the Anthropocene, Philippe's work as a practitioner, curator, and scholar is an ideal fit. It expands both the responsibility and territory of our thinking and actions as interior designers. Philippe Rahm is a Swiss architect with a degree from the École Polytechnique Fédérale de Lausanne and a doctorate from the Université de Paris-Saclay, pardon me, whose eponymous practice of Philippe Rahm architects is based in Paris. From physiological to the meteorological, the work has reached an international audience and has broadly influenced practice in academia and helped shape new conversations, theories, and methods for design action. He has authored several books, including most recently The Anthropocene Style, and has taught at Harvard, Princeton, Columbia Universities, HEAD, Geneva, and ENSA, Versailles. He has taken part in numerous biennials, including those in Venice, Tbilisi, Madrid, Chicago, and Tallinn. In 2025, he was co-curator of the Ile-de-France Biennial. He is a Knight of the Monaco Order of Cultural Merit and has been awarded the Silver Medal of the French Academy of Architecture. Philippe's work argues for a renewed focus on interior design with his spatial, formal, and material configurations reconceived to optimize climate-regulating performance and human experience. He calls this 21st century functional and decorative aesthetic the Anthropocene style. Central to his practice is the notion of atmosphere as an active, designable field, an invisible yet measurable medium that shapes how bodies inhabit space. In seminal projects such as interior weather and domestic astronomy, Rahm transforms gradients of temperature, humidity, and air movement into the very structure of space, dissolving traditional boundaries between architecture and meteorology. His convective apartments in 2008 further advances this logic, organizing domestic life not through enclosure or partition, but through the natural stratification of air. More recent works employing thermal imaging and environmental simulation continue this exploration, visualizing the invisible thermodynamic landscapes that govern interior experience and perception. Most recently, as curator of the Versailles Landscape and Architecture Biennial, Rahm continued to extend his ideas from the body and domestic spaces to urban and territorial scales, extending further, framing landscape as climatic interface and architecture as a tool for atmospheric rebalancing. My colleague Nerea, Felice, and I were proud to have research conducted by students included in this exhibition, which you can see in the north lobby of Goldsmith if you take the time to walk by. From the suppleness of thermodynamic gradient visualized through thermal images, which reveal air spaces imperceptible to the human eye, to the visualization of humidity, temperature, and air, which we can only feel, not see. Philippe's work challenges standard notions of rigidity and closure in favor of space which is allocated and occupied based on human perception and physiology. He said, between the infinitely small scale of the physiological and the infinitely vast scale of the meteorological, architecture, and by extension interiors, must build sensual exchanges between body and space to invent new approaches capable of making long-term changes to the form and way we inhabit and will inhabit buildings tomorrow. His approach offers a new ethical and aesthetic framework for practice in the age of climate change, treating design as a medium of environmental modulation and metabolic exchange. Through his work, Philippe has profoundly reshaped how we visualize, model, and conceive of interior space in an expanded, yet deeply and specifically disciplinary way, shifting attention from form and structure to energy, comfort, and the reciprocal exchanges between bodies, materials, and atmospheres. Please join me in welcoming Philippe Rahm to the stage. Thank you.
So thank you very much. I'm very pleased to be here, and I will go very fast in a lot of projects. So I'm beginning immediately. Hop. So is it okay? No, it doesn't work. Okay, so it's like going to the past. Like I first opened an office in Switzerland called Decoster and Rahm Associés, and until 2005, and we represent Switzerland at the Venice Biennale in 2002 with this book, Physiological Architecture. And at that moment, it was very important for me to explore a little like the core of architecture, because everybody was talking about the wall, the image of a wall, but in reality, the target of architecture is the void itself, it's space, and so how to define space by the physicality of the space. So a first project we made in 2002 was for an artist, Fabrice Hibert, in France. And in reality, here we were thinking that, you know, in Paris, you are creating, like during the winter, when you have a radiator, you are creating 20 degrees Celsius, so it's warm and it can be very cold outside. And then during the summer, you want to produce a more temperate climate when it's hot outside. And in reality, it was like recreating in real time the climate of Tahiti in France. And when you have a radiator, in reality, you are like making a shift of latitude by bringing a climate that is really existing on the planet at the real time, but you are bringing it somewhere it doesn't exist. So we were saying, okay, let's take everything from Tahiti in Paris, in France, it was in La Vendée, and so we introduced that in the center of the house, and it was like producing light, producing heat, and also producing the smell and the plant of there. So it was like the central heating room was like the main core of the house, and so it was like a house in jet lag, because it was producing also the light when it was midnight in France. It was like noon in Tahiti, so you have the light of so it was like a machine turning like that. And then at the end it was very completely opaque, because it was like full of thermal insulation, but everything was inside, and then it was like this kind of jet lag house, you know, like walking and creating the smell and the heat of Tahiti in France. Then in 2001, we were invited at the SF MoMA, and here it was also this idea that how we perceive architecture, and we often talk about you know, the visual, but in reality you have some information that going beyond the visual through the brain and through the hormonal perception. And at that moment, we were thinking about light. You know, light is a very common element of architecture. Like at my time, it was talking about Tadao Ando, very beautiful lighting. But the lighting is not only aesthetic; it can be physiologic. And we know that there is this type of relationship with the melatonin and the fact that when you have no light during the night, you are producing a lot of melatonin. But there is this experiment in 1980 by Alfred Lewis that shows that if you turn on the light, it's decrease secretion of melatonin, this hormone inside inside the brain, inside the blood. And then at that moment, we know that if you have high, very bright light, it blocks the melatonin, and it was not the color at that moment was green, but then it became blue. And so we propose to make room without, so it's no more like a social space, like living room or bedroom, but it's like a melatonin room. So it was like, okay, this one was like a exciting room, so you was going inside and it was blocking the melatonin. And then the other one was like emitting like now we know that it's more like green, it's more like orange, red, you know, and it's very popular today because it's like night shift on your iPhone, you know, it's blocked the blue light and it's, but at that moment we didn't know exactly what was wavelengths, you know, it was, I was part of a symposium in Eindhoven when some researchers show the blue and the orange light. It was in 2005, something like that. And so it was an interesting moment at that moment. Then in 2002, we have represent Switzerland in the Swiss pavilion. And it was the hormonarium. So it was like, okay, let's work really on the space, on the interior space, without talking about the limit of the space, but really on the matter of the space. And the space is not empty. It's composed by gases, by electromagnetic waves. And let's design that, because if we are not doing that, it will be the market, you know, that will sell the light, that are deciding for us what type of lamp. Or so let's take that seriously, and we can think about that. And then we made this hormonarium, so it was like working on two elements, and the perception of that was like not in the visible, but like by hormonal perception from the light was through the melatonin. And so we have a very bright light, and then we decrease also, it's here, we decrease the level of oxygen inside the space by adding nitrogen, and so it was no more like 21% like it is on the sea level of oxygen, but it was only 14%, like 3,000 meters of altitude in the mountain. So in reality, it's well like a little like going immediately, you open the door and you jump in the high mountain, and you have this bright light that was coming from the ground because you cannot escape. You know, you are receiving, so it's blocked the light, and you have this lack of oxygen, and so the perception of that was completely hormonal and no more no more semantic or no more aesthetic, you know, and I think it was, you know, just to say that architecture is not only aesthetic, it's also about maybe health and pollution and things like that, and so it was important for us to talk about this type of things. So this is some image of the project. So it was quite incredible inside also, because all the limits disappear and you have this feeling of floating in the space. Then in 2007, so it was a little the opposite. We create this diurnism. So it was like creating a kind of night during the day, because that, as I say, the night shift program, you know, of iPhone is when you have no more blue light, the melatonin can be secreted by your body. So the yellow light or the red light is no more blocking the melatonin secretion. So it was like creating a kind of fake night, or like inside the day. And so it was the opposite of noctambulism. So it was like deambulism, like living the night during the day. And so this was like this range. You know, the blue light is blocking melatonin, and after 600 nanometer, you have no effect on that. And so we choose this wavelengths, and then we emit that, and it was in that space. And then at the back, we create this kind of black cooling screen that was a little like the night vault, and then we reverse the music of you have the nocturne for the piano of Chopin, but it was invented by John Field, and it's interesting because the invention of the nocturne, this type of piano piece, was invented in the same moment than the street lighting was invented, and at the beginning of the 19th century, and so the nocturne, you can listening to nocturne during the day. It's like an evocation of the night. And so here, by reversing, by creating diurne, so it's like evoking the day during the night, something like that. Then we realized something like that based on melatonin, kind of melatonin cafe in Taiwan. So it's based on the yellow light is like the night, the blue light is like the day, and so we propose to make a cafe where you can move not inside space but inside time. So it's like time design. So you can go into the night or go into the day or go in something that moves with the astronomical cycle, and so at the end it became like that. So you can enter and the different type of room with this different effect on the melatonin. So the yellow one have no effect on melatonin, and the blue light is blocking the melatonin. And then it's like that today. This is from Instagram photo. Yes. Here, this is a project also based on wavelengths. We made that for Artemide. It's a company of lighting in Milan, in Italy. And the target was to create the most economic light with the most healthy lighting. So this is the spectrum of the natural light. This is different spectrum, like incandescent spectrum, halogen spectrum. And we can see that, the halogen or the incandescent, a lot of energy was emitted in infrared, so it was not visible. So it was a loss of money and loss of energy. So it's why the fluorescent spectrum was better, and then the halogen was only in the visible range. But depending of the semiconductor, you have a kind of wavelengths, and you can and it's this gallium is producing that. So you have different semiconductors that are producing different type of light, and when you assemble them, it creates a white color or some different type of color. But in reality, the human eyes have different cones that are perceiving different wavelengths, and so here, yes, here we can see. So we have one cone. We have 3 cones in the eyes, and if you are receiving light wavelengths where there is a cone of the human eyes, it's good for the body. But if it is not exactly there, so first it will be invisible, so you are paying money for non-visible light, and also it can be creating some disorder for the vision. So we know that the fluorescent light, for example, was creating some health problem for the people that were living in a kind of interior environment. So we look to exactly the different wavelength of the human eyes, and then we say in the house there is not only human, there is also maybe mouse. So we look where the mouse is perceiving the wavelengths, and then dog. Dog have 2 cones, not 3, so it's a different range than the human one. And then you can have birds, so it's like that. And then if you have plants, the photosynthesis needs to receive blue and red. And then finally, this is a range of perception of the different spaces. and we propose to make, to choose semiconductors that are aligned to this, all the cone of the visible of the different animals. And so this is like that. So then we add all this wavelength together. Then it became like that. So we know that, okay, by emitting in this type of wavelength, it will be the good one for the health and for the vision of each animals, and it will be the most economic because you are not emitting where nobody see light. And then we find the semiconductors that was linked to this wavelengths. And then at the end, we proposed like, okay, you can have like light for human eyes. So you have three cones, three type of wavelengths. And then for the mouse, for the birds, and then you assemble all together. And then it became like a white light all together. And then you can decide in the house, you have that. If you are only human, you can turn only the wavelengths of the human. If you have a dog, you can turn the dog wavelengths too. And then it became like that. And for the show in Milan, we create like what are the wavelengths for a bird or for a dog, or this is, I think, for dog. You know, this is like the vision of the dog, and it was like another project we made also about wavelengths in Kitakyushu in Japan. It was, you know, the idea of ghost and saying maybe, you know, if we want to make 60 square meter apartment, but inside 20 square meter, we can do rooms, not different room, not in different space, but in different wavelengths. So we propose to have the bathroom in ultraviolet, the bedroom close to the blue, and the living room inside the red. So then you turn, so it was like that. So when you turn the red, you only see the living room, like that. And then the black line, one line is the bathroom and the other one is a bedroom. So when you are turning the other color, then you see the bedroom. And when you turn the other color, then appear the bathroom. So everything was like, you know, the idea of ghost in the 19th century was like there is different parallel dimensions, so but on the same space. So it was a little like that, and then all together it's like that. And then the book was also, you can read a different story with that. A project we made also on light was this winter beach. We proposed to rebuild a kind of beach during the winter, but by using only it was, at that moment I was reading a little the 19th century, like Huysmans or Baudelaire or Jean Lorrain, so this kind of literature, and the idea was the idea of synthesis, like to decompose the world in, it was coming from the chemistry, to decompose the reality in element and then to recompose, and Baudelaire was saying that poetry is like that, decomposing the world and recomposing by choosing some element but not all, and so it was like this idea of synthesis, and then here the idea of making a beach was to make a beach only with two elements like ultraviolet, like you have when you go to the beach, and iodine, that was also a very important element in the 19th century. It was the reason of why the people start to go on the beach in the 19th century, why we built all the Brighton or Deauville, all this city was like to get iodine at that period. So we propose to make horizon of ultraviolet with a cloud of iodine, And then it was a very big space. It was like a submarine house, very big, very large. And then, so it was like that, with this kind of, so it was only ultraviolet and like that. Now, after that, in 2005, I start to open my office in Paris. And maybe one first project that was this kind of creating a connection between the physiology and maybe more the sustainability was interior weather. I was invited in Montreal, the CCA. And here it was a connection to reverse a little the idea of climate and program and function, to say maybe, you know, it's not to design a function and then to ask to the engineer to play the climate, but maybe we can design the climate first and see what type of program can follow the climate. And in the history, for example, the philosopher Peter Sloterdijk talked about thermosocialism and saying that the fire was creating politics, because the people were grouping around the fire and then they start to talk together. So it was not they want to talk and they make a fire. It's more there is first a fire and then the people are coming together. Or there is a shadow of a tree, then the people are grouping and then they make something. So it was like reversing a little this kind of logic. And here, in reality, it was a very abstract project, but it was creating a movement like the sun, changing the temperature, the humidity, and then we have sensor and the light, and then saying that depending of what type of climate and what type of light and what type of humidity there is, it can generate some different type of function without knowing exactly what it can be. So it's not to say, okay, I will design a bathroom, but I will design some temperature and humidity and light, and let's see what kind of function can come with that. So it was a little like this time of things, creating like, okay, you can sleep here because there is not a lot of light, but it's super hot and very dry. So what type of space it is? Here, this is this book, Climatic Architecture, and maybe this is more close to what I'm doing now. This is the idea that, okay, let's design directly with climate. Maybe we don't need to use geometry or to use metaphor. Let's try to use emissivity for choosing a material, or let's use convection for composing a plan. And I can show some example of that. Effusivity. So effusivity, this is the speed of exchange when you touch an object. Between if you have marble, it's become cold. You feel cold very quickly because it's a high effusivity material. If you touch wool, you feel warm because it's a low effusivity material. And in reality, this is something that was used before air conditioning or before radiator for heating or cooling. For example, all the marble floor in Italy in the church was for cooling, and it's described like that. You can find in some Viollet-le-Duc description or Claude Perrault description. They are talking about this kind of material, not because, or during the 20th century, we think marble is only for showing that you are very rich, so you are choosing marble, but in reality, the marble has this kind of effusivity value, and so for that project, it is a competition we have won in 2017. It was for the center of the Maison de la Radio in Paris, and they want to transform that in a kind of public space. and with a cafe and some other public function. And then we start with the cafe and we say, we ask ourselves where we have to place the cafe. And maybe during the winter you are looking for sun and heat, and during the summer you are looking for shadow and coolness. So we cannot say, okay, the location of the cafe is good to have here, but only to have a kind of gradation. So from that we made a solar analysis of the space, and we can see where it's red, there is a lot of sun, more sun, it's like an average during the year. Where it's blue, it's mostly shadow. And from that, we place, in reality, like a gradation of the cafe from hot area to cold area. And we materialize that. We choose the material to follow this climatic quality. We say, where it's hot, where there is some sunlight, let's place some wool because it will be good for the winter. And where there is no light, let's place marble because it will be good for cooling. And then, then it became the choice between wool, low effusivity material, and high effusivity material. And this is just an image because Viollet-le-Duc is talking about this marble floor here in Italy. And of course, you cannot find marble floor in Switzerland because it's too cold. You find wool, or wood. This is this type of choice. And then, so there is this type of gradation following the line of the light model, and finally we can see that. So this is like the sunny area where you can find wool, and so it would be very comfortable in the winter, or maybe in a cloudy summer day. And then we move to the wood. With a little higher effusivity, and then we arrive to the marble, and then the most high effusivity, like it's le zin. So it's a typical Parisian, like the zin, like in the cafe. Another about convection, how to design with convection. So convection, it's like the hot air is moving up, and it's also a way of cooling by by having some air moving around the skin, and so by convection we made a different project. You was talking about domestic astronomy. It's an exhibition we made at the Louisiana Museum, and it was like how to economize energy, because in reality there is something that is not so, the nature sometimes is not so ecological, because the hot air is always moving up, and so during the winter in reality you are always cold because we are down, and the cold is always down, and the heat is always up. So we are not placed in a good way, because if we are cold on the feet, we turn on the radiator, but in reality everything is becoming hotter under the ceiling, but not on the feet. So from that we say, let's work with this idea that in reality the space should not, the function should not be placed on plan, but on section, on the altitude linked to the convective movement of the air. The hot air is there, is up, and the cold air is down. And so depending of the function, for example, if you are naked and you take a shower, there is some recommendation for having a higher temperature in the bathroom than in the bedroom. So we place so we say, okay, let's place a bathtub close to the ceiling, and we can go with a bedroom down to the ground. And then it became like that. So it's just to economize the energy because, okay, we don't, naturally, we have a lack, a loss of heat under the ceiling. So let's go under the ceiling. So it was like that. And we can see this different altitude with the bed going down and the living room a little lower, like that. And then we made a project for the artist Dominique Gonzalez-Fuster for a house. It was based on that. It was because there is some recommendation in Switzerland to say, okay, the corridor can be at 15 degrees Celsius and bathroom at 22 degrees Celsius. So we say there is this range of comfort. So let's place a radiator for producing 15 and another one for 22. And then because the hot air is moving up and it's creating like an atmosphere with different value with these two radiators that are the polarity of the low part of the comfort and high part of the comfort, 22 and 15, and then it creates movement of air, convective movement, and then we can see some different type of temperature created in the space. And we place a function according to that. So the bathroom in the outer area zone, living room in between, kitchen there, because kitchen we are moving a little, so we don't need to be at 22, and bedroom a little colder. And we place first the object, the furniture, and then we connect that with floor. But the floor have to be with hole, you know, to let the air moving everywhere, like an atmospherical interior. And so it became a little like that with this kind of open yes, and we made another project with that in Hamburg, where in reality you can move up in more warmer layers and go down in lower. So there is this kind of winter area or summer area. It was like that. And then this apartment, so this is some Swiss recommendation, 22 for the bathroom, 15 for the toilet and the other. And then here we also place, the sinks according to heat. So we can see the bathroom at the top, kitchen down. And then we propose to have the sofa for one person a little higher than the sofa for two person. And then there is also something about humidity. You know, if you have one ventilation, you have to bring the fresh air in the low, where you produce not a lot of vapor, so it's more the bedroom, and then it moves to the kitchen or to the bathroom. So we also place in reality we place the kitchen and the bathroom together because this is where humidity is produced, and so it's challenging the way of organizing the house. No more in terms of social convention, like saying that you have the night part or private part and public part in the house, but here it's just linked to humidity. You have the humid part and the dry part, and maybe it's reorganizing more to climatic issue, and maybe it can reorganize also as kind of social consequence of that. So it was like that. So it's more dry, more humid, and maybe you see nothing, but I think it's yeah. Okay, and then also based on the convection, we made this competition for a university building in Lausanne. We got a third prize, and we used some convective principle of Palladio. It's really interesting to look back to this project because when I was student, it was explained in a very esoterical way about perfection of proportion with a kind of body lying in this square and round. But it was very complicated to understand what it was about. But in reality, Palladio wrote a book, the 4th book of architecture, and he's explaining exactly the reason of the plan. He say, in reality, if there is a south, if the south is here, so the sun is doing like that. So he say, during the winter, you are looking for the sun. So this is like the morning side of a room because you have the sun here, and then in the afternoon you can go there. But then he say in the summer you don't want to receive the sun because it's too hot. So let's go here in the morning on the west because there is no sun, and you are on the northwest. And then in the afternoon you go here. So you go to the shadow during the summer, and you go to the sun during the winter. And so it's why this is symmetrical, because the room you are like a migration between rooms depending of the day, the moment of the day, and depending of. And then he say also that you have to align window, door, window to have cross ventilation. So, and then he place this portico to protect, to have no light in the center. And then he took some inspiration from the Pantheon in Rome. And you have a hole. It was also during the 20th century, the explanation with the hole was also very strange, with some mystical light coming inside. But in reality, it's just like to removing the hot air, because if you close, it becomes super hot inside. So it's like when you cook, if you have a cup on the pot, it becomes super hot. If you open, the heat is going out, and this is the same. You have a hole to let the hot air going out, and so he made that, and then he introduced the fresh air down in the underground. So there is some other house made at the same period that are introducing the air in some. They call ventiduct, so it's like underground cave, and then the air, so it's cool in the underground, and then you have a hole in the middle of the room, and it creates like a fountain of cold air in the middle. So here we can see here this stone that have some hole, and so the cold air can go out. And then the warm air can escape to the top, and so finally it's a very climatic machine. This house of Palladio with this with link to the sun and with this air, and we took inspiration from that for this building. So here we have just ventilation. You can open the window when in spring, and then the hot air is going out, like Palladio, like going out, and we can see here we made the same type of the stone with hole with a floor where the air. So here we are in a certain way removing the duct of ventilation. We are using the building itself as a duct, and then during the summer, or when it's super hot during the summer, we go down to with geothermal cooling, and we made. We can see here. In reality, the university is built on the lake of Geneva, so 3 meters underground you have the water, and then we propose to make. Hole in the ground, and so during the summer you can open and let the water going inside the building, so at the base of the building, and then you can introduce the new air, the fresh air from the underground, and it became like a water pipe or like a narghile. You know, it's like cooling the air that by evaporation, by thermal inertia, if we want, from the underground, and then by evaporation there, and then the fresh cold air during the heat wave can go in the different rooms. So we can see the section with this kind of internal lake, and the new air arrive from there. Another radiation. It's about, I can show how to design by radiation. So we made something for the Luma Foundation in Arles, and it's about how to place space according to the existing light in order to decrease the consumption of electricity. And here we analyze the incoming of light, and then depending of the type of ground, so it is increasing the light or decreasing. If you have a white floor, so it becomes brighter. If you have a black floor, it becomes darker. So we made a simulation, and we see that here in blue there is mostly shadow in the morning, and then in the red there is a little more light, and this is at noon, this is in the afternoon, and then we mix all together, and we find that here there is naturally more light, there is naturally less light, so we can place some different artwork depending of the quantity of light that the artwork can receive in different locations. And we increase that by painting the floor like white where there is already a lot of light, and black where there is no light. And then it became like that, with this variation, this gradation of different gray there. And maybe a last project here, just something like an exhibition we made in Switzerland. It's for increasing the light, and so we made the analysis of in a building where the sunlight is entering the building and where it touches the ground according to the moment of the day. We can see like okay, the different. We see the 3 windows, and this is like in the morning, and then we increase. So it's like creating a carpet that is reflecting the light to increase the quantity of light where the sunlight is touching the ground through the windows, and then it became like that in plan, and then it was like that, so increasing the quantity of light, only following the ray of the light through the window. Okay, I think maybe I don't know if I present something else, or it's okay, or maybe I can just go quickly through conduction, like something about the layers and how. You know, the contemporary facade is made of different layers of thermal insulation, vapor-proof membrane, rain membrane, load-bearing layers, and maybe we can, normally they are all together, but we can split and start to live in between the different layers. So this is some different project we made based on that. And then the project in Taiwan for the climatorium is with these different layers there. And inside this climatorium, we recreate 3 rooms. I can go. One is like reproducing the climate of the mountain in Taiwan. the other one is reproducing. Yes, I can just show this Anthropocene style. So how to choose a material according to climatic value. So when we look to before air conditioning and before radiator, in reality, all these elements have a kind of thermal task. So for example, the paravent, the screen is against cooling by wind. In French, it means against wind, paravent. And then the curtain was also against the wind inside, the cooling wind inside the house. The carpet is to like low effusivity ground to keep that. The tapestry and maybe the painting was also a kind of thermal insulation. Then the chandelier full of crystal was to increase the small light of the candle. The mirror and also the golden painting was also to increase the quantity of light. So in a lot of decision was through practical idea, and we completely forget that when we start to receive a central heating system with fossil energy and air conditioning, and I think so it's all this, you see the low effusivity carpet where you sit, where you place your feet, and all this kind of protection and things. And of course, after fossil energy arrived, you can remove all this carpet and tapestry because if you are cold, you just turn on the radiator. So in reality, we can, this type of modern style, we think, okay, it's like Le Corbusier is this great idea, but you can also imagine that in reality, Le Corbusier is just following the fossil energy desire. It's not a design, it's not Le Corbusier that is a genius, it's just, okay, with fossil energy, you have the central heating system with radiator, so you don't need any more carpet, so it's just like the consequence. It's more, the designer is more the fossil energy than Le Corbusier or Mies van der Rohe. It's, of course, you remove the carpet because you don't need any more the carpet. And so the idea of the Anthropocene style is to say, okay, this type of things is no more available today because we need to place thermal insulation again. And in reality, the thermal insulation or this kind of vapor barrier or airtight membrane, in reality, is like the tapestry before or the screen before, it's the curtain before. So this is like a new type of tapestry, like that. So we have to imagine that that the decoration is coming back, and we, as a designer, we have to accept this is a new reality of the interior. So let's design with this kind of new beauty coming from this necessity to not use so much energy for warming the building. But so then, okay, by understanding emissivity and then the emissivity, the effusivity, the thermal inertia value, this type of things. This is like that. Okay. I think. Okay. Maybe me. Okay. Let's see what there is after that. Okay, just I will finish with that. So here, the idea of inside and outside, in reality, we can imagine, we can understand like the, when you are doing a roof, in reality, you are creating a kind of interior. And here in Taiwan, it's like a little like here, the sun is really strong because you are close to the equator, so you feel the strongness of the sun, and so what we are proposing here, it's to cover partially the space, like with 7,000 square meter of photovoltaic panels, so it will produce electricity and reduce the quantity of light down. And so we call that faded exterior. So you can go under, and we are creating like a landscape under with also with some building. And so it's a little like it's exterior, but this afternoon you talk about this in between interior and exterior. So it's a little like that. And then the building also is, we say, okay, here we need a protection against, to protect the material. This is for the, with some machine, and so the people cannot enter, but okay, the air and the light can still enter. And then the building is made like different layers. We can see there is like the physical layers, and then the waterproof layers, and then the thermal insulation layers that are not on the same area. And so it's like that. We can see the different layers, and there is air conditioning only in the red bubble, but not everywhere. And some areas are not protected from the rain. And then it's like that. So it was like, we can see this kind of layering of the space. And we are entering here, and then here you can see the waterproof, and then so it's still there is no air conditioning. It's just protected by the and then we are entering the thermal insulation, and like that here. Okay, so thank you very much.
You want to answer questions?
Mm-hmm.
There's an extra mic. Are there any questions in the audience? It's been a long day.
Hi, thank you so much for this beautiful presentation. And I was sort of thinking about this, and I don't have a super direct question, but since you landed us here at global warming, I'm really curious to just hear you speak a little bit about how you think your work sort of beyond the body, which we in this room are so familiar with, speaking about interior spaces and thresholds and how we move and how we feel, and how you see your work sort of beyond. I love the last project as well, with sort of like the landscape and how things are really start to embed at a much larger scale, and I'd love to hear you talk about that. Thank you.
Yes, so here I have a focus on the interior project, and of course we now in my office we are working a lot about urban scale project, and for example we made a project for the city of Aix-en-Provence because a master plan was designed like 10 years ago. And the mayor, they were thinking that this master plan is absolutely not adapted to the rise of temperature and the problem of that are already there, and so they asked us to redesign it according to that. And so we proposed, for example, because the project was blocking the north wind, like it was in the 19th century, it was like that. The Mistral, the cold wind, was like, okay, you have to block it. But in reality today, we have to let the cold wind going inside for cooling. And then the choice made by the urban designer was to have like stone for the building in the facade, but in reality it's not a good idea because during the day it absorbs all the heat of the day and then it releases during the night. So it creates heat waves with what we call tropical night, because the temperature doesn't decrease during the night because it's by thermal inertia it's released during the night. So we propose to have no thermal inertia outside, but inside, in order to cool the interior, but not to warm the exterior. And then, of course, things about sun protection and things like that. So this type of scale, so we are doing some project on that type of scale. Yes, and then for the building, maybe if I go very quickly like that, this is a little, yes, this is the Biennale where you was invited for in Versailles, and it's about the fact that the climate is becoming warmer and warmer, so we have to adapt the building to this new temperature, and we have to think when you build in Paris today, you have to think that you are building in north of Africa and no more in Paris, and so it's why we start to look how it was made before air conditioning for cooling, and for example high ceiling that let the hot air going out, or yes, this is this type of this is one of your drawing, or by evaporation. You know, you have in Morocco or in India, you have this kind of fountain that are cooling the air. So you can have interior fountain for decreasing the temperature. And so this is this type of things that we have to consider today also in the architectural scale. You know, as an architect, you have to provide space where you can survive, and maybe the climatic mission of the space is becoming more evident today than during the 20th century.
Hi, thank you for this presentation as well. I had a question. A lot of the projects that you showed earlier that had to do with light and temperature, they were in environments where the interior was controlled. The project that you showed in Taiwan, the cafe, where you said you were kind of designing time, what challenges did you face with all the exterior conditions like light and weather inside of those spaces that were encased in glass?
Yeah, there is something paradoxal when we start to we start our practice. You know, it was a moment where we understand that to make the most ecological building or the most sustainable building, you have to make a perfect thermal insulation and to seal the interior so you can reduce the quantity of energy that you are using, because if the thermal insulation is not so good, you are losing energy, and if it's not an air-proof space, you are losing also heat by the gap you can have. So during the 1990s, the most ecological one was the most sealed one. So the house for Fabrice Hibert was like the most, you know, there is no more window because, you know, the U value, the thermal conductivity value of a window is not so good than a wall, you know, so you are losing a little energy by the window. So in a certain way, if you want to reduce the maximum the energy consumption for heating or cooling a building, you have to be completely separate from the outside. So it's why we start from that. So we start from this kind of very sealed space, and then it's then because of different in Taiwan, for example, it's not you can also make things differently yes, it's why a lot of projects from the beginning are really like box, you know, with a very specific climate inside, separate from the outside.
Maybe one more.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Amazing. I want to ask you a little bit about the importance of representation in your projects, in your practice. I've seen your book in the past, and it's impressive, the amount of diagrams. So could you talk a little bit about that, please?
Yes. You know, when you are drawing a section, you need to place the human scale inside, you know, and so you have, for example, Le Corbusier, 2.26 m, you know, like that. Or at one moment you have Sejima Sana that was making this black figure, and then we have to decide, okay, what type of human scale we will place, you know, and it's quite challenging because and then we find this thermographic human body, you know, and so to find a way of representing is really challenging, and I think it's also interesting to do that, to reinvent the type of representation code for making your project, and of course red and blue, because red is hot, blue is cold, and then it's corresponding. You know, I'm doing now a publication for a Belgium editor, and it will be like a fashion architecture, a little like fashion design, food magazine, but only in thermography, you know, without, so it will be only that like thermographic and like infrastructure. And I think also, I was thinking, okay, is it really still very interesting to show some photography today? Maybe it's more interesting to see thermography than photography. So it's like challenging the representation to say, let's show, let's design by convection and with thermographic scale, human scale, and then at the end we can take photo, but no more photo in the visible, but in the infrared, you know. So it's like challenging each not only architecture and building, but also the representation tools at the beginning of the project and also at the end of the project when you are making publication of the project.
We have time? Yeah. I wanted to ask you a question about really assessment of your work, in the sense that, of course, as we see in these diagrams, your projects are really grounded in scientific insight. And I wonder whether you use your work, the build work, to actually get some feedback. Do you do any kind of sensing and testing to understand how people actually experience those new thermal conditions, or how our bodies, our physiology is affected by your designs, to be able to then reflect on that and somehow incorporate that into new projects?
Not really. No. No, we are not really doing that. And in reality, it's based on the we try to base on fact. So, for example, we know that if you receive this type of wavelengths at this type of intensity, okay, it will do like that because the experience are already made before, and so we are following that. So, but it's true. For example, in Taiwan, because it's so we made with the engineer company, we made a calculation for the flow of air, the quantity, the speed of the air, and the temperature of the air, things like that. and then the client asked for proving at the end. So we have to make some tests, and so it was okay. It was following, because the engineer, they calculate the flow of air, the quantity we need that for making the pipe and things like that, and so it was good at the end. Yeah.
Great. Well, thank you, Philippe, for a great lecture, and thanks to everybody for joining us today. It's been fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.